camera's like all... Hi! Anyways, the camera's all fuzzy today. I don't know why, because I think somebody touched the lens. So there's like, I had to wipe it off with my scrunchie. Speaking of which, do you like the hair? Shower fresh. Hi, welcome back to the channel where we're never prepared. We're always late. Yeah. Evie is currently, we're doing her PowerPoint night tonight. I'm in my jammies. I'm in my pajamas. Cause I just only... We're just hanging out. I like this music, so I'm just gonna...
Do you wanna give a little update on our day?
Yeah, I was just telling you what's going on. Evie's finishing her PowerPoint right now because she works and she's a big girl. I'm tiny because I'm in my beanbag again. I do like my beanbag. It's very nice. Yeah, today we didn't do too much, but we, outside of our, like, daily stuff, we were both color guard instructors. Well, I've retired. I'm 23 and I'm retired. Yeah, well, she still instructs at our little siblings' high school, and I used to instruct there. So we went today, and we saw some of the one girl we taught before came back. We had a new girl, so that was pretty exciting, and it was interesting to go back to like the old stomping grounds. So I was like, this is kind of weird. I don't know how I feel about, you know, being away from it for over a year. Like 2 years or something like that, because I came back in after December 2019, retired, didn't teach that year, and then didn't, obviously COVID, didn't teach that year. But that's that. Yeah, today I will be eating this whole can of pears, and then also these veggie straws, and I'll be putting my hair in 2 little ponytails again, it's comfortable on my scalp. It's hard because the monitor's over here, so I'm trying to like see my hair so I can do it, but the camera's over here, so I can't like get it to look right. Our theme for today is characters we think are overrated. So we started with
one on each of our lists that we absolutely hate.
Yeah, we started with characters everyone likes but we hate. But I didn't have enough people because I don't actually hate a lot of people.
A little too strong.
Yeah, so it turned into characters that are overrated with a slight hatred in them.
And in some
cases, who are we talking about? Well, once Evie's getting her thing ready. Yeah,
there are many people.
Mostly video game people. I'm going to start with being angry at someone from Persona 5, and then Evie. I'm giving Evie a couple minutes to. She's doing her. We have little PowerPoints attached. So I'm giving her a couple minutes to hers because she works pretty late. Never played that game. Oh. Yeah, I generally like to do this.
That would be funny.
I like to do this. Our little
sure
sister is still in high school, and she likes to come home because we both taught at her high school. So she likes to come home and be like, "Oh, here's the drama," and I just love to be in it. I'm like, I don't go to that high school. I'm not attached to that high school anymore. Yeah, but boy, do I love some drama.
These people are overrated. It's like, nope, these people are trash.
Boy, do I love some. Yeah, eventually we'll be getting into. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. They said they just grabbed a yearbook and laughed.
Oh, that'd be fun. We should do that.
I haven't. We could. Oh, I have to set up our other camera. That would have been so fun. Cause we could do our high school yearbooks are right over there. Cause we're not too far out of high school. How many? Not even 10 years yet. Couple months. I'm 5 years out.
I lose track of time.
Yes, literally. We went to their band practice today and we saw our little brother's ex-girlfriend and we were all like, ooh, yikes. The fact that, ew, just the fact that people can still exist after they've come in contact with you and had like a falling out, that's literally so gross.
It's the weirdest thing ever.
The fact that they like still exist and you have to like do that. I literally just left. I was like, I just left the school. I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. I gotta go. That's why I feel like when people's, let me rant real quick. It's not people I hate, but it's just a little bit tea. It's on, you know, Snapchat.
It's gonna be a lot of tea by the time
well, like, you know, Snapchat. People use Snapchat, whatever. I had someone. I'm not good at keeping up streaks because I'm 23. You know, there's other things I can do with my day-to-day life than keeping up my Snapchat streaks. So this one person only does like their 1-a-day streak picture, and then I think I I like just went to sleep. It's because they only sent it at night because we're in a time difference. So I was like, okay, I sent you mine, like send me yours, and they didn't. And then we lost it, and now they haven't talked to me for a whole week. Like we lived together for 3 straight months, so we got really close. But now they're not talking to me anymore because I dropped our Snapchat streak. I was like, you're lying to me right now. And they're 21, so like we're
Some
both
people are
in our 20s. It's
are just petty.
literally, I was like, for real? I just think, I think that's wild. That people in their 20s are like, oh my gosh, you did Snapchat me back. Like, I can't talk to you anymore. It's, it's so frustrating. And then, but, social media. I mean, just because, like, I just graduated college into the pandemic, so, like, a lot of my friends and I haven't seen each other in a
essentially,
while.
no one's even aware that you graduated at this
Straight
point.
up. So people are all like,
Don't feel bad. I didn't even start Snapchat.
yeah, I was like, we're only 2
They
years.
tried, and I
We're
was
only
like,
2
nope.
years apart. So the fact that like, it slid in there.
Either got into it or you
Yeah.
didn't.
Well, it came out like my sophomore year of high school is when it kind of started getting big. At the time, it was like, ooh, like nobody can see your pictures. Ooh, like
I can't believe that was the selling point. People were like, oh, cool, anonymity. I'm like, isn't that what the internet does?
I can send you pictures of my
Regardless.
butt and can't save them. I was like, you can screenshot them. Nothing stops you from screenshotting
like,
them. And
wow,
they can't get
no
them
one noticed. I'm
back.
like, it's the internet. Everything is forever.
And
Are
they're
you
like,
kidding
yeah,
me?
they like save them. That's so
People
so
are
fun.
dumb.
But that's all. Let me. I can get while you're doing it. I can get in on my one
I think I got
kind of
everything but
friend
just
because
check.
they'll never see this. I love that. So, back in the day, back in old 2019, I did this great thing called drum corps, where it's essentially marching band but for pro.
I have like
people.
3 slides of pictures for. I used
Bye. Have fun in your raid.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Bye. Thanks for
Go-
coming.
go murder
It's nice
many
to see you.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm good now.
No. Oh, well, let me finish my rant.
Go ahead,
This
rant.
person in 2019. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Do you
thank
know
you
who
for
it is?
following.
Oh, thanks. Woohoo! You see our little graphic?
And our graphic works. Hey, Ridley.
Hey, Ridley, well, come on in.
Welcome to our hate stream.
We're talking about people we hate, starting off with someone I know in real life who is just. We met in 2019 during drum corps, so it's a very intense situation. Where you just you can pull up my PowerPoint while you do this. Just don't look at any of the pictures. Or so you get close to people really, really fast, and you don't have contact with anyone outside of there's 150 people in your unit, and you're competing against other units. So you don't come in contact with anyone until you start competing. So like I didn't know this person, and we met like over Snapchat or something. So like we were like, oh, friends, cool, like friends over drum corps.
If we didn't put the L in there, it would have been metal fart. I can't
Metal
believe you
fart.
never realized that until you actually typed it up.
Oh, my email. Yeah. Anyways, it's a guy. So we were like friends, and at first he was like, "Hey, you wanna hook up?" I was like, "Absolutely not." No, during like you rehearse for 16 hours every day, and then you sleep either on a gym floor for 7 hours or on a bus for 7 hours. They time it out. You only get 7 hours floor time, guaranteed. So if you drive for 4 hours, they cut that in half. So you essentially, that counts as 2 of your floor time hours. So then you'll get 5 on the floor. I was also on field lining, so I woke up an extra hour early. So I was like, where, first of all, do you find the time? Second of all, we weren't in the same unit. He's from a California unit. I'm from a North Carolina unit. Opposite sides of America. And I was like we're both originally from, like, the East Coast-ish. So I was like, hey, welcome. We're gossiping about a guy I used to talk to.
I like that name, Sorex.
Sorex. Yeah, it reminds me of Soren from Fire Emblem.
Best guy.
Anyways, so this guy was like, hey, you want to hook up? I was like, no. Absolutely no and ever no. First of all, you're not even that cute. I just wanted to friend because I'm so lonely. I'm gonna be real. I'm very lonely. Let's be honest. And he just, so I was like, well, we stayed friends for the rest of the season because it's only a 3-month season.
I'm comfortable staying friends after that.
I like
Granted,
making friends.
You have just different people in those
I just
sort of
like
things.
knowing people, you know?
Yeah.
And it was my first and last season because you can only do it until you're 21. So it was like my first and last time I was ever allowed to do it. And so it's like when we came back, this is the same guy because we actually we weren't on the same flight, but we were coming back through the same airport because we live in the same state. So I was like, oh, cool, like maybe we could hang out afterwards because we didn't get to hang out a lot over the summer because we're in different units, but we are here. Yeah. And like, first of all, stinky doo-doo man. Should have known that.
I probably should get my cord while you're doing this.
You do that. Good thing I'm ranting, so she has time to get stuff. Anyways, he was like, I don't know, like, we live 3 hours away, so I don't know if it's fun. I was like, okay, well, I mean, we did just spend 3 months being the entire country apart, but that's okay, like, whatever works. I know I'm going back to college and you are too, that's crazy. So then the time goes on. I'm living college, he's doing college, don't care. Still friends, still talk on Snapchat, ooh, I'm a Gen Z baby, woo, technically, barely. And then he, like recounting it makes me just want to, So every November, December, you have audition camps. I was too old to audition, but this friend was not. So he's like, oh, I have to fly through the airport that you live like half an hour away from. Can I just come stay overnight with you? And because otherwise it's a 3-hour drive and then a flight. And I was like, yeah, okay, that's fine. I was like, you have to understand, like, I moved back in with my parents when I came back. It was a $5,000 season, so I spent all my money to go for my last season. So I was like, I have to move back in. I don't have enough money for rent. I'm in college, baby. I'm a college girl. So he would come back, and he was like, yeah, I'll be rolling up probably around midnight. I was like, midnight? Before... Hi, I'm shouting a video that given... Maybe in a little bit. Not currently, because I am just ranting. But maybe later. Ask again in later. Because I have to get this off my chest. It's been weighing down on me for many years. Not really, for 2 years-ish. That sounds like an interesting question, but maybe in a bit. Anyway, so this guy would come and he was like, I'm rolling up at midnight. You know why he did that? So we'd have the least amount of time to hang out ever. So he did it like a couple times. I was like, oh, well, I don't get to see you very often. He's my only friend from drum corps that lived close. So I was like, okay, well, I'm trying to like hold on to this connection from far away. And I kept getting just like used, honestly. Like, it makes me feel very icky thinking about it now. But at the time, I was like, yeah, totally. Like, he became friends with one of my friends that lived close to me that I've been friends with for years. I was like, well, if they're friends, he can't be that bad. Maybe I'm just seeing the bad side of him. No, because homie would roll up, stay in my parents' house overnight, because that's where I was living. I still live there currently. And just be like, he'd be like, oh, yeah, like, thanks for letting me in. He'd also be like, can you buy me some alcohol on my way in? I'm still underage. I was like, that's icky. That's gross. Yuck. Because I was only 21. So I was legal, but like, I was like a year older than him. So it was like, this is sketch. You can do that you can succeed because I want to donate, by the way. First of all, what do you think to blow on your girlfriend's nose? What, like a tissue? You can do that for $10? Oh, do you think she's my girlfriend? That's my sister. Yeah. But I could wipe her nose with a tissue. Yeah, we're related if you're new here. We are siblings. I'll have to ask her when she gets back because I don't want to like invade her personal space. She went to go get her computer cord charger, I think.
I also got snacks.
Oh, she got snacks. What'd you get? Oh, cookie cake.
Yeah, there's one on the bottom.
Wow, thank you. Does somebody wants me to wipe your nose? They thought you were my girlfriend. You'd be surprised.
That's not three times.
Close the door. You would be surprised.
Please complete each other's sentences like that.
People think we're dating, which is weird because we are sisters. I have 2 more. We both have 2 more siblings.
You usually have marching band too.
Yeah, people in high school even they thought we were dating, and I think that's just.
Am I the cute one or are you the cute one?
I would think I would be the cute one. That's my opinion. They want to give us money for me to blow, your nose.
I'll do anything for money.
What? We don't have any. We're not official. Wipe your nose, Evie.
Not confirmed. Non canon.
He snorted.
Don't you wipe yours nose then?
No. No. Let me pull up my PowerPoint. I was surprised people just zooming in.
To be fair, when we used to watch GT Live, we thought that,
Would you like to blow your nose? Thank you. Anyways.
Just hit me in the nose 3 times.
Yeah, no, when we first started watching GT Live,
we thought they were brother and
I
sister.
thought Stephanie and Matt Pat from GT Live were
They do look a lot like they're like
siblings.
the same height, and they
have the same face and the same hair color. They look very similar.
Yeah.
And they even have very similar mannerisms, which I know comes from like knowing for somebody for a really long time. But like
they look a lot alike.
Yeah, I was like, that's kind of like low-key crazy.
Put that there. I want to put my tissue where I want to put my tissue.
It's like a paper towel too. That's so funny. You don't have to donate stuff because we don't have like stuff set up for that. But thank you for the offer. Yeah, because I don't know how to like work with that. But I hope me wiping your nose was good enough.
We put that in our tags, like just sisters.
We are sisters. Well, I think it's in our stream description of like 2 sisters streaming about video games because we're sisters who are related and also sisters who stream who are related and are not dating because we're sisters.
I just think it's weird it's come up so many times.
I wonder, do we look that similar?
Well, I don't think we look, I guess, that related.
Like, do we act like we're dating? I don't know. I'm not
We're always talking over each other, so I don't know if that counts.
I figure that's just because let left girl blow your nose. It'll be perfect. I think will be the best. Are you left girl or am I left girl? Because on this side, I'm on the left, but on the screen, you're on the left. Can we move the camera a little bit to you? Also, I want to get started with our PowerPoints because it's PowerPoint time,
Just switch
baby.
over the camera.
I'm just having a good time with... Blow your nose, Evie!
I think we're being told.
I feel like, yeah, it's like I feel like this is only because it just reminds me of all the scam calls. I appreciate the question.
With the white t-shirt, that's me then.
Like I will.
Actually, it's pink. It's pink and it has Sonic.
It's all out of focus. Sorry.
You told me to move it.
Here you go. Hope you enjoyed. Oh, it's all. Give me a sec. I gotta wipe it. Oh, I just put my bands in my hair. So now I can't wipe it off.
Just rub your head up against it.
You know.
You're not entirely
Gotta
discounting
wipe
it.
off our camera. It's got grease on it. That better? Yeah. There we go. Entertainment. Well, Ridley, I'm glad you're being excited. Today has not gone how we thought it would, really at all. Entertainment. Evie blowing her nose, and then me cleaning the camera.
When's the last time it has on it?
You can't do that. The left girl with white t-shirt needs to put the napkin on your nose and to wipe your nose. On my nose? Whose nose are we wiping?
So as a grammar person,
why are we wiping our noses?
So as a grammar person myself, when you use pronouns, you have to use the proper noun before the pronoun, so we can tell who you're talking about.
She has her English degree. Is this a fetish thing? I have had people ask me for feet pictures before, so I'm fine doing this if it's just for like a gag, but if this is like a fetish thing, just tell us, and we can work something out. That's not.
Which will ultimately be no.
Yeah, work something out where we say no. So, girlfriend.
I am your friend and I am a girl.
Would you like to... No, I said it's for a video.
That doesn't necessarily say no.
What type of video? We're very small streamers. Okay, Evie, wipe my nose. Not with your spit rag.
Swallow it. Yeah, that's what we thought too. I fall asleep to this tonight, Ridley.
Yeah, I hope this is interesting.
Sorry.
I'm only worried because I have had friends in the past be like, no, yeah, it's just for a project. I'm doing measurements of feet. I was like,
Can you use someone else's foot?
you're lying. They're like, let me tell you about that story.
Oh boy.
That was in middle school. And this person, like, texted me, and I thought we were just being friends, because also in middle school, I think I'm drinking.
Yeah,
it was a nightmare, baby.
Honestly.
Nightmare, yeah.
That reminds me, we didn't even talk about last week's game.
Yeah, we'll talk about nights in a couple seconds.
So we didn't
But
finish that.
I just finished this story. I was in middle school, and I had a class, mind you, my class is of 17 total people. That's the entire grade. And I think, like, 5 or 6 of them were girls. Like, I did not have a lot of options for friends. So when somebody was like, hey, what's up? I was like, yay, friend! Like, it was a person who was new to our school. I was like, cool, like, I don't know them, this is great. And then, like, they started texting me, like, oh, I'm doing this video project, do you want to be in it? Like, so I was like, oh, yeah, like, I love doing projects and stuff.
To be honest, I would have done the same exact thing.
Yeah, and then they're like, it's just, I gotta do this thing about, it's about journeys. It's gonna be a lot of walking shots of just, like, your lower leg. I was like, okay, that's not bad, because, like, I'm ugly. When I was in middle school, my hair was my hair was like this long.
Really,
I was like,
yeah, I'm like,
well, they were like, it's gonna be about journeys and stuff, so don't worry, I don't need to get your face in it, because if you're uncomfortable with that. I was like, okay, that's fine. And then they were like, it's kind of like those pictures you see on the internet. It's kind of out of the blue, and they were like, oh,
our game came in.
Yeah, it's upstairs. They were like, oh, also, can I take pictures of your feet? Like, I'll pay you for them. If you literally let me massage your feet, I will pay you, and I won't tell anyone. I was like,
was it like $100? That's how much I would say.
I don't
at
remember how
least.
much it was. I don't remember. It was like, I don't remember. But I remember being at an Italian restaurant while they were texting me this, and I was like, is this a scam? Because I was like, I'm also, 11 at the time?
It'd be like $100 cash
12?
on the table
13?
before we did
However
this.
old you are in middle school? And I was like, huh? Because I'm a youth. I don't know what these things are. I've never been exposed to the internet in this way before. So I was like,
we were honestly behind the times in a lot of
I
ways.
was like, I don't know. Is that like a normal thing friends do? Like they massage each other's feet?
To be fair, I thought normal things friends do was say love you at the end of every sentence.
Well, that's what friends do, and you're friends.
Apparently, we weren't.
So my gay friends and I do, but that's okay because they like boys. So that's why I think it's okay.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Yeah. And then I told my mom, and she was like, "That's literally a foot fetish." I was like, "Ooh, oh no."
I mean,
And then, but the thing was, this was like in the fall, so I still had to go to school with them for the rest of the year. And there's only 17 people in your class, so you're gonna see him. And his mom was a teacher at the school, so like and our mom taught at the preschool that was attached. So we were there after hours a lot, and they were there after hours a lot. And I was like, I gotta tap out, dog.
Because I don't think you said a name.
I didn't, but if you think about it, you'd know.
I probably would.
You probably don't know because they were the 3rd grade teacher, not Mrs. Slade, the one after that.
Okay.
So you wouldn't know.
I don't know the one after that.
No. Yeah, I don't think you'd be able to guess.
Gonna be like,
but I still follow them on Instagram because they still follow me, and I was just like, the fact that I know your deep, dirty secret is something I will not take to my grave. I will tell the internet live.
Well, fetishes in and of themselves aren't really a big issue as long as they're not being weird about it.
Fetishes are fine as long as you are doing it in your personal time. Like, I'm not gonna tell you.
The other person is entirely fine and on board with it.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not gonna tell you about any of my preferences for anything, except for anime characters, which I will do a PowerPoint on later. But like, if you have stuff that's like, I don't want to know your preferences. If you're like, oh yeah, I like being naked with the lights off on Tuesday evenings because I can just channel the aura. Don't care. Don't want to know. You're like, oh, I love to bathe in milk every Wednesday because it really just gets my skin. Don't want to know. How does that logistically work? And also, I don't want to know.
Remember Mom and Dad's friends? It was Thursday was shower night.
Oh my god! They were talking about, they had friends when they used to work, and they said Thursday is shower night, and we're like, they only bathe?
Well, we didn't do anything interesting, so
I think they left because we weren't willing to give in to their nose wiping fetish. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry.
We're not.
We're also not girlfriends. We're related. We're sisters. Maybe I should put like a little banner at the bottom that scrolls by every 15 minutes. We're sisters. Still related. Don't worry.
I like it until like the fourth time. It's like, seriously, stop it.
When we went to high school together, because we're 2 years apart, she didn't join the sports till I joined, because I'm sporty. We're sisters.
PSA, they are sisters. They're related. They share the same mom.
Well, I thought I put it in our like little bio thing, but I'll like.
Yeah, but you think anyone reads that?
No, I'll get us a banner. But they were
Just change her
when
name.
we joined
like,
high school, because she's 2 years older than me, so she didn't join. I joined marching band when I was a freshman. She joined when she was a junior, because she's not into sports. I am. But we do everything together.
At least 3 years.
Yeah, we generally do everything together because we're weird, and we were the youngest two. What? We were the oldest two.
Like, what?
We were
the youngest in
oldest two they had. Yeah. So.
We're never the youngest in anything.
No, we're the oldest two. So when we joined high school, everyone thought we were dating. I was like, ew.
And here's the weird thing: there were 2 other sets of sisters in the same guard.
Yeah, like
we didn't look at
exactly.
Like, another one was a brunette and a redhead.
A guard of 20. Literally, there's another one exactly like us. They were 1 year older than us, respectively.
See, we're the bio. Thank you.
Thank you.
Somebody reads.
Thank you. 2 sisters doing sister things that are sisterly and for sisters.
But literally, there was another pair of sisters in the guard that was literally
a redhead and a brunette. 1 year older than me, 1 year older than her. And we were like,
they're never considered a couple, but we were apparently, so, or we were considered twins, which I'm just like,
yeah,
you never
either twins or like, look, if you look at us on the side, like, I have a completely different nose than she does. I'm the only one in my family with a nose like this. My younger sister and her have the same nose. So it's like, that's like a big defining feature. I don't have your nose.
I just assume that since we joined together, I must be the younger one.
She looks exactly like our dad, and I look exactly like our mom.
Yeah, I'm not bad.
I don't think it's bad. So it's like, our younger 2 siblings are more of a blend, but we're pretty much, beep boop, beep for beep, yes. But enough of that topic for now, because why?
Because we got
is that a
stuff
thing
to do.
And I have cookie cake. So on to our topic of discussion. Please, for the rest of the evening though, if you have any stories you want us to tell, if you're like, hey, have you ever had an experience with someone licking your kneecap? Odds are I do have experience with somebody sucking my toe once. Very weird.
Why? And why did you
Let's
let them?
tell that story. So back on drum corps.
This is literally your one time at band camp stories, but it goes into the X-rated territory.
Well, drum corps is you just really have to like watch videos on it, because it's so hard to explain, because it's literally like a cult, honestly. Because you live on a bus, so you have a seat partner. You are on a coach bus, and you and your seat partner live together. You live in that bus.
Get that close to your foot?
Long story. Anyways, it's nighttime. We're like over halfway through the season. Everyone's exhausted. We do these things after free days. They play like Truth or Dare, or like Dare or Dare. So it's Dare or Dare is what they call it. You either take a dare or you take a worse dare. Those are your 2 options. And by then,
I would feign sleep.
Then most of the people are drunk at that point. You can say no. Like I was like, I'm not playing, girl. Nope, bye. I'm watching Naruto. Just kidding, I've never seen Naruto. I'm watching Finding Dory on my phone. But the one person who was my guard husband, because everyone gets married, I was lucky enough to be married to the one of 3 straight men out of 44 people. There was 3 straight men, and I got married to one of them. That was pretty cool. The other 2 did try to ask me out. Very uncomfortable. But that's what happens in drum corps. Everyone hooks up over the summer, and that's just that.
How do you have time to do anything in that?
Well, couples that survive through drum corps survive for life. If you can couples get together, but if you can stay a couple outside of the season, that's your soulmate. That's your bond, you know? And then, so my drum corps husband, his dare was to, like, lick someone's foot, but he just went, it was supposed to be mine because I was his wife. So it's like, they're like, do it to your wife. And he sat diagonally in front of me, and I sat back here. So, like, he could reach, I guess. And instead of just being like, ew, he was like, oh. I was like, ah! Worst feeling in my life. I've never felt anything worse.
You should have kicked him.
No, it would have been bad.
Kick someone else.
No, I just screamed.
Oh.
Everyone literally was like,
Was it like scream like you screamed right now, or scream like, oh my gosh, bloody murder?
Well, more or less. What were we talking about?
We were gonna go into.
Why are we about feet today? Yes, let's talk about. I'm gonna open up our.
We're trying to talk about what we're gonna do in the stream.
So here's my head. Here's the plan for the evening. Is this bad boy? But before we do that, beep boop. We're gonna give a quick wrap up on Nights, our thoughts on Nights, because
she was
last
passed out
Friday I was
much.
so freaking tired, and Evie's like, let's do more. I was like, if we do more, I'll die. I'll die. So Evie would like to give her closing thoughts, because immediately as soon as we finished the game, we turned it off. We didn't even give our closing thoughts. So go ahead, Evie. I'm gonna move my beanbag.
I think it was a great spending of $7, that's for sure. I got a lot of enjoyment out of it. I think it's I feel it's kind of weird for me, because the thing is like, I'm just like, you're gonna show your butt to the camera and you're not careful.
It's okay, I'm wearing shorts.
But it's kind of a weird thing for me, because generally in like the entire internet's eye, this is the lesser of the two games, but I'm like, this is the first one I saw, and like, I didn't know the other one really existed, to be honest. And I would look at screenshots and be like, okay, it looks boxy like an old game. I don't get the whole... It's literally one of those games you have to experience, not see. And I say that Portal is the same exact way. I looked at pictures of it and I'm like, this looks dumb. It's just a bunch of circles in a white area. And admittedly, the one that drew my eye more was Portal 2, so maybe I just have a thing for sequels. But I don't know, it's just that was the first one I saw. That was the one where I got to know the characters. That's the one that made me want to look into the world, and literally for a while it was the one fandom I was in that I had not played the games for. But I read the wikis, I looked at the comics, I watched videos, and I read fanfiction and stuff like that. I'm like, I just enjoyed the characters in the world and the concept, and it just was like, it had like a sort of untapped potential to it that I just loved. And I got that from the Wii game. So I admit I'm probably a little biased on it, but I'm like, I really enjoyed the Wii game. There were never times I felt explicitly frustrated. Because
I did.
You played all the first level.
I did.
And everyone, I've noticed from other people who played, like, there's a guy who's like, yep, I played all hell of the story. Never got past the first world on Wells because, man, those stages are dumb.
Yeah, those are the worst.
The first 3 stages of his are just really complex. Mm-hmm. Because they give you, the first one is fine, but then the one after that is like, this requires you to have some semblance of control and knowing how to paraloop. And you probably just booted up the game, so you have no idea how to do up and down and all. So, like she did. She had a lot of issues with the whole 2D, 3D thing going on. Then the other one after that is like, you know, if you're using motion controls, I don't know how the heck you would have gone past the boat one, because I'm like, that was janky with a controller. So if you were using the actual motion controls as intended, you shouldn't for the game to begin with, in my opinion, but you just probably would have stopped. You probably would have been like, okay, screw it. And I think you only got it because you're like, I'm not doing this. And you're like, actually, you won and you got an A rank.
Yeah.
And we're just like...
What are we talking about? I heard you zoned out.
The boat one?
Yeah, the boat one sucked. I just don't like transformation levels like that. I just think they're dumb.
So, and then the boss was down below and is just like, his first one is
the
fine.
Worst ever.
Because that's as long as it should have been. That should have been the secondary one. The other one should have been... The reason his level sucks is it's so dang long. It takes forever to get off that stupid tower, and you're doing the same thing over and over and over again. As opposed to most of the other bosses, they're like, hit me twice and they're dead. Or hit me 3 times and I'm dead. You know, that one's just like, nope, we just gotta keep going. And while I did think Bamamba was just as frustrating, she's also the second boss. So it's not like that's your first, like, essentially we're thinking, like, if you were to boot up this game...
And that one's like, if you have skill at that sort of ball in the whole game,
I realized
you'll be fine.
On a layer playthrough, the large reason I was having issues is because I was jerking it too fast, so when things started to fall in, I would jerk it and jerk the ball right back out again.
I figured it was something like that, because you're very twitchy.
Yeah, I am. But, it was just one of those things where I'm like, if you were to play this game for the first time ever, and you chose Will's story, you might just quit the game, and that's not great. So I say that's probably a flaw area here. But I'm like, that's probably the biggest area I can see flaws in the game. The rest of it, honestly, like, the majority of the decisions that were made in Journey and Dreams are things that you can't really... I don't find anything that was explicitly had a fault with it. Like, either things that worked really well, or things that maybe didn't work as well, but you're like, well, what else would you have done? That's really the only way they had of approaching that problem. Or, they did that, and maybe it wasn't the best idea, but I know why they did it. So I can kind of understand why, you know? Mm-hmm.
What if you had to give it a rating out of 10? What would your rating out of 10 be?
I think probably an 8.
8 out of 10?
Yeah, probably
What
give
would
it
you
an
rate the first game?
8. I've not played it, so I can't really give a
Well,
thing
based
there.
off of watching, because I'm gonna do this game based off of mostly watching.
So... I don't know, probably the same or a 7. Because the thing is that with just watching it, it really lessens it because Into Dreams doesn't have as much standing on it if you're not playing it. If you're not playing it, you can't feel the smoothness of the movements. I mean, you can watch the music, but you're just watching someone else play a game. That it doesn't have as much to deal with. I think there's not as much. From everyone I've heard who loves Into Dreams, the thing that they always praise is how good the controls are, how well it handles, how much fun it is just to play. So I'm like, looking at it from just a visual standpoint, there's not much to engage me because you don't know what's going on. I did because I know what's going on. But I'm like, there's no...
You did more than I did.
Yeah, well, because you have to read the manual and you have to read the comics, which is why I think it's funny. I just told her the other day, I'm like, the one that came out, the Balan Wonderworld, it actually has a novelization that goes with it that explains everything that happens before the game. So I'm like, what is it with this creator just making a lot of outside content to explain what's happening in their game instead of actually saying what's happening in the game? Journey of Dreams is the only one that doesn't have any sort of outside content. Everything is more or less stated as it's happening.
Yeah, I would give Journey to Dreams probably also a 6 or a 7, somewhere in there. It was definitely good, like music-wise, very, very intriguing. I like the music a lot. And I like the character designs. I think the redesigns are fine. I would have given Riala pants, or at least some boy shorts. Cheeks were out, little disturbing.
You know that was already in the first one, right?
Yeah, I would have given him some pants. I don't know, his mouth was a little weird.
Yeah.
That might have just been the animation. I like the design. I thought Will was pretty ugly.
Yeah.
But I almost called her Emily. Helen was fine. I thought, gameplay-wise, I think if they could have just done Helen's story, I think that was a good game. I think if you did just Helen's story, that's an easy 8. If you're doing just Will's story, that's an easy 3. Because, well, Helen's story, when I was watching it through, it gave much more of the Knight's mechanics from the first game, the levels, using your looping. Here and there, you have do the loops in a row, or save the guys. But I don't think you did a save the guys, actually,
No.
did you? No, so you just had the loops in a row.
That's the thing that's
and
the
then
difference
just the
between
Knight's
two,
things?
is that Will has the one that have the transformative, car whatever things, vehicle things. And then Helen's the one that has a few more solo things, which is her doing things. Which are basic platform.
I'd rather do that, because then at least you're supposed to get more attached to the human character. I think all of Will's level, which was the ugly boy, I
will say though, I did like his theme park level. That one was cool.
If he was a game in itself, I would not have played it through. I would have quit after the beginning, because I just didn't enjoy them. Not like, oh, they're so hard.
We won't forget Knights' butt.
Yeah, the cleft. Immaculate. Bah! Like the Grand Canyon. Bah! Bow! Polygon cheeks. Love them. Will's story I didn't like the mechanics in that. I didn't like the transformative level. I didn't like the save the citizen aspect of it. It didn't feel like Knights. It felt like a third-party game, unassociated. When you came from a game like the first one that had a very, very set mechanics, very set style of gameplay, like the bosses were all it's almost predictable to an extent.
Telegraph, because the one thing that's annoying in that one is the areas where you're stuck as some sort of vehicle and you have to get to the end of the segment even if you're running out of time.
Exactly. That's it's because they added in the element of the persona masks. I think adding in that element was enough transformative into objects. That's why I think Will's story becomes very redundant and frustrating, because you don't get the freedom that even though it's technically like a false freedom you get while you're flying, because you're really still on a set path. You're still locked in a more or less 2D plane. Like, you don't have full 3D freedom, but you feel like you do, because you can go back and forth. In Will's, you're on a track. You're stuck. You're going this way and that's it. And that's why it feels like a mini game for a party game.
I will say
It doesn't feel like Nights, where it has a very defined set of rules for its game.
I do think, though, with the exception of Don Blanc, his bosses are arguably very strong. Maybe just as strong, if not more strong in some cases. Because,
I think Helen's
kind-
more stylistically matched.
her stylistically matched. But I do like Chamberlain. He's pretty cool. I didn't know what his mechanic was, but I thought the idea of a magician who is chameleon, who therefore would hide by turning invisible, is an interesting idea. It also implies, I think it said somewhere in his bio that, Will's afraid of lizards. So that's why he has a chameleon. And then they have...
Which
some
I
people
didn't
hate
get
him
that.
just because they're like, hey, replace Jack. I'm like, actually, besides the fact that they both have playing cards in their boss mechanic, they have nothing in common. At all. Jack I see more as being like a poker character.
It was like they were all supposed to be...
And
I thought they were supposed to be based off the originals.
Yeah, that's what they were
echoing
supposed to be.
back to them. You can't... Well, they didn't replace Jackal because Jackal wasn't here at all.
Well, that's actually
Just like
something...
Puffy wasn't here and Claus wasn't here. And whoever... Gilwing and then Gulpo technically was back, but he had a mustache.
That's something the creator says, that they were going to bring back Wiseman and Riala, but they're like, yeah, we don't want to bring back any other ones because we want want essentially the freedom to make new Nightmare and bosses. I'm like, well, that's fair. Essentially they were saying, they weren't saying the other characters didn't exist, but it was more like, we want to be able to make new people, not just reskins of old ones. I'm like, okay, that's fair. And honestly, they would have had to do the same thing with Riala to essentially update all their designs. They would have had to do that anyway. It wouldn't have been them in their original forms. So, in some ways, I'm like, well, some people got really annoyed over Riala's change. And
Riala butt. Riala's clefted cheeks.
His is
Riala's polygonal butt.
Thought was strange was everyone got really upset over things, but the thing I have to go back to...
I was more upset over the fact that he didn't have pants.
Well, the thing I have to go back to, Riala appears for one boss stage in one story. So how did everyone get so dang attached to this guy?
I'm upset that there isn't more of him.
Yeah, but it's kind of like everyone's like, you ruined the character. I'm like, you don't see him for long.
No, I think we didn't get enough of him.
We never got enough of a strong impression of what the original looked like.
He doesn't come across as a shadow because you don't know enough about him. He comes across as...
just there. He's just another boss. I like in this one, at least you get the idea. Oh, he's essentially the rival to Knights. It's much clearer.
I still think they didn't give him enough, nearly.
They could have given him more, yeah. I remember someone seeing an idea of, if we did a third game, wouldn't it be interesting if, Wiseman is defeated, but maybe Riala's trying to bring him back?
I think it'd be more interesting to come from Riala's perspective and have a DLC where you have a game from Riala's perspective, where you go and it's just like Shadow and Sonic, where you go and you're fighting knights and you obey Wiseman, and they don't have to make him a redeemable guy. Make him evil through and through. Good. But give us a little, see how his flying mechanics work, or, see how you have to terrorize the kids. I think that'd be interesting.
But the thing, so I'm like, I have to say the Will's bosses are strong. He has some very strong bosses. And I do think that his one that is in the theme park and the casino ones, well, actually probably more the casino. I actually really like the casino city. I like the design of that one. And the whole maze thing they did in that was actually fine. I had no issue with that. The thing is that's his, last world. So I agree. His first world should have been his strongest, not his last one. And Helen's were pretty much strong the whole way through. Probably the one that gave the most issues was the second one. That was more for the boss, and because of those mirror things. I'm like, and that was just because I couldn't keep track of where I was when I got split into 6 copies. I'm like, but I think it's a cool design. I think it's definitely a cool design. So I'm like, I will say what I said before about Draining Dreams and Into Dreams. Draining Dreams is essentially Radiant Dawn. It's really strong in some places, and it completely outshines the other one in some places. But it also is
in
much
other
lower
places.
in
Yeah,
other places.
It's got higher highs, but lower lows.
Well, I think Into Dreams is like Sacred Stones, where it's very safe, it's very structured, it really is just so solid on its own. You can play it a dozen times, it never gets old. You'll find something new in it every single time. But it's also not exactly pulling any punches either.
Yeah, so it's not going to be a 3 houses. You're not going to get in-depth things. You're not going to get a varied mechanics. Especially it's an old game where you're coming to it for this, and you're playing it for this,
for that experience,
and then that's that.
It's like
that's
playing
what you
Flower,
or playing Mario 64. You're going there, and you're not going to get great graphics. You're not going to have him transforming into a cat. You're not going to have Peach and Toad and Luigi as playable characters. You're going there to play as Mario, to go jump on some Chain Chomp's head, and go get the stars.
So I think that's where I would say I would definitely play it again. I probably would only play Helm's Story again. But I would play Journey to Dreams again, honestly.
My favorite part is at the end when they fall in the abyss and then they go, I'm on my way! And then the music plays.
Belbridge.
And then they go,
Belbridge is definitely, I'm like, I don't know how you felt with playing that in the original game. I'm like, I think Belbridge is
my favorite.
100% higher just because of that one vocal area.
I'm on my way!
I'm like,
it's very Lion King-esque, and I think that's why it hits so hard.
And I also think in general, the higher graphics do serve the Belbridge level better. Even if the Wii's not terribly powerful, it definitely, the sheer, like, you know, excitement and empowerment and I rock moment of that whole level is like, I didn't even care if I was getting bad ranks or I missed a turn or stuff like that. I just felt so happy because the
you just
the
feel
lights,
like you can go
the fireworks,
fast.
the music, and you also know there's something at stake here. That was the other thing
I think that's why I like the simplicity of the first game.
Yeah.
Is because you can enjoy those moments. You can go through and you don't have to worry about getting bad ranks. You're not going to get a good one. It's a very linear story. You know, it's a very linear level. Because I got Ace consistently because you get to enjoy the music and go forwards and you don't have to worry about, you know, getting the bird guy, unlocking the game. Like, I do. That's why I think I enjoyed
the
the
idea of
first
using
one so
the
much.
idiot captures over the getting the keys was, I do think the idiot captures made more sense thematically than the bird guys, but I kind of get why they changed it. They probably just didn't want to do the same exact thing twice, which is understandable for a sequel. And this is actually kind of...
But I miss him.
This is actually kind of the way we kind of split with Portal 1 and 2, where they're both really good, but we like them for different reasons. And that's the only thing I have to say that Into Dreams, I wish that they, in some way, could have given, I don't know, some low polygon cutscene, instead of having them at the end where they're just standing from a tree and we don't even know what the heck is happening in that cutscene when they were both standing.
They stood in front of a tree?
They just stood in front of
Didn't
a
the
tree.
tree explode?
I don't know, they just stood in front of a tree.
That's cool.
I think it was supposed to symbolize that they were meeting each other in the dream, but I'm like, can we have not instead use that to show why we're fighting Wiseman in the first place? Because you literally he just shows up as final one, you're in Belbridge, and you're going to find knights, and then you face Wiseman. I'm like, that's the only area where I think they really needed, I don't know, a screenshot to tell you why you're doing this. I like better that Journey to Dreams at least tell you, like, oh, because he's attacking you and took the person that's giving you the ability to do this, so you have to get it back. You know, just like, it could have literally been a screenshot, Wiseman appeared, took knights, go get it.
Yeah.
You know, simple things.
Yep.
But I've enjoyed this experience. It's made me, you know, hunger for Sega games again. I want to play more Sonic games. Yeah, exactly. It's my current hyperfixation.
That's what we're gonna. So, that's what we're gonna ask you guys, and we'll ask again later too.
Yeah.
At the end and see if it, what game we should play next, because our two options are, we have almost every Sonic game from their 3D onwards.
Yeah.
So if you want to see more Sonic or more Sega franchises, let us know, because we're down. We were wondering, we have a ton of new games, but also so does everyone else on the internet. So it's like some of these games we have in physical copies that people just might not have just because they're old or they weren't popular. Like, we have Sonic 06 physical copy. You know, it's not going to be fantastic. An emulator might even run better.
Well,
but
honestly, it's Sonic 06. I think everything's relative.
yeah, it's
like
we
I
have stuff like
that.
or like, you know, the Lost Rings or Secret Rings or whatever it's called, or the Black Knight.
That's actually the one we don't have a Secret Rings.
We have Colors. I was like, it's if there's like more Sonic games or even other Sega franchises, like I said, you want to see.
I'd be up for playing Heroes again.
Hit us up. Or just other games. Like, we have the Persona. We have every single Persona game ever made. All of them. From 1 to 5R to Strikers, and then 2 of the dancing games. So it's like, we have every Persona. If you want to see Persona, like, more JRPGs, more platformers, more
hopefully not more
fighting games. It's Silver's line, it's no use! When you throw it in the boss battle.
Poor guy.
It's no use! Dunk, dunk.
He's also literally the same issue as the boat level and Will's story. There's like, oh, why did they have to put that at the beginning?
This is the worst!
It's so easy to just get stuck there.
Is that his boss battle or just his level?
That's literally his boss battle is the first time you see him, and he is the first boss after Sonic's first stage. So you somehow beat Sonic's first stage, you go right into Silver's boss fight.
That sucks.
Yeah, so
I don't remember because that game
could die, run out of lives, and have to start the game over again.
Word to your mother.
And it's kind of like, why?
Yeah, so we have all those. So just let us know if there's any
Why
games.
did you do that?
If you're like, hey, I really want to see, you know, Harvest Moon, but the 3D GameCube one, first edition, like, okay.
okay, we're
see what we
down.
got.
We're down to play it. Or if you're like, hey, I want to see, Striker, Persona 5 Strikers. Okay, we have it.
We have
Or
that.
if you want to be like, I want to see, Hades. Okay, well, we can get it. Or
Can't
be
say
like,
we're gonna actually stick with it because it'll depend on how good we actually are at said
I'm
games.
very bad.
If it's a new game, there's a chance that we'll play it for like a little bit, like with Ori, and be like, "This is great," but we suck.
I'm a bad. Or if you want to see Fire Emblem Three Houses, I could play it.
I think you should. We'll be playing.
I'm in the middle of Awakening right now,
we'll
still
be
though, 'cause
playing
I keep
Pokemon
dying.
New Snap when that comes out. 'Cause
Yeah,
I'm gonna get
we
that
will
one.
be playing Pokemon Snap, the new one, on stream when we get it.
When we
As soon
get
as it comes, we're getting it day of. Because
Why not?
we played the
They never
original
go down
way
anyway.
back in the day when emulators were first beginning.
That was like
We had to boot up this old computer and like click a bunch of beep boop beep, and it didn't even work
That's
all
how
the
I
way
learned how to use a computer was to get the emulator
to get them.
working.
And we played
Pokemon Snap.
Pokemon Coliseum and Pokemon Stadium.
No, Pokemon Stadium
Stadium
and
2.
Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon Snap.
What about Coliseum? You played Coliseum.
Coliseum is for GameCube.
You played Coliseum, didn't you?
That's the other Shadow game.
I know, but didn't you play it?
No, we only have XD.
Whoa! I thought you played it this whole time.
Oh, I've watched a playthrough, but I know what happens.
All right. Anyways, think on that. We are now going to go ahead and start our PowerPoint night. We'll probably
It's
get
only
back
been an hour. We're doing great.
already. Man, we can't seem to shut up, can
No,
we?
can't.
Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and roll into our PowerPoint. We'll probably come back to nights inevitably because we can't seem to stay on one topic. But I'm gonna go first this time because mine's short. So let me go ahead and put us on our little. I was like, what are we waiting for? Me to press the thing. Oh, when we do this, I'm so small. Not even in the free. Okay. Hi, welcome to Overrated Characters. Because we thought calling them hate was a little aggressive for many of them.
Because honestly, you don't hate most of them.
Yeah, I don't hate a lot of mine. I just feel like they're a little bit much. So, don't hate, but they're just eh. Except the first one I do hate strongly, which is Haru Okamura from Persona 5 Royal. Look at her forehead. First of all, her forehead is big. You can see it by the evidence of the United States map inside it.
Actually, she's okay in the dancing game because that's the one where she has her hair pulled back.
Yes.
She does look okay in that.
I put her first because it's easy for us to transition from a big talky topic to another big talky
Probably
topic.
smells like dirt.
Yo.
What even has...
She moves plants and stuff, so she probably smells like dirt. 'Cause she likes gardening.
Since when does dirt have a smell?
Have you never smelled dirt before?
Not directly.
You haven't lived.
Have you lived?
Probably. Her forehead is big. She's severely underdeveloped, which we can get into. She's very clingy to Joker, and it's weird considering every other character is not like that. She's Sojiro's coffee rival, and I take personal offense to that because Sojiro is not my dad, and also my dad. Her outfits are dumb. Look at that. Girl, you're supposed to be wearing a school uniform.
You should show
Where's
her
your
the red
uniform?
outfit. That's the one that really looks weird on her.
And she probably smells like dirt. I didn't look up anything for her. I literally went to the wiki and just pulled the
I know.
first two pictures because I hate looking at her.
I
She is just such a waste of a character because, like someone else will see later, she has so much potential. She's from Persona 5, in case you're wondering,
everyone is
which I know a lot of
character
people haven't played.
But
Which is
actually a lot of people should have played it by now. Persona 5 Royal is a different matter.
Yeah, Persona 5 came out in 2016, so it is older.
It is old at this point. But the thing is like every character in Persona 5 is a gem. Like they are so well thought out. They all interconnect and they all tie in together. And it just feels like a very real and lived in world.
Which is saying a lot from a JRPG.
Because
a lot of times you get protagonist, character, and then that's it.
complicated.
Like right now I'm playing Awakening, and it's like, I can have supports to everyone as an avatar, but Chrom, who I consider like the main character, really can't have a lot of supports.
Which is weird.
He really can't connect with a lot of people, which leaves you kind of feeling like, oh, well, you'll never really know this person. But Persona 5, I don't know if it's probably like this for the other Personas too, but
Probably.
every single character feels connected to another one outside of the protagonist.
Yeah.
You have Joker, your protagonist, who obviously has these connections with all of them, but for like some of them, like Yusuke, my favorite character, he's got connections to other people outside of you, like Futaba, who's the one that looks like her. She's the ginger one, the nerd one.
I did dress up as her for
Halloween. They have a connection. You know, it's not like your
They
typical
got this great
character.
banter going on.
Exactly. It's like it's not someone you would expect. It's never the easy option, which is so interesting. You know.
I think it's very cool.
And the thing that she's
But
saying,
she doesn't.
that-
She only connects to you, and then she slightly. And the thing about the characters' connections is they don't overlap really. Like typically you have one connected to one, and they don't really overlap. So when Futaba has a connection to Sojiro and you, and then Haru comes along and she's trying to establish her connection as Sojiro, and you're like, that doesn't work because he's already got his 2-character
And-
connection max, you know?
Futaba also connected to the other girls in the team. So, and they all helped her in their own kind of weird ways.
And they try to make it like Haru and Makoto get along because they're the
They
same
never
age.
have a moment.
Yeah, but they never have, like, An and Makoto have a moment at the beginning after they were fighting. They make up at a stoplight, like, nothing connected, not plot-driven, not in the palace. Just walking home from school, they see each other, and they
Yes, it's
apologize.
It's literally after Makoto joins, because she was kind of antagonistic towards you, and kind of essentially called Anne out. There's like, hey, because Anne was like saying like, oh, you're the class president, but you did nothing to stop this, and my friend almost got killed. She almost took her life because of this. And Makoto fires back to Anne. He's like, well, you didn't do anything either. And they both kind of just glare at each other. And then Makoto joins us, so it's like, it didn't need to be brought up. It didn't need to happen because it wasn't connected to Joker, who's essentially our Lord character here. But it was nice that just at a stoplight, Makoto just goes and she's like, please forgive me. I'm so sorry. I didn't. You're right. You called me out. And that's the reason she lashed out, was that she's like, she felt useless and she didn't like Anne pointing that out. And Anne goes and she doesn't hold it against her because she's like, yeah, I get why you did that. We understand now how you're suffering.
But
and it brings them closer together. They go shopping afterwards.
Haru never has that moment because
With
she never
anyone
lashes
else.
out at anybody, but she also never connects with. She connects with Morgana, the cat, but only when Morgana is going through his angsty "I don't need you, I hate it here" phase.
Honestly, stupid
So
face.
the worst arc in the game,
I
undoubtedly.
think everyone can agree on it.
Worst arc in the game, worst 4 days. It's 4 days, it feels like 60. I hate it so much. My biggest complaint about both games is that arc with Morgana. She intros there, connects with him there, and then fights against you on his side. And I was like,
Which is weird.
well, where does she have the agency? So you've been Phantom Thieves for half the game by now?
Yeah, at least half a year.
About half the game. And then she comes in and she's like, yeah, well, I know all these things and we're better. And then once she joins you, she references past things like she's like, we've been Phantom Thieves forever, even though she just recently joined. It feels very out of place because the rest of them never really did that, or when they joined, it was early enough along that you're like, okay, that makes sense. You missed 1 out of 2 palaces. Well, she's missed 4 out of 4 or whatever it is at that point.
That's the thing that hurts Haru's character the most is she is so late game. She's literally the last confidant you unlock because she's literally like in the second to last palace before things get serious. So she
by
just doesn't
far,
have time to be built.
The weakest palace story-wise. It's because they didn't. Well, what's interesting is they didn't build it up through the game because we're playing Royal now, and they added a new character, Kasumi, who comes in an even later game. Literally comes in post-game, where you beat the game, and her storyline comes in. But they sprinkle her throughout the game, so you know who she is. Haru, you see her, but they never interact with her. They actually do it more in the animation. You can see her more.
Yeah.
Like you see, and the thing is, she always feels very disconnected from your team because you're literally a bunch of orphans, ragtag little orphans.
We are.
Because most of your
Not
literally
necessarily all
most of them
delinquents, but
literally
definitely all orphans.
Yeah, literally all of them. Joker has been disowned by his parents because he has a
Literally
criminal
everyone he
record,
knows.
so they send him away.
They
Futaba
suck.
is an orphan. Both parents dead.
Rest of her family hates her.
Ann's family lives in Europe, so she's here with a caretaker, but lives on her own. Yusuke's parents are dead. Ryuji only has his mom, whoever makes fun of because he only has his mom. Who else is on our team? Makoto's parents are dead. She
only
lives
has
with her
sister.
older sister, who is a whole long storyline.
Essentially, think it's kind of like more extreme version of Lilo and Nani, where it's just like, because you're trying to take care of your sister, that kind of line of where sister and parent take never formed, so you're in this weird in-between space where you don't know exactly where your boundaries are anymore.
Yeah,
And it makes everything very hard.
it is. And I was like, I think that's almost everyone on the team. Don't know about Kasumi yet. I'm assuming she's an orphan. Her dad might be alive though. Don't know yet. And then I think who else is? Akechi technically is on your team for a portion of time. He's becomes an orphan throughout the course of the game.
Well, I mean, his mom was
To an
dead.
extent. His mom is dead. I was thinking most of them, they've gone through their,
His dad's as good as dead to him.
they're poor. They've been beat up their whole lives. Most of them are like literally the bottom of the school. Like they've been through significant traumas. And then she, throughout the game, you've seen her when you're standing in the rain getting rained on during a fireworks festival. She's got 2 security guards with umbrellas, and she's getting into a limo, getting escorted away. You know?
And the thing that has always been for the Persona series,
never felt like she fit in, and that's what bothered me the most, is like, how can you come in and pretend you share these experiences with these people, but then also, you know, keep saying that you, like, she does lose her dad, so you're like, oh, this is where she can connect with people, but she never does. And she never is like she sits in the middle. She's not like, I'm wealthy and I have to learn how to act with non-wealthy people, or I'm wealthy and I never talk about my wealth ever. She's just like, I'm rich and I bring it up sometimes, but not really. Like, I can take you to Disney World for free, but also I'm not gonna pay for Yusuke's lunch, even though he literally walked here because he's so poor. He lives at school. Like,
poor boy.
Like,
starving artist. Literally.
Yeah, I was like, she had so many opportunities for growth, being like, oh, well, I see that An is working really hard for her modeling job. Maybe I should, you know, work really hard with her, you know, or something like that. Or Makoto's working hard to get into college. Maybe I should study with her. Yeah, it's like and she's not the worst character by far.
Not the, no, there's much worse characters in different games and other things like that.
In this particular game, though, she is definitely the worst, because every other character, and I think it's just something unique to this game, they're built so well, and they're interconnected so well, and each of their storylines makes logical sense.
Even if you don't like them.
It's never, like, even Morgana's stupid plot thread, I hate it, but I understand that's where he needed to go in order to push along the story to this extent, so that he could have this growth.
Though I do hate that he took, like, it's Haru's freaking palace, and he has the moment at the end with the boss. Why isn't she talking her father down? Why is Morgana doing it?
Yeah, so it's like,
I think she got snubbed in that regard.
It makes sense. Their storylines, it's like every other character is so completely and totally fleshed out that she just doesn't fit in. She just sticks out like a sore thumb because there's so much wasted potential.
She's very close to being a great character, but she's very close. But sadly, she's not really there. And that kind of has to do with another character that I'll bring up in my PowerPoint, is like, you got a lot of pieces, but they never quite form the puzzle. Like, I wish they would have done, like I said, I think leaning more into her sweet, like, rich side would have been interesting, and make her isolated. Like the reason Makoto's isolated is because she's just been a studying perfect student all her life, so she never thought much about socialization, so when she tries to talk to people, she's kind of bad at it. Like, she's very blunt. She goes right to the point, not realizing that, hey, if you go and accuse somebody of stealing, they're probably going to clam up. She just doesn't realize that. Arguably the only one who's more socially inept is Yusuke, who just doesn't understand human beings at all.
Because he's never interacted with people literally at all. He had roommates who were much older than him, who were...
He's just an artist.
Other students of the apprentice he was under, who were also getting abused. One of them died. Then the other 2 left, so he was literally alone by himself with this abusive
guy.
Whatever you call him, guardian, I guess, technically.
Probably guardian's best.
Because he technically was his legal guardian.
Legal guardian. But
so it's like homie had no chance for anything. But let's wrap this up for next couple of slides.
So I'm just going to go into the next one, and then we'll go from there. But the thing is that, so Haru could have had an isolated angle of she's been isolated because of her money. Mm-hmm. That would have made sense, because that's not something, again, it should be a factor she had no control over, so therefore you can feel sympathy for her. And the issue is that, like, they never lean into the angle that having so much money changed her life. They should have leaned more into that, and made her and if they want, and everyone says she has, like, hidden message, like, you know, hidden sadistic side. That's literally said in random conversations and battles, so you can completely miss it, like we did our first 2 playthroughs. And
we literally looked at every single text line outside of the Mementos text lines, because those are all throwaway lines, and we couldn't find any evidence. If anything, Makoto, you're like,
she has anger issues. But it's like, Haru never had a moment like that, and I'm like, I think she should have gone. In order to do that, they have to really lean into her sweet side, and then, like Makoto, she's very reserved, calm, studied in the real world. In Mementos, though,
She punches
she's a
things.
rage machine.
She doesn't even have a weapon. She literally just punches people.
So I think they should have gone with Haru, been like super, rich princess, very sweet, doesn't really understand people. But then go in Mementos, like that she might still be on that sweet side, but instead she's gonna whack you.
She's got an axe.
She's got an axe. She just looks inexperienced with it, so I'm kind of like, how can I even take you seriously as someone who's enjoying all this carnage if you don't even look like you're gonna trip over your feet, which is a vibe, but it's not the vibe I think she should have gone with.
Yeah, I was gonna say something, but I don't even remember.
And
oh, that's what it was. This frustrates me immensely only because she's one of the favorite characters from this game.
Everyone
People
loves her.
love her. I was like, I don't see how.
She's a favorite
when she's
waifu.
got so many holes in her plot. Like, our brother's partner for his stream says this is his favorite character. He waits the whole game to date her. I was like, you wait over every
we
single.
probably should bring up that one part too, as long as we're here about the dating thing.
Okay, well you go over every single female option. There's at least 10, and you wait all of them the whole game. You miss out on events. You've missed out on significant portions of the events. You have like one left, just to date her. And he's like, yeah, I love her so much. I'm not gonna say anything because now he's married, but there's just tea there.
But the thing is,
he's like, I love that. And guess what his wife is
Emelian
like?
has points this with the whole thing of too clingy to Joker, and that's the thing. She only seems to have a connection. It's okay if she has some idol worship towards Joker, because admittedly, Futaba does kind of too. And some people can move that into romantic. I think it's weird because she's like a little sister.
She's a child.
But it's like, you could have done that with Haru and have some sort of idol worship that matures into an actual romance. The issue with her is that if you choose not to date her, which is true, I mean, she is the last romance option in the game. So if you're playing the game blind and you don't know she exists, you probably are dating Anne, or you might be dating the fortune teller, or
Anne's
the doctor.
They're
the ones you can get early.
Yeah, Anne's the first female you get on your team, and she's obviously pushed to be like
She's
an option one because her whole thing is about like taking back her body because she was sexually abused. So taking back her body, so her costume's all about showing off everything she has, but she's confident about it now.
And I appreciate
so
that.
obviously people are like, boobies, yeah, let me date the boobs. But when you get to their 9th rank is when they ask you if you like them or not, and you can say no, and then you can, if you say yes, you date, and if you say no, you get to see the the rejection thing. And hers handles well. She's like, yeah, I have all, because you never you never say like no, you say like, oh, it's typically along the lines of, oh,
I see you as a friend, I see you as a teammate.
Yes,
not a romantic
they
partner.
say something that could be ambiguous, and then you get the prompt like, I gotta be careful what I say next. And option 1 is I see you more than a friend. Option 2 is either I see you as a friend or we have great friends. Like, oh, you were mentioning someone else in the group. And then that's where they'd be like, yeah, I do have great friends,
That is how they end. And obviously, she just and some people say that, like, the fact she wants to leave so quickly means that she is put out about it, which makes sense. If you were looking at it and trying to put out, vibes there and seeing if they, liked you or not, but she does play it off really well. I mean, Makoto's is seamless. I mean, one way or the other, we think that she's the best person to go with Joker because they're very similar. And they just work really well together.
They really have the most chemistry, especially in the animation.
And especially in the original one where he actually goes to jail. Because that makes tension right there.
In the original one, oh my gosh, they have the most chemistry. In Royal, I'm gonna be real, Joker and Akechi. I don't know if it's just force, but the chemistry is definitely there.
I root for it in the end.
I'll give you that much.
But the thing is that...
But it's also there with Yusuke, but it's different.
Well, he's in both games.
Yeah.
But the thing
is
more
that ambiguous.
If you go and tell Haru no, she's clearly very put out on it and struggling not to cry. And I'm like, the thing is...
You're sitting on a sofa in her house, and she says, I think I should leave. I'm like, I'm in your house. Should I let myself out? She's just like
a butler?
She gets up and she's like, I think I should go, and she leaves. And you're like, I'm in your house. We're not like at a bar.
It's kind of awkward.
You're like, I'm sitting on your sofa. Should I go?
And the thing is that realistically, if you're playing this blind, you probably already have a girlfriend. So you're going to have to say no to her most of the time. At least most people would, probably on their first playthrough. They don't know about her playing this blind. So why give her a scene that sounds honestly kind of immature? That's like, oh, hey, surprisingly, maybe you're even dating someone else in the group. and you'll be like, oh, you already have a girlfriend? Oh, well, let me try and hide my tears here and go run off to my room. I'm like,
yeah.
you're older than me,
And
for
that's
crying out loud.
I've seen people being like, she is. That is, I forgot about that.
She's
so,
older
She's
than
a
you.
year older than you.
Which
so that's
Makoto is too, which is fine, but it's like...
low-key embarrassing that she's gonna do that when she's older than you. Anyways, I've seen a lot of people being like, well, she obviously loves you. There's no way I could turn her down. She loves... I'm like, that's a red flag, baby.
That's manipulative.
That's a red flag.
You shouldn't do something just because you make someone feel bad. You should do it because you want to do it.
Yep.
In any romantic relationship.
I hope you guys are ready for just a long...
It's gonna be a long thing. Well, we probably have the most to say about her and the one on mine.
For sure. This is the longest one out of mine.
Shorter than the other ones. This is why I put mine at the end.
3 of mine you can't even talk about.
Probably that's why I put mine at the end. But the other thing, and then I'll just go more briefly on the whole coffee rival thing. So, she has an ability. Every teammate has an ability that they get when they join your team. Yusuke can draw skill cards. Makoto can go and read enemies. And Anne can go and, like, seduce enemies to get them to stop attacking you. It sounds weird, but she does it all the time, and actually it's really useful when you're about to die. But, Haru's thing is that she can grow vegetables that are potent items in combat, which is cool. They mentioned this twice in her 10 ranks. They then go off on this weird coffee tangent. You can't even make coffee with her. And again, you live in a freaking coffee shop.
Your adoptive father at this point is a coffee maker. And you live upstairs in a coffee shop.
So why lean into
You've
this
now
coffee
played
angle?
6 months of coffee. He teaches you coffee. You learn coffee from him. You serve coffee to your friends. Coffee is a very important part of his relationship.
It's almost like, does she take this on just to impress Joker?
So she comes along, she's like, oh, coffee's my thing. And she starts being like, we should set up a shop around here. Because then not until her later rank, she's like, my grandfather had a shop. You're like, okay, well,
makes sense.
Well, why didn't I know this at rank 1? And also, then why are we doing the whole vegetable thing? I should have this whole game been seeing you hanging around the cafe and then just not been able to interact with you.
Like, there's been a lot of
other
characters
come and hang
in
in.
and out and you don't know.
Yusuke, every time it's raining,
Akechi
Yusuke
did for a
always
while.
shows up. Akechi shows up. Sai comes in and out. So it's like, there's other characters who are integral to the plot who come in and out. So I don't see why she couldn't have been a background character sitting in there. Or she's at the store looking at coffee grinds when maybe you have to go pick up coffee grinds, you know? Like,
yeah, maybe you just run into each other.
But instead she's this whole gardening thing. And then she goes and she talks about coffee beans, but she's growing tomatoes. She's not even growing coffee beans. She's growing tomatoes.
I think they should have leaned more into they could have settled on the cafe angle, but leaned more into these exotic vegetables she makes that have these
sandwiches and salads, and she just loves this. Then she gonna work with Sojourn to make a new item on the menu.
Organic food, because her family is part of this conglomerate that originally was supposed to have bad ingredients. So she's going for this more, hey, I want to show this pure green angle. Sure, do that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, if the issue with Haru is not that she's bad. She's entirely tolerable. She's even good in some instances. But the issue is that everyone else in the game is just so good.
So much better.
And she has a lot of pieces that are almost there, especially in Royal. It's like they show her more in the beginning, which was better, but it's so close, but it never quite hits the finish line.
Why it hurts. It would be so much easier
close.
to just hate her and hate everything about her character. And that's why it's more painful, because you really can't hate her, because there's so much that you want to like. You want to like her so bad. You're like, oh, your dad died. Like, I should feel bad for you. Like, oh, you don't have any friends. Like, they don't have any friends. Like, we should feel the same.
Her abusive husband thing kind of falls under the rug with all the other stuff that happens.
Yeah, so they don't. The thing
that
about
was a big
her
thing
is
that
it's
should have
just,
been bigger.
She's got so many plot threads. She really could have taken an extra month just building it up in the background.
Just show her off a little bit.
She's got so much to her that I feel like almost she's been done a disservice, because they shove her whole thing together. You don't get it like you learn about Ryuji's knee for like 6 years, and then you don't learn about her abusive fiance.
Well, and then like things like, for instance, Ryuji, he has the slowest development because
I think by far one of the best done character arcs just
yeah.
in gaming in general, just because it's so natural feeling, and he never loses his true character.
Yeah,
like he never becomes fully, I am great, I could be a protagonist now. He still carries the majority of his flaws with him,
all
but
the way
he
through.
grows.
He's a muscle-bound idiot, to be honest. But the thing is that he's your first friend, so he's like the one who, the thing that he has a trait throughout thick and thin, he's always the first one to back up Joker on literally any idea, any plan. He's like, I may not be smart, but I'm your guy. Tell me what you need and I'll do it for you.
Yeah.
He's your right-hand man. He is your best friend. And you never question this because of how they build him, which is after his arc is over, because they all have a palace arc. And then, it tells about them, and you do their confidant, and you learn about them, and things are fine. But it's like, the thing that they do for Ryuji that's so cool is that every once in a while, not even necessarily after a palace, every once in a while, he'll just give you a phone call in the middle of the night and talk a little bit about his insecurities. Usually it's after a team meeting or something, and he's like, dude, sorry I blew up at that. I know I shouldn't do that. I know I'm just a meathead here. And it's like he kind of steadily grows from being, I want to be tough, and I want to get the girls.
You're literally like, you're so stupid, you're putting the Phantom Thieves at risk, you're doing all these impulsive decisions.
He can't keep his mouth shut. And then he never loses those traits, like she said. He never loses those traits, but slowly he's like, I only wanted to do these things. I look like a punk, but I only want to do these things since he wants to give someone else, he doesn't want anyone else to be him, essentially. Mm-hmm. So he looks out for other people, he protects other people, not out of some sort of savior complex, but because he sees himself as the worst possible option and doesn't want people to end up there, and which is kind of noble of him. And then by the time you get to him when his last call before the end of the game is kind of like, man, dude, can you believe how far we've been? I don't even recognize myself anymore. And you're like, yeah, but that's a good thing. You've grown. You actually he recognizes when he loses his temper or when he goes a little too far. But it's not something that happens suddenly. It's literally in these random little calls that are not part of the main story. That are just kind of there randomly in the nighttime. Mm-hmm. And they could have done something like that with Haru. She could have had just little moments.
They just missed. I was like, they could have had, because they have a lot of non-story related little cutscenes, like we said, Makoto and An's, or maybe you see An being like, oh man, I wish I had
each other on the subway.
Yeah, I was thinking, or Yusuke's walking around and he sees people in the subway, or Yusuke and Mishima at the planetarium, where Mishima's like, I've seen this creepy guy, and it's Yusuke.
Like, oh no, it's that creepy guy. I'm like, oh no, that's our creepy guy.
That's my creepy guy. It's Yusuke.
Sorry, we'll keep him on a leash next time.
There's a ton of little character interactions.
Does she even have any moments like that where she runs into you? Really?
It's like you don't get.
She's so late game is the issue.
Yeah, it's just like she doesn't run into the death doctor, and she doesn't run into the reporter who drinks all the time. She doesn't even run into.
That might be the one person she runs into. I think the one event she's part of is if you go to that one shrine area and you head there and Oya runs into you, but it's more her interviewing you as being with Haru than Haru actually speaking. So you probably remembered it more for what Oya was doing. Our drunk reporter lady friend, she's just awesome. She rocks. But the thing is I think the other thing that Haru kind of got her legs cut out from beneath her because she's sharing a palace with Morgana. It should have been her time to shine alone. After we finished Morgana's arc of his whole deal of getting over himself,
being
that
Mr.
could have been done
Ego.
in Mementos, and that could have been done in the beginning of the palace, but then after that, it should have just been all Haru all the time. This is her father, this is her company, this is her life.
When she finally has her awakening, it's like she never even feels like she earned it. Because she has her persona, her awakening, but she does her well, first of all, she comes out, you don't get to see her first awakening, which you do for every single other character in the game, Kasumi included. The only character you don't get to see their awakening...
Kasumi has a better fake-out persona thing than Haru does, actually, arguably.
The only one you don't see is Akechi's, and there's a bazillion and 50 reasons why
not.
So many
reasons for that.
There's no way you could have seen his. But you don't get to see her, so you already lose out on that integral piece of character information. And then...
It's a big moment.
Her second time when she gets it, you're like, this isn't even as strong as the other ones. The other ones had a way strong, like... You could see the pain, and you can understand why this, because you now know their story. For her, you also don't learn anything about her dad, who's the person she's fighting against, because they all fight against someone who's controlling them. An was the person who was abusing her. Yusuke was the person who was abusing him. His father figure.
Also in the same house,
Ryuji and An had the same person who was abusing them, who was a authority figure at the school. So she's against her father, and you're like, oh, her and Yusuke should be able to, understand a similar situation because it's their father figure or their father, in her case, leading them a certain way that they didn't know, or they weren't able to recognize just the flaws in their logic. But she doesn't connect with him at all.
I don't think they talk to each other at
all. I'm like, you can't.
The worst part is that the immediate following palace does this 10 times better because it's Sai's palace, because it's Makoto having to face off against her sister.
Family member.
And that tears her apart. She tries to stay collected. There's a lot of times where she's just barely holding it together because this is her sister, who she loves a lot, even though they've had a rough time the last 2 years. they love each other deeply. And granted, Sai and Makoto have a lot more time because Sai's literally the first character you meet. But it's like they get a lot more time to build up. But it's like you could have had little flashback things of her talking about her father. We don't even know her father necessarily.
You eat at this place called Big Bang Burger, and they apparently owned it. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's kind of
until we literally were inside his palace.
And that's the other issue, is that her confidant ranks, they go through this coffee thing a lot, never really telling us much about her father, to be brutally honest, or her, like, she goes on about her fiance thing, but it's more just like the fact that she can't get out of it. It's never a matter of, oh, well, I've always wanted this in life, and now I'm stuck in this.
The worst part is at the end, she could have gotten out of it the whole time. She just never asked.
Yeah.
It's not like there was conditions.
She just need to trust people in order
It's
to know.
literally she never asked.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, so it's literally the weakest point.
Which could have been a good point of trusting people in order to do it. But the whole thing is just that she just needs more. She either has her limelight being stolen by other characters, like with Morgana, or her moments are just missing because she's at the end of the game and she doesn't have a lot of time to do it. But the thing is like, Persona 5 Royal in some way hurts her more because they do all that with Kasumi. Literally, she has nowhere to go in the game. She's an extra character.
Kasumi, that's just like
they have to insert her in random little points. In the game.
She doesn't fit until post game because that's why it's so hard. The first game is so just immaculately stitched together so well. There is no space to add another sequence in.
We didn't know how they were going to do it.
These are like, they added a whole extra month, which is a whole extra palace, but there's absolutely nowhere to put it in the game because everything is so consequential. Like, this thing immediately leads to this, which immediately leads to this, and this character leads to this character, and this and this and this and this, and then this is intertwined. Like, there's nowhere to fit anything. So the fact that Haru is somehow in that mixture, but still so disconnected from something where every single action has a consequence, it just felt lame. But that's just that. Let's move on. This makes me so angry because it's such a waste.
Yeah.
Out of such a my favorite game of all time, and it's still.
Yeah, the only thing that ultimately comes down to why she frustrates us on another level is everyone loves her for some reason, and we can't see why she's not bad. So if you like what you like, that's fine, and you're open to your opinion. It's more a matter, we don't understand the immense amount of people who love her when she's not exceedingly more different than anyone else. Like, there's, like, if everyone likes An, sure, we can see exactly why.
She's got the boobs.
If everyone likes Kawakami, we can see exactly why. If everyone likes Makoto, then we can see exactly why. With Haru, we're like, I don't know where you're getting it from.
And the fact that she's massively popular. She's
like,
not
seriously.
like anyone. I was like, how can you look at her head and be like, that's fine?
Her
forehead's so big. Her hair is so bad.
And I wish I had a screenshot of it.
And we already have someone who has orange hair, and when she comes in, her whole thing is pink. Well, what her icon's the same color as An, because An's original thing was pink because she was supposed to be the feminine one to do the opposite of Ryuji's very masculine vibe. So when she comes in, I was like, well, if she's going to do
the only one that doesn't really fit either.
If she's going to do pink,
like her code name,
she's got to lean into pink, you know, not like, I have some pink accents, but also I do this. I was like, and she always wears the most slouchy looking clothes, which I was like, she's supposed to be the rich one. Her winter outfit they added in a royal looks a little bit better because it's a dress, so it's more.
Nice beret too.
It's very feminine, which is like she's trying to play off the dainty feminine role, but she wears this or she wears a full body red tracksuit, zipped up and everything. Like even when An has it, she like has it unzipped so you can see she's got boobs, or like Ryuji. Ryuji has the jacket off so you can see that he's like, oh, I'm very active, and even you have it zipped up. It's like she looks frumpy. I'm like, well, how's she supposed to be this rich girl we all love when she looks like she lives in a library and hasn't ever spoken to a single human ever?
She could look good with one single thing. In Persona 5 Dancing, they have one with her hair pulled back, just her bangs pulled back into a little ponytail, and the rest of it down. She looks 20 times more beautiful. It's like, why didn't you give her that?
I wish they would have given her a different color hair too.
It probably would have helped her.
Just the pink and the orange don't blend. There's not a lot of choices,
but I'm like, it's almost kind of like, why not have another dark-haired character for the girls?
I think she should have had dark hair.
Anyway, we have gone through time. Essentially,
sorry that took us half an hour to talk about, but rage.
Again, not a hate character, but more an overrated, and she's just too many pieces that never quite come together.
And now for my next character, someone you can't really talk about, and someone we can't talk too much about. Oh, never mind, it's Superman. I thought it was someone else. Superman, another big talking one. So,
he wears underwear on the outside.
I can't
So
look at his modern
obviously
outfit. It just
his IQ is
bothers
very
me.
low. His disguise is just glasses. Very stupid. He's too strong. Can't be
he's a
killed.
literal god.
He literally doesn't kill anyone except for Zod in that one movie.
Or when he goes evil, and then he kills everyone.
And then it's everyone. And the definition of the most generic man ever. Look at him. If you could think of the definition of white man, there you go. White guy, close cut hair, average features. Like, he's just. I've never actually liked Superman. When it comes to heroes, Superman is not my favorite. I don't like him. I think he's very bland as a character. He doesn't have any, okay, your planet blew up, cool, but now you have no hope of ever getting them back ever. Other people are like, oh man, like, oh, my parents, like Batman, my parents are killed, but there's other humans around you to save. He's like, oh, I have to save the humans. Why?
Well,
You're not a human.
And the thing
You
is,
pity us? I'll kill you.
The thing is, his god complex that really makes the sour character for me, because we've had other characters, namely one of my favorite, Doctor Who work with the whole my race is gone and I'm stuck among human things. And he even has a bit of a god complex himself, but the thing that grounds him is his human characters. The thing is, the exception of Lois Lane and a couple of the Daily Planet people, it's like, Superman has no one grounding him. He's only a good character when he's surrounded by other characters who essentially ground him, because otherwise he's literally a god. He gets new powers all the time. You can't beat him, and how unbeatable he is just ridiculous to the point of like, well, then why do you even use him? Because you literally have to like invent a new star system in order to actually have a problem with him.
That's what I said. Like he's
boring.
Yeah, it's like he's always. It's kind of like I was debating putting Hulk on this list too. He's just. It's like they're so strong. They beat everyone. So why are they on a team then?
Even they made Hulk more interesting in the movies.
Yeah, I was like, some of the only good movie where I've actually thought Superman was okay was this one anime one my dad showed me, where Superman. There's the first one and he has to fight Doomsday, blah blah blah, Darkseid, blah blah blah. He dies, but they did it well.
Superman
and the second one,
dies, by the way.
he always dies. Either he flies into the
comes
sun,
back.
or he dies, or
Do
he
we ever actually think he dies?
Yeah, the second one where because we accidentally watched the sequel first, where they have like the multiple versions of Supermans that people are trying to recreate. But I liked in that one how normally when they do that, when Superman dies, it's all about Superman. They take the Justice League, the team, just like the Avengers, and they either kill them, incapacitate them. They're so weak they can't save the Earth on their own. Then why do you even have them? Just have Superman save the Earth.
It's like,
why
why
have
do
the
you
Justice
have the
League?
others that they can do literally nothing?
So that one I think did well because they were holding up the Earth fine. They were a little overwhelmed because they can't, fly at the speed of sound or whatnot. But instead they got trapped in a portal from Darkseid. So they were physically just taken out of the equation.
Isn't that what they did in the Lego game?
Don't remember. Probably.
The villains one.
I just played through it. Didn't pay attention. But it was nice because they didn't kill them. They didn't show that they were too weak to stand up to the people. It's like, why even give him... It's like the Avengers, except for Captain America can now fly, shoot laser beams, and also is indestructible. You're like, okay, then why do you do the rest of the Avengers then? It's like, no, there's...
Captain America has more depth than this. It'd be more like...
And he doesn't have a lot, so that's saying something.
He gets better over time. But, there's not much to say about this guy here. And I think a lot of people more lean in the away from Superman than towards Superman camp nowadays. It's like, seeing him in the more Marvel movies, like the Justice League v Superman...
So boring. So boring.
He's just, like... The thing is, they're like, oh, if we make him darker and edgier with a family and stuff like that, they'll make him better. I'm like, no, the basis is he has no character. What are his flaws? And he's either entirely one way or entirely the other way, and that's so incredibly boring.
Don't get me started on Amy Adams as Lois Lane. Worst casting I've ever seen for Lois Lane.
Nothing wrong with the girl.
Didn't have the dark hair.
It's a bad idea.
No, I just don't like the casting. I don't think the actress doesn't fit the role, so it's a bad cast because Amy Adams doesn't play the hard characters well. In some people's opinion, I think she plays softer characters well because she has a softer face. That's just my opinion. When she's in softer roles, I've appreciated her much more. She doesn't play Lois Lane well, because also Lois Lane needs black hair. Duh. She has one character staple, and she's got dark hair. And they're like, she can stay ginger. No, just dye her hair. Put a wig on. Cast someone different, maybe. Cast an Italian person who's got dark features.
I was like, in a bun or
Lois Lane doesn't have to be conventionally attractive either. She can be their opinion of not attractive. I think that makes her more interesting because it shows that Superman doesn't love her for her looks. He loves her for her personality, and I think that's more interesting.
Well, the bigger issue is that she looks just like Lana Lang, who is Superman's first girlfriend. So it's almost kind of like, well, if you're gonna...
With the same freaking name.
So it's almost kind of like, why did you use this character and make her Lois Lane when she looks like Lana Lang? And it's kind of like, well, then why didn't you just use her? Like they used Gwen Stacy instead of Mary Jane in the Spider-Man movies.
Just to kill her and bring Mary Jane in anyway.
Yeah, we'll talk about that another day. Superhero movies are kind of honestly tiring.
And, yeah, honestly, like, considering the fact that we've been big superhero fans since we were kids, the more movies come out, the less I like them. Animated movies, DC animated movies can pop off.
I can watch Spider-Verse like
pop off
every day, honestly.
So
it's great.
the Batman animated movies,
Batman
hello,
animated TV show for that.
those are freaking slapping like nobody's business. DC live action movies, they're exhausting. Even Marvel live action movies, they tire me out. And when they first came out, I was like, yeah, superheroes. We watched Justice League Unlimited like 60 times when we were kids.
That's a great show.
We would know like line for line. That's just superheroes. Like that's not even the main team. That's like the B team of superheroes. I mean, we would ravage like Super Friends, whatever, just the regular Justice League. Like,
we love superheroes.
We love superheroes. Stop it. We'll go backdrop. So the fact that they used War us out, I don't know how regular people do it.
It's more just Phase 3, Phase 4, just who even knows anymore.
Exhausting. Next one. See, this is who you can't talk about.
Yeah, I can't talk about
this. This is All Might. So he's very much like, I actually don't mind him. But I've been seeing a lot of All Might hate on TikTok, so I figured I'd explain why I think some of their points are valid. He made a kid eat his hair, which is weird. I'll explain that in a second. He's also low-key dumb, and he's so close to himbo energy. He's like one step off from being a himbo, which is a good thing. You want to be a himbo.
Okay.
He's not. He's like a bimbob. Not there. He reminds me too much of Superman. That's why I put him right after Superman. So that's why the vibe is
Sounds
off.
like he has a little bit more character than Superman.
He does, and he's honestly okay. I really don't mind him, but he's supposed to be like the Superman. So sometimes I'm like, meh. I actually prefer him most in his deflated form, because I think he's more interesting. But also he's just very, very dumb. He's just dumb. I think
strong guys are.
I think the reason people dislike him is later on in this series, there's different characterization. I think he dies. I don't actually know. I haven't read it. I should get back to reading that. In order to pass on his power to Midoriya, who's the main character, he has to give him some of his DNA, so he makes him eat his hair. But then the whole, like, next 2 seasons are Midoriya just destroying his body because he doesn't know how to handle this power that he just got. But, like, All Might, like, doesn't tell him anything. He, like, sends him to his trainer. He's like, here you go. He trains him for 10 months to wield this power. Gives it to him the day of, I'm pretty sure, either the day of or the night before his entrance exam to high school. So this kid literally has never used his quirk before, which is the power he gave him. Never once touched it until he used to go in and fight giant robots.
Well, to be fair, you did say he's an idiot. Superman doesn't have that advantage.
Yes. So also say, like, he makes a bunch of dumb decisions, and I think he could be fleshed out more. I really don't mind him.
I would. Some people don't like Ryuji just because he's a dumb.
Yeah, it's like, I wouldn't say he's my favorite, but I also don't dislike him at all. Anything I'd be on the edge of more. I like him. I think he's okay. But I can see where people like, if he's supposed to be like the guy of the series, he's got some flaws that aren't like character flaws where it's interesting. Some flaws where you're just kind of like, this could have been handled better if you were like smart. Next one.
You're big, you just punch things, you know?
Every live action Batman, except Christian Bale, he did it good.
Which one's that?
This one.
Oh yeah, he's good. I love the last movie.
Christopher Nolan.
Everyone else apparently hated the last movie, but I love the last movie of Catwoman. I thought it was cool.
I thought it was good. So I would just like to start off with remembering the bat nips. If you would take your attention to the bottom image, you will see George Clooney's entire bat boobies out.
Whose idea was that?
The fact that they gave every single character, not just Batman, Robin, Batgirl, which, mind you, don't get me started on the Batgirl of that movie. So bad. Character bad. Casting bad. Actress bad. Costume bad.
Way she was integrated.
Ugly bad.
Way she was integrated into the story.
Way she was integrated.
As Alfred's niece.
Bad. Everything about her bad. Worst Batgirl I've ever seen. I hate that movie so much.
Is it on her butt?
Ew. I only like that movie because Arnold Schwarzenegger is Mr. Freeze, and it's super, super funny.
Gosh, that's funny.
My favorite part of the movie. Every other
So
part of the
many
movie
ace puns.
is so. And considering the fact that we grew up on the '60s Batman, Adam West, with the.
So we were ready for the trippy,
Like, our
fever
favorite
dream thing.
Yeah,
we were
when
down
we
for
were
that.
younger, that was our favorite stuff. We're talking like we have their figures up there, the Adam West one, where he does the bat disco, and he fights some girl by kissing her, and then woo, the Joker, ha ha ha, bat shark repellent. Like, we're here for campy. So the fact that that Batman movie was unwatchable is saying something. Also, the Michael Keaton one, directed by Tim Burton, scarred me as a child.
Oh yeah.
I had
legit nightmares from the Penguin.
Refuse to watch it to this day. The one with Michelle Pfeiffer. It's so bad. It's such a bad Batman movie. It's just so bad. I'm like, why would you do this? Like, it's practically a horror film, which is fine if coming from Tim Burton is what you expect. But I was like, but that's not a mainline Batman franchise. That'll be a good spin-off, like Batman as a horror character. That's okay, but as a mainline sequence Batman.
For a long time.
Not it, Chief. I don't even know who the first two people are. One of them's gotta be Michael Keaton. Anyways, they also definitely smell like Axe body spray and unresolved teenage angst. Look at them. They all are sweaty men. Gross. They sell ketamine to high schoolers. I think that explains itself. And they can never get the ears right on the costume.
I think
if
honestly,
you look at
Christian Bale one got closest.
Take your attention to Christian Bale, the second from the right on the thing. Like, there's the Ben Affleck one, and then the Christian Bale one, and then the George Clooney in the middle. Christian Bale's looks right because they're not too long, and like Ben Affleck's, they're too short. He looks stupid. Like, you're trying to make him too gritty. Like, the bat thing is too wide. It doesn't look like a bat anymore. And the ears are too short, so it's like, why do you even have
like
them?
He's trying to accentuate his muscles or something.
Yeah, it's like, it looks. I also
it doesn't
hate.
Look like armor. It looks like
I
a
hate
suit.
Ben Affleck as Batman. I think he's a terrible Batman. I don't think he's charismatic. I don't think he's pulls off the role.
And that's the thing. As Bruce Wayne had charisma. He had a lot of charisma.
Was Christian Bale funny when he did the Batman voice? Yes. Are his lips weird? Yeah, he goes like this when he talks like Batman.
But is he a good Bruce Wayne and a good Batman? Yes.
Yes. Does he pull off Batman the best? Yes. Do I think they should have just given him a voice modulator? Yes. But a shout out to him for ruining his vocal cords for his job.
Yeah, man, all the movies are good for him.
It's like, and I think he has the benefit of Christopher Nolan, so he's already got phenomenal films written, and then he pulls it off. Because look at his costume. Out of all the costumes, it looks the best because it doesn't look cartoonish in a way. You know, like the first two, it's like the ears are comically big, and he's got this.
Like he's wearing lipstick.
Yeah, he's got the 6-pack, and they've got the yellow emblem, and then it's like the George Clooney one. It's obviously it's a comedy movie. It's not even a funny. It's not even like a movie. It's like literally looks like a comedy. But when you look at the Christian Bale one, and even a little bit of Ben Affleck one, having the textured suit makes it better than making it look like rubber. Like having it more Kevlar-esque. I think.
I don't like the symbol on the whatever the last one.
The last one. That's the thing. The
looks,
Christian Bale one looks the best
like.
because it still looks like a bat, but also looks inconspicuous. Meanwhile, the Ben Affleck one is like it doesn't even look like a bat. It just looks like butt cheeks.
It's like if you're looking at the wrong angle, it just doesn't look right.
Mm-hmm. It's like there's a fine line between going too far to look cool and not far enough, and there they didn't go far enough. And the Christian Bale one, I think they went far enough because it's got the imprints in the mask. He looks menacing. The ears are not too long or too short. He's got or they're like it's an armored suit. I think that's a great way to take it.
It looks like armor. It does.
It looks like they put on Kevlar or whatever. It doesn't look like a super suit. It doesn't look like leather or whatever. Having
whatever
the different
call the
the different fragments of the armor, so it doesn't. You can't see his muscles very well. Good, because he's wearing full body armor, dude. Yep.
I think we said everything we need to say.
Next one. Ash's Pikachu. Chubby Pikachu supremacy. I will take no comments on that. He also for sure steals off your plate when you're not looking. Look at his dumb thieving cheeks. Evil.
Actually, I think the bottom one probably does that more.
No, he asks kindly. That's why he's so fat. You're like, oh, you're so nice. You have my food. Okay. So you give him more. That's why he's fatter. He started no less than 3 different pyramid schemes. See?
And he also refuses to evolve, so it's 30 points from Gryffindor.
The reason this is annoying is not that he refuses to evolve, it's that they've done that storyline at least 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
The first time, sure. The second time, maybe. After that, we know Pikachu doesn't want to evolve. Stop doing it.
Stop doing. Just make him
Stop
a Raichu.
faking us out. They literally did one
Thank
in the
you.
most recent one. They did the most
Finally,
recent one
someone
with
with some common sense.
yeah, with Pokemon Journeys, the one with Go. They literally did a fake out where his Pikachu and Ash's Pikachu got lost, and one came back as a Raichu. Like, oh, is it Ash? No, it's not Ash's Pikachu. You really going to turn it into a Raichu this far in the game?
Make
We
it a
have
surfing
hopes.
Raichu.
It would have been cool, but no, of course not. It was actually Go's
Also,
Pikachu.
new Pikachu's
Surprise,
just
surprise.
lame. Look at it. It's so dumb looking.
It's kind of like
Old Pikachu's better because he looks like you could pull him and go and it would squeeze.
I'm fine with the new Pikachu design. It's more the matter of the fact that
I'm
it's
not.
like,
I think it's stupid. I also have never liked Pikachu as a Pokemon, which is just personal bias. I just think it's
That's
a
fine.
dumb Pokemon. I never used it, never will use it, never had interest in using it.
the thing is that I dislike that they think
You've
the
used
buck.
them.
Yeah, I've used a couple of Pikachu's and I've used a couple of Raichus. I have a shiny Raichu actually, but I got shiny Pikachu actually in Sword and Shield. That was my first shiny, but so I actually really do like Pikachu. But the thing is that the reason it's bothersome is that it's almost like they act like the buck stops with Ash's Pikachu and only Ash's Pikachu. We can't focus on anyone else having an electric rodent. And I'm gonna get this onto this later in one of my slides. But I'm like, it's just
Oh, my music stopped.
I
Sorry.
have nothing wrong with it. It's more just the
Oh, no,
matter
it's
of the
still
fact
going.
that it's
just
like,
quiet.
and it's not even just Ash's Pikachu, it's all of Ash's Pokemon where they're like, you don't use them for things that actually make sense for the Pokemon to do. And if you don't have, like, if he's just supposed to be his buddy the whole time, then just do that. You don't have to repeat the same storylines, like the evolution storyline of, oh yeah, why do you still carry around the dang Thunderstone then if you know he's never going to evolve? Why do you keep faking us out then?
I just think there's so many more interesting things than Pikachu.
Eevee's better.
Eevee is way better, more evolution potential, and Pikachu's like, I can defeat everything. He's invincible and immortal, I guess.
Yes.
He can defeat like Sceptiles and ground types. He's like, you're a ground type? Cool. Electric blast.
There's too many fights that Pikachu's won from like random chance, either faint at the same time as his opponent, or like, oh hey, this random thing happened to go off. Its first battle with Onix sets off the sprinklers, therefore it's able to electrocute it, and that's why it wins. He fights against Lucy's Biolotic, and the reason he wins, it got hit by her its static and was paralyzed. Same thing with Roxy's Garbodor. It's literally kicking Pikachu's butt until he gets hit by its static, and it's completely useless after that, because then it just gets thunderbolted to death. It faces off against Latios. Latios.
If I see it use Thunderbolt one more time, I'm gonna walk up to the producers of the anime, and I'm gonna take a toaster and a portable bathtub. I'm like, zzz, zzz, zzz. How does that feel now? I like this thunder shock, baby. I don't think I've watched the Pokemon anime, since I was 0, or since I was
I
like
just keep up with the news.
very, very, very young. We watched it sparingly because our parents also banned Pokemon until we were like middle school age.
It was our brother's fault.
Long story. But like, I've never liked Pikachu because I was like, we watched, last time we watched, at least I watched it, was May's era with Drew and Harley. Like, interesting characters that I'm like, show me more of them. But no, it's Pikachu, Ash Pikachu, hi, Pikachu. Ooh.
Well, and honestly, the one where
Like,
Pikachu
there's so
got
many
the most
more
development
characters, dog.
was in the Sun and Moon arc, because then they could do more with like the Z form, the Z moves, and it learned a couple of new moves. Not necessarily good moves, but it learned new things. It had a bit of a rivalry with Mimikyu, which was actually pretty interesting.
I love
Team
Mimikyu.
Rocket literally got Mimikyu because it wanted to go and beat up Pikachu, which was creepy.
I've seen
but cute at the same
but
time.
I've seen clips of Jessie talking to the Mimikyu. It's my heart. It's so cute. It's so sweet. I'm like, give me more. Because I follow someone on Twitter who's like, Jessie and James are their favorite character by far, and they love Jessie a lot. So I
They
see
used to
clips.
be better, but they probably were their best as they could have been in Sun and Moon. They're back to being kind of crap right now.
It is. I was like, I love seeing that. So the fact that everyone else has to be secondary, because I put Ash as Pikachu, because Ash was just, I'm already exhausted now from being angry. It expends so much
energy.
So many enemies.
So many enemy. So it's like I put Ash's Pikachu, because if we talked about Ash, girl, we'd be here for 16 more hours.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I don't explicitly hate him. It's more like I dislike how unoriginal they can be with him sometimes. How they can have really good arcs with him. Like I said, he does actually fine in the Alola arc. He has a big cast of characters. It's not just always on him. Instead of it, he has like essentially the other captains. They're all in together in a school, which I thought was weird at first, but then as I looked at it and watched the arc progress and how they did stuff with Gladion and Lily and so on and so forth, they actually built it a lot. They did a lot of cool things. Everyone got some cool character arcs, and this wasn't just Ash saving it. He was the leader, obviously, but it wasn't just him doing it. So the Alola arc actually did him fine. But the issue is, like, especially with him now and whatever Pokemon Journeys is supposed to be, it's just kind of like you're doing things that have already been done. It's like you could have gone out on a high note, and yet we're still limping, carrying this dead leg behind us.
No children are watching the Pokemon anime. It's only It's all I see on Twitter. It's only older Pokemon fans who fight for the anime. They'll fight me like, this is the best thing. And the new episode's out. I'm like, you're like 40. Like,
Well,
that's fine, but don't go fighting 15-year-olds saying this arc's better than that arc. Just enjoy it and be quiet, dog.
Ash is honestly pretty harmless. He can be done fine if he has a good supporting cast. But the biggest issue with him and with Pikachu is when they go and repeat things that they've already done before, and it happens the same exact way as it did the first time, or it goes and subverts what happened last time, so you're kind of like, well, then why did you lose then if you're winning now?
Yeah, like, I don't get it. Next screen. Leon. His main's a Charizard?
Complicated.
Absolute barf. Other champions pull off the cape. Much better. It's the fur lining. Doesn't work for me when you're wearing shorts. Doesn't really vibe.
It has the more kind of cape.
Also, the logos on the back, not my gig. The championship is a scam. Rigged.
So
and
actually, he's 10 times more interesting if you believe the theory that it's totally rigged and he's in on it.
I love that way more. That's the only reason I would even give him. And Raihan is way cooler, and I would pay so much money for him to be the champion, because I like him more. Well, when we were fighting in Sword and Shield, I had way more problems with Raihan than I did with Leon, because I couldn't go.
He's actually a smart double battle.
This is Duraludon. It's freaking crushing me, dog. Cause I don't have
many weaknesses.
I don't have any water types. Because isn't it like a ground type or something?
No,
Steel type.
That's probably what you had.
What type is it? I don't even know what type it is.
Dragon
Steel type.
Which gives it so many resistances.
Because
those are the
my
two toughest
starter,
types.
my starter was Cinderace, so I had a pure fire type, and then my dragon defense, I didn't have a fairy type. I had his name is Fleb, but I don't remember what it's Frostmoth. I don't know what his actual Pokemon called because his name is Fleb. Yes, because it's an ice type, so I was like, okay, this is my dragon defense, so normally I get the rest of his dragon types fine.
Steel type is effective
against... It looks straight, it doesn't even hit me, it looks at me, and Fleb's like, alright, I'm dead. I'm out, tap out, and I'm like, I have nothing else that can penetrate this bad boy, because he's got that, you know, the rock move,
which also would give you an issue against your fire types.
Destroys my team. I was in there with my Poltegeist like, hold through, baby, you got it, hit him with Hex again, Hex him up. my Poltegeist is like, he's doing the rock move again. I was like, I got the revives. My teams, I also am notorious for bad team composition. Only time I've ever made a good team, I used up all my good team karma in black and white. Best team I've ever made. Great type coverage. Every other game, I've either missed out. I've not had a water type, a fire type, any sort of thing that's good against a water or a fire type. Like, I always have teams that there's one major type that I can't do. And in this one, it was I couldn't take down anything that needed a water type or a fairy type. I couldn't do it. I had a Bear Scooter for a while, but I got rid of it to get something else that was
Honestly,
cooler.
I think in a lot of ways the best way to go at his Duraludon is to hit it ground type, because that's not something Dragon explicitly uses.
Let me let you in on something. I never use ground types because most of them are ugly.
You can most everything can learn Earthquake though.
I don't think I had anything with Earthquake on it.
Okay.
I don't think any of my stuff could learn Earthquake.
I'm probably concerned with things you tend to train.
Notorious for just having teams that have just a shining, glaring weakness, and I'm just like, I'm not gonna cover it either. It'd be like, my one weakness is like, it might be like just, psychic types. My one, just kidding, that's why I always train ghost types. And then it might be like, grass is my one weak type. And I'd be like, I could get fire moves to fix that, or I could get a ghost type. Let me just get a ghost
That is how you work.
So my team, so when I got the Leon, I was like, pew, 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 and he's like, G-Max Charizard. I was like, Poltergeist, just do the thing with the teacups. And I was like, yeah. And it just like slaps Charizard and it's dead. I didn't even use type effectiveness because I don't have anything that's effective against fire. I have the fire starter, so everything works with a fire forward.
Oh, yeah, that was sad. I hadn't told you on. It killed that thing hard.
I'm in no way a defensive team ever. But the fact that I could just be like, here, Poltergeist, go. Or I might even throw out my toxicity tree. It was like, just zap it.
That was his flying type really hard.
Zap it.
You can get free Toxel halfway through the game. You probably have by the end.
Mine was a high key one.
Absolutely kills that his Charizard and like half of his other team because the poison typing. But the thing about
I'm also notorious for my glass cannon. So the fact that I could take my glass cannon, look his Charizard in the eye and say G-Max, that's funny. Eat this, spark, and it's dead. Not even like Thunderbolt, spark and die, sucker. And that's the champion, and that's his key Pokemon.
It's really like
Charizard.
They can try and give Charizard some cool things, but to be honest, it's just not that strong a Pokemon. It's a great Pokemon, like Pidgeot's a great Pokemon, but it's like you wouldn't expect someone to go and say, hey, well, actually that's what Let's Go Eevee. They had his was a Mega Pidgeot was his ace, but that was also Let's Go Eevee. So I mean, come on. But it's like
Pidgeot's cool.
Pidgeot is cool. And honestly, Mega Pidgeot has a lot more it can do, because it's a Mega. Anyway, but the thing is, like, Leon's like, he's not even using its G-Max move, he just hits you with the rock move, and I'm like, I thought this was originally just because I used it in my Teleon. I'm like, no, you can use something that isn't resistant to fire. He'll still use the rock move, and I'm like, why aren't you using your G-Max Wild Blaze? It's literally what's known for as a Charizard.
Yeah, Raihan is just cooler, he also looks cooler. Leon as a character isn't bad, but he's super, super boring. Hop is cooler.
Well, it's cool. The thing that's cool about Leon is the fact that he falls into
When I played the game through the first time, I had no problems with him. Did I think he was a loser as a champion? Duh, his main is a Charizard. But character-wise, throughout the game, I never had any hard feelings against him. I was like, yeah, he's just the champion. Do I feel intimidated by him? No. Do I know the battle against him is going to be easy? Yes. Am I more worried for other trainers? Absolutely.
He's kind of like if you had your favorite sports star, like if you had your favorite basketball player, your favorite baseball player. He plays that role perfectly. He's very inspirational. Love that he's Hop's brother, and so therefore Hop feels like he has to live up to that the whole time, therefore is competing with you. He has an interesting rivalry with Ryan, even if they probably should go into it a little bit more than they actually did. Even his whole... The fact that he goes and talks about that he was training with Sonya, and that they mentioned that once. They could have given us more. The biggest issue with Leon really is that there's nothing explicitly wrong with him. There's nothing really going for him either. He's just kind of a middle-of-the-road champion, and when you have things like Steven and Lance and Cynthia, who are just absolute legends to the point that people are afraid of them still today, he just kind of falls. I'm like, I don't think the test of time is going to help him. I think he's going to fall back with like Diantha and the others, where they're just like, you were a champion. There's not much to say about you, though. And again, it's because of that dang Charizard, I think. It's not a really good ace Pokemon.
Excuse me, I need to switch my chairs.
It's like, the whole thing, he's from, like, Galar. It's like, why...
I'm getting too warm.
It's fine. He's from Galar. Why didn't he have an ace that was a Galar Pokemon? Like, again, Raihan did. He has Duraludon. It's like, why is his... And even if you want to say, okay, well, maybe Leon's from Kanto, so that's his ace. He should have had more Galar Pokemon. He has, like, 2. He has his Dragapult, and he has the other starter you didn't take. Otherwise, he has a Haxorus, he has his Charizard, he has an Aegislash.
Aegislash baby, Aegislash
and one other Pokemon. I don't remember what it was.
Don't care.
I think it was Tyranitar, but it's kind of like, why didn't you have more Galar Pokemon?
That's your whole gig.
I mean, even, again, going back to Raihan, he also had, besides his Duraludon, he had a Sandaconda. He also had Flygon and Galith that also go into the whole Sandstorm thing he's going for.
I was like, I think the biggest flaw, almost, of Leon is coming after Raihan.
It's like, why can't Raihan beat this dude?
You have this guy who's got this... something you never see in Pokemon games from the NPC characters is a battle strategy where he battles for Sandstorm. He has this strategy almost
Actually,
like
that makes this rematch. That's why the rematch sucks so
like,
much.
it's almost like he's a real player. So you have him, you're like, he's so hard because he actually thinks in this game, or otherwise I was enjoying it because I was just cruising along. And you're like, so the champion's got to be way harder because this guy's, we've heard how he's been fighting him, he's never beat him. And then we go to Leon and you're like, I could sneeze and you're dead. I took my Poltergeist, took down his whole team as a ghost type who lives in a teapot.
I think that's the other part about it, is that Leon constantly advertises himself, and this is why, I'll tell you the theory in a minute, just briefly, so you can understand what page we're coming on.
Mm-hmm.
Leon is always advertised as the unbeatable champion. I'm like, I think literally any of the champions, maybe even Diantha could beat you. Just out of type coverage.
She's not fairy type.
Because it's like, he does have some pretty weak things to fairy. But it's like, you go around as the undefeatable champion, like, as in the Galar release has been going on for years and years and years, and you've held the title for maybe, let's say, I don't know, 10 years. It's like, no one beat you, because all the other gym leaders are, since there's no Elite Four, it's like a regular tournament, which I wish there was an Elite Four, but I also really like the way the Galar tournament was run.
I hope they keep the tournament aspect to make the gyms feel important.
But I would like the
But
Elite
then
Four.
having an Elite Four that's always there, I think no reason why not to add that.
Yeah,
That's why they're fighting to become part of the Elite
essentially,
Four.
there has to be a reason why you can't access the champions, because there's some very tough people before that.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole idea is that there's always these gym leaders that are always competing for Leon's spot, and you're just telling me none of them ever could beat him? He doesn't have anything it's like, he's strong, he's just not super strong. He's just notably strong. His ace is just completely weak, to be honest, because Charizard's just not a super strong Pokemon. And Gigantamaxing doesn't do it a lot for it besides giving it more HP, which you can do too.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like, it's just more like he's underwhelming. And so the theory that I've told Madeline, and she thinks is really cool, is the idea is like, when in the Isle of Armor DLC, we play Crown Tundra on here, but Isle of Armor, you go to a dojo where Leon himself was trained. And there's this guy called Mustard. He's the leader of the dojo. He was actually the former champion before Leon was. However, when he realized that one of his matches was fixed, he left in disgrace. He willingly left the league and went off to train on his own, which means there's potential that the matches could be fixed in this thing. So what I think is pretty interesting, what if Leon's unbeatable streak is not actually because of his strength, because he's not actually that amazing of a trainer, to be honest. What if it literally has been fixed this whole time? And that's the reason that he stays on top, because he's a very marketable, friendly icon that they want to get endorsement out of. They want more people to join the tournament. They want more money out of it. Like, especially Chairman Rose, he wants a lovable icon that he can control and use in order to keep the Keeper of Galar happy. And who's someone who he trusts, because he, like Chairman Rose, sponsored Leon when he first took up his challenge. And that's why they're very close friends. And he ultimately ends up being the bad guy.
Heck yeah, he does.
So I don't think Leon's in on it. I don't think he would be aware of it, because I think he would have the same reaction. If he knew, he wouldn't do anything about it. But I think that his matches were fixed, and that's why he's the unbeatable champion, because literally he's unintentionally cheating. And so when
I think that's way more interesting, and it gives him more agency as a character to break out of this role, instead of just being like, I'm unbeatable, and that's just that.
And well, the other thing that's really cool about it, so why does Chairman Rose go and pull the Darkest Day and wake up Eternatus on the day where you're supposed to go into the tournament and face Leon? Because he thought Leon was going to lose, and Leon was his easy pawn to go and face Eternatus and capture it for himself so he can get all that unlimited energy. If he thought Leon was going to lose and lose the champion title, that means that he would lose Leon, he'd be stuck with you, and you might not listen to him, or might even rat him out. So he knew he had to go and get Eternatus out and get Leon to capture it before the tournament concluded. And ironically, Leon couldn't even capture Eternatus. It ended up being you and Hop. But it's like, it adds a much more urgency to it. It would make sense as to why Chairman Rose thought he had to do it now, considering that he had 1,000 years before their energy ran out.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Like, Leon gets so much more interesting if you look at this as like a fixed match, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's way, way cooler if you spin him that way. So in that case, that's why I would say I don't dislike him. I think he has interesting potential.
Like Haru, I just there's more
something missing.
potential there that isn't used.
Anyway.
Next page. Charizard! I
Okay, so-
hate this guy. I'm the
so-
president of the Charizard fan club. Let me read my points first. Is 90 mega forms give me very small PP energy. That's that. It's also very lame. Its type is bad because it's bad. And it for sure doesn't wash its butt in the shower. For sure. Looking at it, I can tell it doesn't wash its butt. It's gotta bathe sometime, baby.
It's a fire type.
In your opinion. Alright,
Has
go
a
ahead.
fire on
Go ahead and
tail.
give me your thoughts.
I think we already kind of covered in the last one about why Charizard has issues. And here's...
I'm talking about Charizard as a character in Smash, in Pokemon, in every game it's ever been in. I actually hate Charizard. Charizard is my least favorite Pokemon.
I will tell you, I have this on my slide, so I'm going to go on and more when I get to mine.
Okay, my points for this is that I think Charizard's overused. I think there's cooler Pokemon. There's better Pokemon. I think Charizard is just lame. Everything's Charizard. We love Charizard. Charizard's in the show. It's got 60 mega forms.
Why
It's
does
whatever.
Charizard X have such a tiny tail compared to the other three?
I don't know. It's just very lame. I've never been enamored with Charizard. We once had, you know, that Charizard card. That's the one that everyone gets graded and gets like $10,000 for. We used to have that until my brother stole it, and even then, it's like it was not my favorite card by any means. Didn't like it. I actually liked like a Pidgeot card we had that was also reverse hollow. Like Charizard does not have my heart. Mario! Except Paper Mario, because he has an IQ of 3. Look at his eyes. Tell me he has an IQ higher than that.
And also,
You
Paper
can't.
Mario is an RPG, and therefore it has much better characters.
He for sure has high cholesterol from all of the pasta he's been eating. He's not as cool as Luigi. Doesn't go into a haunted mansion. Not cool. Doesn't pay his taxes. Steals people
How long
stuff
did
all
you
the
spend
time.
on some of these points?
Like 5 seconds. And he's never said, that's a spicy meatball before. When you're Italian and you have an Italian accent and you don't say, that's a spicy meatball, jail. You're going to prison. That's the one requirement for being Italian. Jail.
How do we have any Italians watching?
No, I guarantee we don't. If you do, say that's a spicy meatball in the comments, or I'll find you. And you're going to prison. Space jail. That's a spicy meatball. Yeah, that's all my points on Mario.
So, and I'll admit, maybe we are a little biased because again,
I'm not.
we did grow up
Really
with Sonic.
unbiased.
But the thing is about Mario is that, and it's not that we don't like it. We play Mario Party 4 to death. We love Paper Mario of all the varieties, namely as in the first one, the second one, and Super Paper Mario, and everything after that. Well, why bother? I'll get Origami King eventually, but there's no way I'm paying $60.
I'm
for
not
that.
like, woo, gotta get it now, woo.
Yeah, it's like when it's $30 at some point, I'll get it. But it's kind of like the thing about Mario is that there's nothing really memorable for me. It's like I'm not someone who can survive purely off of great game mechanics. I need to have great game mechanics plus either good music or good design or
Let's be real,
good character.
none of the Mario soundtracks slap.
No, they don't.
Not as
honestly.
hard as Persona, not as hard as Sonic,
Sonic
not as hard
kicks
as
butt.
Animal Crossing. Like, Mario music's just meh. Beep boop boop beep boop 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 boop
I mean,
boop
and we
boop.
live such-
I can listen
and
to
we
that for 20 seconds before I will murder someone.
And
Dead.
and the thing is,
Turn
like,
it
we
off.
really do like some Mario games. So we love Mario
Super
Party
Mario
4.
Sunshine,
Super
baby.
Mario Sunshine, that we love that one. But the thing is, the reason is like that one felt like it had some sort of story, somewhere that you were being driven to, somewhere that was making you progress. That wasn't just find the princess, and it was in a world that felt lived in. The issue with Mario for a lot of the time for me is that he's just not memorable. Every one of his games does the same thing with a little bit of a change in the formula, and it does. Like Pokemon can do this, but Pokemon gives you literally a brand new region and characters every single time. Mario doesn't. And the issue is that Mario can work actually really well in Paper Mario because he couldn't talk, but all the other characters could, and they could fill in the gaps for him. It kind of works like a silent protagonist. But in all the other Mario
Also, they're
games,
cuter.
they are way
Look, he
cuter.
doesn't have any legs.
They're way cuter. Why don't we have a side game with Paper Mario and like Mario, like as a Smash character or something?
Give me Paper Mario. 3D Mario
Not a big
literally
fan.
looks like he licks pavement. He's like, that pavement looks good. Let me take a taste. Bleh.
And the thing is, I played
3D Mario is incredibly sus.
Yeah. I have Mario Odyssey. It's a great game. And I played it really hard for a couple of days, but then I just kind of fell off of it. I've not gone back to it since because the thing is, like, Mario has great gameplay. That game has
It's
great
just
gameplay.
so boring.
But the thing, it's repetitive, honestly, in some ways. And the thing is, like, I don't care about the characters whatsoever. For the better or worse, even the worst Sonic games, you still played it because you like the characters, at least.
Yes, like, and I'm sure people feel this way about Sonic. It's just like, I don't know, I never grew attached. And his problem is because Mario doesn't talk. So even though Sonic's annoying, I'm at least, like, you know, paying attention because he's talking. I know about his characters because he's talking.
For better or the worse.
Mario's, it's the me, I'm Mario. Cool. Anything else? That's why I like Luigi better, because Luigi talks.
Yeah, at least Luigi's Mansion has a lot of style.
Luigi's out here like, I wish I was better than my brother. I wish my mother loved me.
Mama Mario.
Mama Mario, why don't you love me?
And the thing is that Mario's just very bland. He's almost a Superman core character where he doesn't have any personality. At least you can argue having too much personality or having the
I also
annoying
hate his
personality.
color scheme, and I hate the fact that his mustache doesn't match his hair.
That is weird. It's like they're both brown in his paper version, but
Oh,
not
we
in
never
his...
turned on the TV screen. We're just looking at your computer.
It's
Anyway,
okay.
keep going.
That's like-
didn't even notice.
Because here's the issue. I like a lot of Mario games. We love Super Mario Sunshine. We love Paper Mario.
Love
we love
Paper
the
Mario.
Mario parties.
Paper Mario, Thousand Year Door, and Super Paper Mario.
I could
to be
play.
exact.
I've already played that 4 times. I could play it again easily.
I played through Super Paper Mario.
The thing is, we never
Pretty
played them
good.
explicitly for Mario, and that's the issue. is
Playing
that
from the other
we
characters.
play it as a good game, but we don't play it because we love Mario, and that's I think kind of where it fails for us. If you really love a brand, you'll go and get whatever it is or try it because you love the brand. This is kind of like, well, you're just looking for a good game, so you're kind of like, well, okay, like all the games like the Mario Galaxy, the Super Mario Bros. Why? I don't get them because I don't care, honestly. Like, it's literally, if you just want to do platforming all day, I'm like, I could do that literally with a dozen other games that might actually have a storyline, that might actually have characters that have a reason for being here, not just, we needed a multiplayer, so throw Toad in there. But, you know, it's like, everything about him just feels so cookie cutter and incomplete and just not developed. Mario Odyssey was the first one to try and do something with that. And even then, I'm like, it's a great game, but I'm like, it doesn't hold me for very long because it's like it's just
I just
what
thought
it
it was
is.
boring. I'm sure it looked cool.
It
I
is,
only
it's a
played it
great
for like
game.
half
Plays
an hour.
Good, it looks good. It even sounds good in a lot of places, but I'm a story-driven person, honestly, and that's just my opinion.
I'm not
Nothing
a
against Mario
platform person. I like, you know, strategy games or like, you know,
fans.
life simulator games like Animal Crossing. Like, I'm not a big platforming person because I really don't have good reflexes. My reflexes are really poor just due to like nerve damage I've done to myself. Oops.
This might actually be why we do better at bad platformer games, because it's actually finally at our level of
Yeah,
ability.
honestly. So it's like
I suppose it's something that takes actual skill.
3D Mario has never captured me. 2D Mario before the 3D, even less so. I didn't even like 2D Sonic, so that's that, 'cause that's all platforming. Some Sonic games I can only get so far on because they're platforming, you know? Like, just, I get bored.
Yeah.
So that's the thing, 2D Mario definitely is more interesting to me because there's more potential for the other characters. And like you said, the only time I like Mario games is when I like the characters surrounding him. I never generally like Mario. I think he's ugly looking. I think he's dumb. I think he definitely is going to have a heart attack before he's 45. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Next character. Marth.
I'm not going to say anything because I have to say too.
Look at his first character art on the left.
I actually got a similar picture to the one you got.
Look how dumb he looks. Anyways, points being, Lucina does
You
it
took all my
better.
points.
Easy. Look
That's
at
one of
his
my points too.
But look at his OGR on the left. Tell me he doesn't smell like cheese. He is 2-week-old blue cheese from the back of the fridge that you forgot because you're like, I just realized this cheese smells like the inside of a cow's butthole. It's so
Really good
nasty.
points.
He also took 4 games. All he got out of it was pants. Still looks dumb. That's so much blue. Your hair's blue. Your coat's blue. Your cape's blue. Your shawl is blue. Blue, blue, blue. I'm blue. Blue dabba dee dabba die. Like, come on, buddy. The one on the left, he looks like he's in a Christian Bible adventure. Come on,
Oh,
we're
he
gonna go
does.
find
He does.
Jesus. Woohoo, for Jesus. Fire Emblem? How about fire some pants, buddy? Pee-pee's almost out. Anyways, doesn't matter how many games he's been in, he still cries in the shower every night. Why doesn't Sheeta love me? Why does everyone like Ike more? We both have blue hair. Why am I not good enough? Is it because my sword is too small? It's a sword measuring contest, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I just generally don't like Marth because I think he's bland and boring. I think I have one character after this, so I'm almost done with mine.
Okay, I have this one, so I'm not gonna say anything.
Marth is just stinky. Just stinky fart. Never liked him. I think his character is boring. I think most of the characters around him are boring. I think Shadow Dragon, the game on the DS, is one of the ugliest games I've seen. Almost ever. Not ever, but it's very ugly. And also the one on his art on the left, I think it speaks for itself. Pretty ugly. Okay, I think this is the last slide. Roy. Literally who?
Yeah.
Like, literally who is this? Also, Elliowood is cooler.
Mm-hmm.
No cap, that's literally his dad. He pours milk before the cereal because he's a psychopath. I can feel it in his eyes. He's like, ready for some cereal. Psh, and everyone around him's like, I'm gonna...
these.
Oh, I wrote it yesterday in the morning. Like,
so again,
like noon.
How awake were you?
Yeah, fully awake. Noonish.
And you could wake up at noon?
No, I wake up at either 8 or 8:30.
Okay.
I have an alarm set for 9, and it never goes off because I always wake up before it. It's frustrating. No, I made this like after we exercise. He also looks like he has the power of God and anime on my side.
I just think of Ethan when you say that.
Yeah, it's a vine. So, our boy. Roy just screams too much. That's the real problem.
So here's the issue.
Yeah,
the one
he
thing
looks
I
like
will
he's
say,
got daddy issues.
with Roy and Marth, 100% the reason they have popularity is because they're in Smash Bros.
Like,
9%
literally,
of people who are
is
their
he?
fans are usually not liking them because of their Fire Emblem games. And that's, I feel, unjust deserved popularity.
Is he also using Falchion? Everybody uses Falchion.
No, he's using the Binding Blade.
Yeah, he's from on the bottom. It says their game. My thing is, like, we knew Roy was in Melee for Smash Bros. And we were like, who is this?
We didn't care.
Who is this? Because we played parts of Blazing Sword / the Blazing Blade. It's the same game, different names. It's in Elliowood's his dad, and you fight with Elliowood, and you're like, this guy's cool. He's got a horse. He marries the dragon girl that he likes.
He's a little bland for a lore, but he's fine.
I mean, you're in old games. You're not getting
that's what I'm like.
spicy characters.
He's
I
fine.
actually looked at most popular characters, Fire Emblem characters. Ephraim is up there.
Oh yeah, everyone loves Ephraim. He was
I love
the
Ephraim.
prototype egg.
I love Ephraim, who is one of the Sacred Stones protagonists. So I was just saying, the old games didn't have to be bland, because Sacred Stones is an old game.
This is a great game.
I think it came after...
Before
Before
which
this
one?
game? I was gonna say after Blazing Sword.
Immediately after.
Did it come before the Binding Blade?
Binding Blade was never translated.
Word? Cause I think the Binding Blade came
That's what I'm saying.
first,
Most
and
people who are
then the
fans of
Blazing
Roy
Sword
are not
came
actually people who play the
after.
game because it's actually not released.
Yeah, so like his game came, and then his dad's game came, and
And
it was just
honestly,
cooler.
His game is kind of bland, especially compared to the one that came after.
I mean, he's not as bad as
just
Mark,
your
but
typical
he's another
character.
guy with blue armor, a blue cape, and I wield a fancy shiny sword. Ike's cape is red, and that's why he's better than you, honey.
He's just not anything interesting, in my opinion.
Yep, he's lame, and I think that's my last character.
Cool.
Yeah, that's it. So those are my characters. I hope you like my reasons. I feel like the one for Mario were the strongest.
Yes, I think.
I know none of your reasons are going to be as insightful as mine.
No, I can't
but
get to
I'm trying my
overall
best.
insight.
And we'll probably keep it moderately short. As short as we can for you, because you are obviously yawning. Please cover
no,
your mouth.
Actually, this is more because my eyes keep watering, and therefore I yawn in order to make them watery again, because my body is weird.
Ew.
I did memes.
Nice!
For mine.
The bottom right one is a Markiplier one. I don't know if I can move. I have to look for the camera. Oh, it's all the way down here. It says, I told you to leave the left bottom corner open.
I know, I forgot.
He says, I can milk you. If you have any memes in the left bottom corner, sorry, they're going to be cut off. And that just sucks on you.
So, I like this one with the fire starters.
Wait, guys, I could explain. You get 2 megas and a Gigantamax. I only got 1 mega. You got megas? I only got a lousy Z move. You guys got power-ups? You guys get your fire animated in your game? They took away my fire.
So anyway, so why?
See, I used my artwork that made them look lame.
Well, part of the reason I like Charizard is maybe because of Leon, but No one likes the Gen 2 first. Yeah.
Which one's that one?
Typhlosion. Cyndaquil
That's
was
actually Evie's favorite fire starter.
Yeah, Cyndaquil was actually my very first Pokemon, and it still stands to be my favorite fire starter today.
My favorite fire starter is Blaziken, and also Blaziken I think is my favorite Pokemon of all time. So you can tell why I'm biased against Charizard, because Blaziken's better.
I do really like Charizard. It was and so that's what I'm going to say here. I don't actually hate Charizard.
I do.
Well, Charmander was my first Pokemon, and when I played the Kanto games in Fire Red, I had a Charmander, I had Charizard, I liked that Charizard. It was great. And I've had Charizard in other games too. I had one that was a Charizard Y, and it was great. You know, I've trained one in Let's Go
Charizard
Easy.
Y, do you exist?
Y is better than X. But the thing is that I'm like, I've had them and I've drawn them before and stuff like that. But it's just
That's fair.
he's had.
But we say this because people like Charizard.
The issue with Charizard is more like the fact that it's like, I don't know why it's getting so much attention lately. I mean, honestly, a year or two ago, I could have said this for Greninja, and the fact that I'm like, why are you giving this Pokemon so much attention when it's not really deserved? And the thing is, like, 2 Megas, okay, already kind of pushing it. Gigantamax 2, and it's the ace of 2 Pokemon champions. It's the ace of Red, as it should be, that makes sense.
That makes sense.
But why is it Leon's ace? That's literally the reason that kind of tipped it over for me why I don't really like Charizard as much anymore. And I still like using it as a Pokemon. But I'm like, I don't like it as a concept anymore because it's kind of like, use something else, Game Freak. Come on.
Yeah, they've got like 1,000 Pokemon.
So many.
And the fact that they're reusing Charizard when they already have it as an independent fighter in Smash, they already have it in other people's
when we split
fighter
up Pokemon
things.
Trainer, what happened? Oh, we got rid of Squirtle and Venus and Ivysaur, but Charizard was his own individual fighter.
Unimpressed. Unimpressed.
That's how interesting.
I don't like having what's its face Incineroar as a fighter either. I don't think it's an effective
But
Pokemon.
at least it's something for the Lola games.
I think Greninja's fine because it's different. I had Greninja as my starter. I also thought it was lackluster, considering I thought it was gonna be like this blow-away starter, considering what everyone said about it. I actually like Primarina better. I just thought it battled better for me.
It's a good water type.
Yeah.
And then, so essentially, I'm like, my thing is that I'm like, namely, where is the rep for the lesser-known starters? Where is literally anything for the Johto starters? Meganium for Alligator and Typhlosion, they literally have been forgotten.
Come on, Meganium! Like, those are 3 great starters that, like,
it's a great game. It's my favorite. It's Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
Soul Silver.
Soul Silver.
Silver. I was like, I think it's fine if they have Charizard, but then where are the other 2? It took forever to get Blastoise and Venusaur, and those are very popular starters. So like you're saying, we're missing out on a lot of starters, but we're giving Charizard more reps. That's the thing. I think the more attention they give it, just the more frustrated I get, because
it's always first. It's not a matter of if. Because, like, Venusaur and Blastoise now have Gigantamax forms with the DLC. But we had to put the spotlight in Charizard first. It got 2 Megas before the other ones even got their first ones. First. It's like, for instance, Blaziken got a Mega before the other 2 did in X and Y, but then immediately in Oraz, the other 2 got Megas, and it was fine, because then it felt balanced again. It's like, why does Charizard always have to get everything before everyone else? And I'm like, I also can mention the Unova starters, I can mention this much too, but I'm like, if we're talking about like OG stuff that people would probably
the Unova
start
starters
with,
aren't as smacking though.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Who's the fire one in that game?
Emboar.
Yeah, not worth it.
But the thing is like, if we're gonna have that we're going to all this Kanto Gen 1 nostalgia stuff, well, Gen 2 is literally right behind it, and is kind of the reason the series kept going. It was one thing to make a great first game, and honestly, the first games are just kind of in the middle.
Boring
I played them, they're fine, they're a little broken, but I also had Charizard in that game, too, so it's like, I don't hate Charizard in any way as a Pokemon in a game. But it's like, the Johto games were kind of the reason that most of the things we got, like the Dark type, the Steel type, the gender, abilities, all these things came along. Maybe abilities is 3rd generation. Point being, is that it's like, why is 2nd generation get forgotten and we never see anything with the Johto starters? I'm so thrilled to see Cyndaquil in the Legends Arceus, and even though I love Rowlet as probably one of my favorite grass types of all time,
it's a ghost type.
I'm definitely taking Cyndaquil. It has its back flames for the first time in who knows how many generations.
I'm taking Oshawott.
You should. Oshawat's cute.
That's the one I took in Black and White. I had a Samurott.
Anyway, so...
Everyone says they hate it. I liked it. I thought mine did fine.
I know, I have nothing wrong
It's
with
the first time I had an
Starters.
animated 3D sprite, so.
So,
I hate her!
Dawn, you want to move this? Because I think this is an interesting
Oh, you need to stop putting your memes down there.
Well, most of them don't have writing on them, but this one was kind of an interesting one, so you want to read that?
I'll read it really quick. Are you serious, writers? It's one thing to set up Brock with just 2 cameos and a side story while giving Dawn 8 main series episodes, but to neglect well-liked characters like Misty, Jim Defoe,
Don't worry about that.
Tracy, Kingler, Primate, Pidgeot, Muck, Squirrel, and Richie, and give Iris, of all people, additional screen time is extremely messed up. Seriously, guys, what the heck? What the frickin' frick? We don't curse on this stream because it's family friendly.
It's not really, but we don't curse on this
It's
stream.
family friendly. We only talk about boobs. That's family friendly. Boobies.
Like, and I have to agree, I'm not a fan of Dawn because she's overly shipped.
I just don't like her because I think she's lame. Oh, you have a second thing. I told you not to put on the bottom left corner. Her final point's cut off. She'll just have to read it.
I'm gonna
Sorry,
read
I'm not
it.
gonna move my thing.
But, so, thing about Dawn, she bugs me because I never really could find anything I explicitly didn't like about her besides the fact I just never was happy to see her on screen.
And this
Maybe it's
is
'cause she comes
purely
from
from the anime. And the
pure-
games, obviously, she's fine.
Game is entirely different. It's because it's... Oh, actually, no. I'm talking about the anime. I don't know if you were around for when the Gen 4 anime was out.
We were
oh
children.
my gosh. I have some people, and I'm going to get to that in a minute. I have some people now who still claim that she was their first crush on TV.
Ew. Yeah, we're talking about her strictly from the anime.
I
Because
have no problem
we
with her in
both,
the game.
yeah, we both obviously played like
We play the girls in the game.
that
so we have no
generation
issues
like
with her.
95,000
So we have no
times.
issues with her there.
So yeah, wherever they think about her opinion of her as the protagonist of Diamond,
It's fine.
Pearl, or Platinum, that's a whole different incarnation than Dawn specifically
The
from the
character
anime.
from the anime.
Yeah.
So,
So specifically her.
yeah. But she is so loved. Some people are just, well, and like they'll say the same thing with like Paul, there's the rival of that game they think is the best rival of all of the entire show. And I'm like, he's good.
Wasn't he abusive?
Yeah. So I'm like,
X.
that's why I can't. I'm like, he has a good arc. I'm like, better than like Gary or Drew? I don't know.
No, Drew's best arc. I don't even
Drew's
care.
awesome.
And that's a real ship right there. Contest shipping, one true ship besides origin shipping. That's my one true ship.
But anyway,
Stephen O. Wallace forever, baby.
but the thing is that Dawn, I'm like, I never really got the appeal of her because she's a contest person. That's fine. She's kind of a girly girl, also fine. But it's kind of like I never got why everyone latched onto her.
Made it
She's not-
contesting better.
Yeah.
And I'm a contest
You
person,
see,
so.
where it says made it contest better. But
Because
to be fair,
that's where I finally was like, I want to be a coordinator. Was when I saw May do it, and I saw what's
she's
the
kind-
guy who's cool and had the melodic.
Robert.
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, that's his name.
With the long hair. Robert.
Yep.
That's such a lame name. What was the other guy's name? Was there another one?
No.
What was hers?
Nando.
Nando. I was thinking of Nando. Nando's cool.
Nando's awesome. But the thing is about her is that I'm like, and so I will say though, the Diamond Pearl definitely had the way better animations for the contest. They look so cool. I just wish that May could compete in that. But May was kind of a little tomboyish, but she was also could pull out real beauty from her Pokemon in the contest.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fine for Dawn to be girly. Here's the issue I have with Dawn though, is that her team's very boring. She's literally copying Ash. I'm gonna break these down literally one by one. So her starter, her Piplup,
Doesn't evolve.
it chooses not to evolve. It uses Bide to hold on, and it has an Everstone to never evolve. Why? Because they actually explicitly said, the creators of the show, they wanted her to be able to carry Piplup around so the girls
Like a
can relate
female
to her.
Ash.
Like a female Ash. She's literally supposed to have Piplup as her Pikachu.
Take Baneri, carry it around. Take Pachirisu, an electric little squirrel thing that you can hold that doesn't have to evolve.
And that's literally her Pikachu clone. Is right there. It's a Pachirisu. And then I'm like, why is her Binary not evolve? She has to be useful at some point, but she trains it for Ash's Apom and then evolves the Ambipom. It's not really notable though as hers because again, it's something she got from Ash. A little weird. And so, her Mamoswine. Literally the Charizard storyline. It was a Fiat Swine up, evolves into Swine, stops obeying her, then in a fight randomly evolves into Mamoswine, and does not obey her until it gets super beaten up, and she has to teach it things, and it comes to accept her, and then is a loyal member of her team. It's literally Ash's Charizard's storyline. It's word for word his storyline, and it's the exact opposite of being a ground, ice type, and fire flying type. It's the same exact thing as Ash. They wanted her to be a female Ash.
And we already talked about how much we hate Ash. Ash hate club.
And the other thing,
everyone, if you hate Ash, put your hands up.
And the other thing is, like, I've already stated how much I love Cyndaquil. So literally, right before the Grand Festival, she had an egg. She had an egg for a while. And it turns into a Cyndaquil, which is fine. I guess. I don't really like her having a Cyndaquil, but I was like, whatever. So she has a Cyndaquil, and it's fine. It can just... The thing is that is, like, they don't really do a whole lot because whenever they have baby Pokemon, they usually, like, you know, you get to know the Pokemon, you get to learn its strength. It just,
like,
right into the Grand Festival, it already knows how to perform, and I'm just like, okay.
What's it called? Score Bunny. Like Score Bunny with Go. I had that for a while.
Well, like, for instance, May had an issue with, like, her Bulbasaur was really shy, so she threw it into a contest, and she lost because it got stage fright. And the funny thing was, Drew warned her about that, and it happened anyway, but she didn't want to believe him because that's her rival. And that's the other thing we're going to go into. She has way too many rivals. So again, going back to May had 2 strong rivals. She had others, minor ones, but 2 strong rivals. Drew was her main rival, who obviously we definitely ship. And also, to be fair, he's always giving her roses, and she blushes a lot when he's around, so clearly she has a crush on him. Anyway, but they start out definitely from the Gary perspective of they hate each other and generally grow to respect each other, and actually end up on an abandoned island shipwreck together at one point. She saves his life. So slowly they kind of gain respect for each other to the point where they're actually like just rivals in the case of they're trying to make each other stronger. When she loses her passion after coming in 4th place for the Grand Festival, she got into the semifinals, but she got completely swept. And she was ready to just give up, and he came and helped pull her back up again. And the other thing is that May wasn't afraid to evolve her Pokemon either. She had her Torchic, and then her Combuskin for a long time, and eventually her Blaziken. And then the thing is, like, she went and had, for a while, she did have a Bulbasaur and a Squirtle, and, you know, but then when she came back, it was a full Venusaur and a Wartortle. She wasn't afraid to evolve them. That's the thing I didn't like, and, like, she had an Eevee.
And a Sylveon.
She had also an egg in an Eevee, that eventually she evolved into a Glaceon. You know, it was...
Oh, I thought it was a Sylveon.
No, you're thinking of the other girl. The Serena. She has a Sylveon.
Oh, you go.
But the thing is, like... So... I just feel like it wasn't time taken, and so how she got Togekiss, she actually ended up switching places with this princess girl, like Princess Popper style. Took her Togekiss, fought with it in a tournament, and afterwards the princess is like, I think you should take this, I think it works better with you. So I'm like, I don't really like when they get fully evolved Pokemon, because half the fun of it is watching them evolve and grow. This is actually why I hate Go. It's because he just, and this is the nature of his character as a flaw.
Suicune, yeah!
He literally
Yay, I got a legendary!
And this is the nature of his character arc, is catching every Pokemon, but it's like, you don't catch and grow a team that we come to care and learn about and watch get stronger, because it's honestly, it doesn't matter. You literally can have one Pokemon now and have it gone the next episode. There's nothing really that matters to him besides his Score Bunny. I mean, they kind of have
well, now it's, what's the second one called?
It's a Cinderace now. Anyway, so... Yeah, the thing is, like, she has her Cyndaquil, it evolves into a Quilava, like, right before the tournament, which is kind of weird. Or maybe it's right after the tournament, I don't know. Point is that it was kind of rushed. It was very last minute. And the thing that, like, I was going into the too many rivals things, she has, like, 6 rivals. Which means that none of them can get enough screen time to really ever be established as her main rival. She has Zoe, who's the tomboy one, which is fine. She has Nando, they meet him very early on. She has Kenny, who is a childhood friend of hers, who teased her all the time. His Primplup kicked her Piplup's butt. Sure, fine. She had Ursula, also someone who went and, like, attacked her with her Minor and Plusle. Her partner is like a bite. She has Jessie, who's Jesselina right now. And who is... There was someone
the worst form of Jessie.
Oh gosh, it sucked. She did way better with May, because at least they still were doing the villain thing. Gosh, it was weird. I don't know why she did the weird schoolgirl thing. It just made me feel uncomfortable. And then there was someone else. This is the point, is that she has way too many rivals. So, while May normally always would compete against Drew, who's her friendly rival, and Harley was her kind of antagonistic rival, who was constantly trying to make her life difficult. He was also just kind of fun, though. Like, just in the randomest ways. But she more or less only had those 2, so it was when she had to rival against someone in a contest, she was trying to compete with one of the 2 of them. With Dawn, it's like, okay, choose from your deck of rivals who you're going to be facing today. Sometimes maybe we'll even have 2, but it's like you can never give a whole lot. Like there was never a whole lot of rivalry because she had so many, and all of them had a good reason for being her main rival, with the exception of Nando, who is just better than her, so that's why he was a rival. It's
R.I.P. Nando. They never did him good. They made my boy dirty.
They did him so dirty because he got.
We don't want to talk about it.
Yeah,
Hurts my feelings.
They kicked his butt in both the things. He was a battler and a contest person, and he lost in both of those. And kind of like,
just move on. Just don't hurt me with it.
So, and the thing was like, she got to the grand. So the Grand Festival is the championships of contest people. And May got into the 4th, because she went through 2 Grand Festivals, actually, because she was there for multiple seasons.
Yeah.
So she went through 2 Grand Festivals. The first one, she got... I believe she got beaten out by Drew. And Drew then got beaten out by the robbery guy afterwards. So she made it into the quarterfinals, got beaten by Drew, just barely, and then he got beaten in the finals. So the next time around, she's able to beat him this time around, you know, and she makes it into the next round, into the quarterfinals. Maybe it's the semifinals, I don't remember. No, she beats him in the quarterfinals, then she goes on to the finals and gets completely swept by Soledad, who is a friend of Drew's, also a very powerful coordinator. The issue with Dawn was that her penultimate rival fight was not quarterfinals. In fact, she doesn't really fight with anyone that actually matters a whole lot to her. She fights against Jesselina, who is not a real rival because she's Jessie of Team Rocket and she has no business with Dawn anyway. So why that was one of her big fights, I don't know. And her other fight was with Ursula, who's again another one of her rivals. Kenny, one of her rivals, actually didn't even make it into the battle round because he screwed up in the appeal round. Which, again, because she has so many rivals, I guess they had to eliminate someone somehow, so he actually just is like, wow, you suck so much you couldn't even get the beauty part of it right.
Well, bye.
And her two that the first 2 rivals she had, which were Nando and Zoe, actually fight each other and take one of them out, so she doesn't even get to face one of them.
The coolest 2 people.
And it's kind of weird that Zoe beat Nando because he's all about beauty and stuff like that.
Yeah, like, it doesn't... She should have fought someone else. And then Nando should have won, and Zoe should have won, but they shouldn't have fought each other.
It would have made more sense if she fought Zoe earlier in the tournament and had to beat her, and then whatever. So the finale actually came down to her versus Zoe, and the reason this match bothered me is because Nando versus Zoe was a lot of skill. They were pulling off so many combinations. They were really leaning into what made them strongest coordinators. They had a lot of really cool combo attacks. She did this thing with Psywave and Leafeon's Aerial Ace to give it literally angel wings, while Nando had this whole like literally ballerina routine with Lopunny and Cricketune. Really cool combinations, and that's the thing. I love Diamond Pearl's contest. They're the best. But so in the ultimate attack they did for Dawn was her rocket attack was Pippo's Peck and Togeki's Sky attack. It was so lame. I'm like, really? That's your ultimate attack? And it didn't beat her. She beat it with actually a lesser combo. And she lost. And Zoe won. So it's kind of like, why Dawn, who actually, to this point, because she actually faced pretty weak wild. Jessie, honestly, no one takes her seriously as a competitor. Ursula was tough for her because she has her Gabite. And also, I hate her because she has, here, let me have 2 Eevees. Oh, because the appeal is cool, let me throw some stones at them. They randomly evolved. I'm like, evolution is a sacred thing, not just something you use as a party trick.
I feel like that's a very you thing, so it doesn't bother me.
Not when you have... Okay, if you have 2 Eevees, and you're just like, I've been saving you up for this one moment.
Ow, my knee.
And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, she has her Flareon. I'm like, she literally didn't have a Flareon about an hour ago. So I'm glad she knows how to use it.
Oh, well.
But, and, like, that was kind of a tough battle, but again... It was like, oh, your Mamoswine and Cyndaquil against her Flareon and Gabite. However will you win? You have so many type of advantages. Literally just your Mamoswine could kill them both. But, you know, so it didn't feel like it didn't, essentially the deal with Wide and like her Grand Festival, nothing felt like it had stakes. Nothing felt like it was a challenge. It felt like they were literally bending over to let her through, while in May's fights, she always felt like she had to struggle to get to the top. And so when she literally gets to the finale match, which May never even got to, or it would be shown in like a montage, like she got completely swept. She's fighting her main rival in the finale, and she honestly doesn't do like her other matches look cooler. Zoe's match with Nando looked 10 times cooler, and it's just like it kind of really nails in what bothers me about Dawn is that I'm like, because they're trying to make her female Ash, She's lacking in a lot of areas, but they're making her win things that she probably shouldn't have won in the first place. She actually comes back to face May in a tournament, her Piplup versus May's Glaceon, and there was no reason that May should have lost. But she does, because May is the one who's just traveling through the region, and Dawn is the one who's actually competing to get ribbons in the region right now. So of course, Dawn has to win because she's the one who needs the ribbons for the Grand Festival.
But like May's an established court. I don't want to talk about it. It makes me angry.
Anyway, next. So Ruby.
So the bottom left meme says, "Are you joking, brother?" Oh, do I have to read it?
Sorry.
Oh, I gotta read it like manga.
Yeah.
So, dear brother, are you going to pray at the Bumblebee Shrine with me? Are you joking, brother? No, I'll be praying at the Black Sun Shrine. Then it seems we are no longer brother. So it seems. And the joke on that is Bumblebee is Yang and Blake, and then Black Sun is Sun and Blake, which I personally thought was more interesting. Normally, I'm all for the gay pairings. I'm like, yeah, give me some representation.
Feel chemistry when you feel chemistry.
But it's like the other one had more chemistry because they were friends. I feel like Yang should have gone with someone more feminine and dainty. I think Yang, correctly, yes, should go with a woman.
Yeah.
I think Yang should go with a woman. I just think, I don't think it's bisexual. I think it's just a straight lesbian thing.
But she could be bisexual.
Yeah, but it's like I just got more of that energy off of her and the way they displayed her character. I think Blake could go either way, but I felt like the way she interacted with the son was more... could grow into something.
He felt more supportive and someone who could help her in her low points, where Yang literally just shows up. She has one moment where she helps her. They never feel like they have quite a connection that she did with Sun.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, I mean, you can build things. The issue with... I'll go into that in a minute, but... So then, the other thing I have is, like, why does everyone in the show have a crush on me?
Straight up. I was like, I don't know why. Like,
yes, so many people have crushes on her. It's a little ridiculous.
I'm not, like, attracted to her at all.
So, Blake is one of 4 members of the main team of Team Ruby. So, she's, in my opinion, harmless. She's just kind of a bland cat girl. And she has... Now, the thing is, in the beginning, she actually had a good amount of mystery behind her because you didn't know she was one of the cat girls, which are called faunists. They have this whole racism thing going on, which they never show. They only tell you about, but they never actually show it, which is something that people are a little bit bothered now in the current seasons when they're like, we literally went to the place of the faunists and they never went mentioned. Okay.
No, we're just gonna ignore that? Okay, cool.
We went to one of the most racist places ever, and all we're gonna see is a sign. Okay.
Yeah, it's like, I feel like it would have been interesting, especially with the current climate of today, to explore that climate
have,
and be like, how do they deal with that?
Racist, but he's also a drunk, so it's kind of like, well, racism is more subversive than just random raging drunks on the street.
I think that would be something important to say, especially in the current climate, like how characters would deal with it.
Just, what are all these zippers on her outfit?
I don't know.
Like, she has a zipper on her sleeve.
That's interesting. I mean, she is like technically an anime-esque character.
Yeah.
Is that considered an anime? Because it's not.
Yeah,
like...
it technically is. It's an American-made anime.
Interesting, because I thought anime was a style of animation, but I don't actually know.
That's why they claim, as the way they made the animations, that is anime. So,
gotcha.
The biggest issue that I have with Blake, now originally she had this whole idea, she was running from a dark past. She actually used to be part of what was once an activist group. It turned kind of into a hate militia, and she was part of that.
It always does, baby!
It always does. And so she ran from that, and she was running from a dark past, and she was hoping to hide in the school. And so that was cool. You learn about her past. She has this whole deal with Roman territory, who's one of the first,
I'm gonna put it on this side. So you're not gonna see a lot of the image. And your chat, if your chat will come over our faces.
That's fine.
It'd be like that.
But she has, like, this past, and that's how she kind of deals with Sun and this other guy later who's also in the cult thing.
Who also had a crush on her.
Yeah. So the thing is like, there's nothing, in the beginning, there was a whole lot wrong with her. And she was a little skittish. She didn't trust easily. Understandably so, especially when all the rest of them are just regular old humans. It makes sense. She clashes big with one of her other teammates who's kind of a little low-key racist. But she also kind of has a reason for it, too. Yeah.
Okay.
She's not really hating the faunists, she's more hating how the faunists made her life difficult because her father hates them, and therefore her father came home and was abusive. So, It's not really she hated it so much as she grew up in a very bad environment, so the fact that she actually becomes very open-minded pretty quickly means that she never really hated it. It's more like
she's got the easiest thing. She's got ooh cat ears. She's got every internet person's dream.
And she also ran away from great parents that we met in season 5. So.
Yeah, I honestly hate her.
But
she's one of the reasons I stopped watching Ruby, just because I couldn't stand that just where they were taking that character.
So
It just frustrated me because I know they're gonna have character growth, but it's gonna be a long arc. And I guess I agree in the way, like, I couldn't stand the way people were just constantly in love with her. We love everything this character does. I'm like, but her character is so flawed and not in, like, this is an interesting way. Just in a bad writing sort of way.
yeah, and the thing is that she had this thing about always running away. And this was okay in the beginning because she didn't know who to trust. So you understand she's a little squirrely and she doesn't trust. But then she had, like, 3 major moments with her team, which is like, you come to us next time. And she's like, yes, I agree, I will.
And then she doesn't!
She just runs away. Literally, the entire city blows up. Everyone is having a rough time. Yang literally gets pulled away because she's mortally wounded.
Loses her whole arm.
Weiss is getting pulled away. These are her other teammates, by the way, for reference. By her abusive dad, who yanks her back. And Ruby's in a coma from using superpowers.
Good job, Blake, you stinky fart girl.
Why does Blake run? Because she feels responsible for this. And therefore, she completely abandons everyone. When, arguably, the one who's her partner, because, you know, they have partners before they become teams. Ruby was with Weiss, Yang was with Blake. And that's where the whole Bumblebee ship came from.
I don't think they should be shipped together because I never felt chemistry there.
No, and so the thing is...
I just never... It felt a lot like grading pavement against pavement. You're like, alright, well, they're gonna get through somehow, but it's always very rough and uncomfortable.
Yeah, so the thing is...
But I know, I understand people's ships. I just...
Well, I
think Blake could go with the girl if she wanted to. I just think they should write a girl that fits their personality. She should have gone with Ilya. She should have gone with the chameleon girl.
That's what I'm getting to.
They should go together. That's the shit, baby.
So Blake had an abusive boyfriend named Adam. She has her original, what you think is going to be her love interest and son, who is a really casual-go-lucky guy. But really counterbalances in the fact that her all dark and depressing, and he's kind of there to go and meet essentially the ray of
Well, that's
sun.
where I thought they were pushing it.
And then you have Yang, who's her partner, also her potential ship option. Ilya, who's her childhood friend, who's the chameleon girl.
I think that's the most important ship option.
And we're like, okay.
Because Ilya literally is like, I love you. Let's date. And she's like, no.
So, let's get this. So, most characters don't have one ship option. She has 4 people with crushes on her. 4!
I'm like, you're not even, like, a cool character. Like,
I
understand.
She's fine.
Yes, like, I understand, like, 16 people have crushes on, like, Todoroki from My Hero Academia. But that's because he's also got a ton of redeeming qualities. A pretty decent character arc. A lot of trauma. But he's tall. He's got the cool half and half thing going on. He's quiet. He's not, like, angsty. Well, he is until he changes in the 4th season, I think. 3rd season. And then he's just quiet and, like, kind of awkward. And everyone's like, simp. Love that. Very cute. But, like, this doesn't make as much sense because, like, she doesn't have any of the redeeming qualities or any of the actual traumatic background. I mean,
is a little bit not the writing of the show's
I
fault.
also know only up to season 4, so.
Yeah. You know season 5, you just keep forgetting it. But, you watch that against much, resistance. So,
Probably.
But the thing that bothers me with Blake is not so much her character in the show, so much as the way the fandom took after her.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we come to the Bumblebee ship, which is her with Yang.
Yikes, dog.
Those people are intense. It's okay to like a ship.
And I'm used to being in very intense ship
It's
areas.
okay to like a ship. But oh my gosh, we're talking about full-on civil war in the fandom between this ship and the Dark Sun ship, which is her and Sun. You would, like, literally, people would be completely rude and demeaning if you liked her better with Sun. And I'm like, either one of these are viable, because they never quite leaned very strongly both, either way. Like, you could totally see her with Yang, because she had a lot of really good moments with Yang, but she also had a lot of great moments with Sun. And when they did Volume 5, where she goes home and Sun follows her, and to give her support, and he never once makes an advance on her.
That's why I felt there was more chemistry there.
He's just there to support
I couldn't remember
her because
why.
He thinks she needs a friend.
I was like, why? Because I normally go for the gay pairings. I just think it's more interesting. Because you don't get that representation a lot, so generally I'm like, oh, well, I like this pairing more than, the straight pairing. I was like, why? And then in this case, my brain is like, oh no, beep boop, wrong. And that's why, because Sun follows her freaking home. Sun reminds me of Ryuji.
Yeah, he's very similar. So the whole thing is that she wants to do this whole loner thing. She's abandoned her team. The ones who trusted her most. And
this is like Morgana's thing. I hate that.
She tries to ditch Sun too, but he's just too persistent that he follows her anyway. He's like, I'm gonna help you regardless. I don't care if you give me your blessing or not. And he almost gets pretty badly wounded because of it. Because he's fighting for her. And, you know, they have a lot of good moments, you know, where he goes and essentially she goes and says, I'm lost, I don't know what to do. And he's like, that's not true. You know exactly what to do. You're just running away from it. And he points out, explicitly tells her, you're not going to stop hurting if you keep running from the people that, you know, you'll be lonely.
Yeah.
It's going to hurt regardless, so why not find people that can come and help you heal instead of just always being on your own? It helps her turn around. She gets a lot of support from him, from Ilya when she turns around, her other gay friend.
Who I think she should have dated.
Yeah.
My personal opinion.
Kind of just got written out of the show randomly.
I thought she was so cool. The chameleon angle was really cool.
Yeah.
Anyways.
And then her parents, who are super supportive. Great. She's probably the one who has the best parents, because her parents are actually alive. And not jerks.
Honestly.
But, it's like... I thought they were... Like, Blake, honestly, even though Season 5 was a wreck, Blake had the strongest arc there. She had a great arc with Sun, and her whole thing about... the Faunus didn't want to help, because, like, why should we help the humans? They've always... Like, we'll talk that maybe that they shouldn't be killed, but we don't want to actually risk our necks for them. And then when, like, you know, there's an insurgence within their ranks, she goes and especially says, like, hey, humans didn't do this. We, the Faunus, did it. Hate comes from everywhere, and we need to stop it. And she had a great speech. I loved it. It was a great character moment for her. The issue was then in Volume 6, honestly, didn't really do a whole lot with them. It was more like Yang and Blake came back together and were trying to figure out where their partnership lie. That was fine. It was awkward, but then again, it was going to be awkward. She had to deal with Adam again, who was her abusive boyfriend. The issue was in Volume 7, where all of a sudden they're like, we're dating now! And I'm just like, wait, where? And you were trying to get back to teammates in 6. And they had a moment where they had to fight Adam, and it was really intense, and they really bonded over that, but I thought that was their step back into friends. And then they were going to go from friends to romance. Not just immediately, we fought together, now we date.
Yeah, everyone was looking for that slow burn, and they were like, it's like the author put slow burn in the tags, and then like, you're in chapter 2, and they're like, haha, sorry, I actually don't write slow burn very well. The first words of chapter 2 is, and then they were kissing, and you're like, I'm only 1,000 words in. This is a 100,000 word story.
I can't entirely blame this, but I think it's because the Bumblebee shippers are so intense. I think in some ways the writers might just felt pressure to move things along. Because Ruby's been struggling since season 5. They're stable now because 7 and 8 were actually really good from what I hear.
Don't know.
But they were struggling in 5 and 6. So I think in some ways they might have just put that in there to try and keep fans watching it. And honestly, can't fault them. Because obviously we want more seasons of the show, but it's kind of like, that should not be the way you write romantic relationships. It should be a build. A better example, Ren and Nora. Start teammates, kind of have a past, we don't know
Heck
yet.
yeah, dog.
They're definitely close friends. People mistake them as a couple of the time, but they're like, no, we're not that, we're just friends. And then they have their big moment.
And then they are a couple!
And even then, though, they're not very open about it. It's still kind of a hesitant thing because, you know, one of them is very shy. So it's like, it's always kind of there, you kind of understood that was the thing, as opposed to them in season 7 where it's just like, they're constantly looking into each other's eyes, Yang's complimenting her new haircut, they're dancing out tonight together, they're hanging out, they're doing their makeup together. I'm just like, when did this happen? You guys literally were tripping over each other with how awkward you were last season. It wasn't the issue that they were dating, it was the issue that it was literally out of nowhere.
I think they could have had a slow burn that worked really good.
I think it could have worked great as a slow burn, but they need more time to build that. So ultimately, when it comes down to Blake, don't hate her. She's harmless, honestly. I just think she's I didn't put Yang on this list because I really don't like Yang right now, and I hate her right now, honestly, with the way she's being portrayed. So she's not on this list because I do not like her. But Blake, I put on this because I don't really care. But it's more like I don't know what her purpose is in the show anymore. She's not doing Faunus rights. She's kind of just there as Yang's girlfriend right now, and a member of Team Ruby that she doesn't really seem very devoted in. She had some moments that they tried to do stuff with her in Volume 7, but it's kind of like, oh, we need to go behind Ironwood's back to go meet with the other rebel force. And that secret came out in literally the next episode, so wow, subterfuge.
Next slide.
So,
I have to, oh my gosh, I have to move the camera. Okay, so the left one, read that one. Blue Timing can make you depressed if you're already depressed. It's that meme. You know that guy?
Yeah.
I'm moving the camera. I wasn't watching the Earth. I wasn't spying on you. It's not like I care about your safety and well-being or anything. Aw.
So, Lapis is on here for a lot of the same reasons that Blake is.
And now I move the camera back.
And
Evie, next time I need you to follow my given PowerPoint instructions.
Sorry.
I did it, And I even texted you about it.
Anyways,
Go on.
Go on. But Lapis on here for a lot of the same reasons as Blake that bother me. Is her disloyalty and the fact that she's not really as damaged as some of the other characters are, but she comes off as the most damaged.
Didn't she just go in a mirror and live there for 1,000 years?
Yeah, and you can argue her thing with Jasper, but yeah, that's it.
Oh, well, before the thing with Jasper, she just lived in a mirror. She didn't have to watch everyone die. She just had to sit in the mirror while everyone died.
She was trapped for 5,000 years, but even then, you gotta remember, this is in the context of all the other gems we know in the series.
Or like
not even close to what happened to Pearl.
Long. Yeah, I was like,
not even close.
The thing with Jasper, I can give her that. That's rough. That was a rough time.
But that wasn't the thing that made her disloyal. It was to her friends. It was the mirror thing. It was never the thing with Jasper. And I'm like, the fusion thing actually happened later. And then that was more of a recovery thing. But, so the issue is that it's like, essentially, how long it took her to come to the hero side, she kind of just danced on the fence for a very long time and hurt a lot of people because of that. And I don't like that. I get it if you're hurting, and I say for the same reason I say with Blake. I don't like it when they have, like, running away once, running away twice, sure. But when you're going and doing multiple times, and you just can't stand by your friends, but you expect them to stand by you, there's support, and there's being used. And she started to feel like that for me. Mm-hmm. Now, and the thing is, I actually do like most of her episodes. And I love her dynamic with Peridot. She, I feel, needs Peridot in order to function, which is why I didn't like that they, like, never had any interaction at all in Future.
No, they're BFFs.
But, I don't know, her, like, she's very deadpan, which is fine. Just didn't really work for me. It's like, it was one of those characters that I'm like, she's the definition of ambivalent for me. Most other characters I can say I love you or I hate you, she's one like, you're on screen. Mm-hmm. I don't really care one way or the other.
Like, another one that people like, I love them, you're like, I don't see why. Get it? She's like the closest thing to angsty you're gonna get out of this show.
She was one of my friends online's favorite characters. She's one of Olivia's favorite characters.
She is. Olivia, our little sister, her profile name was literally like Lapis Lazuli LL or something like that.
Yeah, and I like her original outfit. It looks pretty cool. But I'm like, her thing was just like the fact that, like, I don't know, I could only put up with her being deadpan and honestly giving absolutely nothing to people, yet expecting everything back in return for so long before it got a little annoying. Mm-hmm. And, like, she has some really good episodes, like her one when she has to deal with her trauma with Jasper, great episode, and her fear of fusion, great episode. Her one where she runs away from Peridot but is regretting that choice because she let her fear control her, great episode. Mm-hmm. When she comes back, great episode. Her coming back with Peridot in their new forms to help out in the fight against the White Diamond, great appearance. She has so many cool things about her. The thing is that, like, she doesn't work on her own, though. And I really realized this more when she dealt in this scene with the two other rogue Lapis Lazulis in Future. This, for one, this episode would have been way smoother if they didn't have Steven in it, if it was purely just Lapis, if they had that option, but obviously they didn't. So I'm sorry to the writers, but her whole arc was about, like, how she's become a lot stronger now, she's not just lashing out in anger, how she's learning not... Yeah, you're the friend I was talking about.
I said they love Lapis.
That's the one I was talking about. So the deal with it is that, like, Lapis is kind of like... What I learned in that episode is, like, she has this whole arc about how she's grown stronger, she's more emotional, she's not so deadpan anymore. You know, a slow burn character arc, sure. But the thing is, like, the conclusion...
Sounds good, dude.
The conclusion on her episode of that, you know, lashing out in anger and showing your strength, that's not strength, that's weakness. Great message. Mm-hmm. Kind of poorly delivered. Mm-hmm. It was very last minute in the last, like, 5 seconds of the episode. Very great thing. And that's the thing I have to say about Lapis, is, like, she has a lot of good points. I don't know if any of them really hit home. Mm-hmm. And here's the other thing I have to say about her. All the blue gems, who we have, like her, we have Blue Diamond, we have Sapphire, we have Aquamarine, we have, what's the prison one? Holly Blue. Lots of blue gems that all have very wide variety of powers. They all have the most, like, powerful abilities. They're supposed to be all diplomatic gems, essentially meant for things that are not combat oriented. They all have the most powerful abilities ever. Mm-hmm. Which makes them OP, and I think that's great. And all of them are very distinct in their personalities. And here's the other reason Lapis bothers me a little bit. Sapphire is also pretty deadpan. She's always, because she has future vision, so she's always in the future, which means she's not very present in the now. Which makes her kind of oblivious to a lot of things happening around her. She's also very deadpan. But for some reason it just works better for her, because it doesn't sound so negligent, it more sounds like, oh, you just literally are not paying attention to the now.
Yeah.
With Lapis, it's kind of like she's intentionally not trying to pay attention to people. And that feels kind of rude.
She feels like a high schooler who hasn't figured out that being angsty without actually having the source of the angst isn't cool yet.
Mm-hmm.
Like, being angsty is okay if you literally want to be alone, but she obviously doesn't. But the fact that she keeps trying to revert to that is just very...
That's the thing. She
at
has
some
a very
point, it
hot
just
and
becomes...
cold thing going on.
Yeah, it just becomes annoying for a second, and you're like, alright,
And
my guy.
And here's the other thing. So, it honestly kind of hurts me in a way that she left Peridot behind. Because here's the issue. Now, if someone like Garnet had an issue, like, when Blue Diamond appears on Earth, she has passed with Garnet. So Garnet rightfully was terrified of her being around. She couldn't even get close to her because she was so terrified of what happened beforehand. And, fine. When Lapis hears that Steven's met with Yellow and Blue Diamond, and not in the best terms, but essentially heard that they know of Earth now. They might be coming. We don't know yet, but they might be. She immediately freaks out, tries to uproot their entire home and leave, which Peridot doesn't want. First of all, I don't get her extreme reaction because we actually heard her speak about her diamond before, and she actually didn't sound like she had an opinion one way or the other. Wasn't great, wasn't bad. Like, some, like, have glowing remarks about their diamond, other ones are terrified of them. She sounded like she was really in the middle, which honestly makes sense for Blue because she's kind of in the middle anyway. She's probably the one who's the most unpredictable because of her, like, emotional abilities, but she's also the one that's not going to immediately crush you just because you did something wrong. She's probably just not going to notice, honestly. But it was kind of weird. Her fear just came out of nowhere, and then when it comes down, it's like, I'm not being in another war. You know? And I'm like, but you gotta let that go, girl.
Yeah, I was like...
Every other crystal gem has been in the war.
It's a minute
with
ago,
way
dog.
worse war memories. And they're
Yeah.
toughing it out. And I get not everyone deals with trauma the same way. But it's like, just... Sometimes Lapis felt like she was whining a little too much, considering there were other characters who had been through more, or had, like, you know, more to fear, and were holding her through. And the thing was that Peridot was telling her, hey, we're gonna figure this out together. Just take my hand. And it ended up being a good arc, because then Lapis realized her mistake when she didn't have Peridot with her anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And that was cool. But I was honestly a little mad. I'm like, you left Peridot to just be depressed for the next 5 episodes because you're her best friend.
Such a pain.
Like, why?
Yeah.
And again, I have to reiterate, in the last one, I'm like, yeah, my favorite character in the show is the most depressed character in the entire show. So I'm like, being depressed is not an issue for me in terms of a character trait. It's just the way Lapis goes around doing it. And the reason I put the meme on the previous one where she's like, Blue Diamond can't affect you if you're already depressed. And like, I don't think that's the reason she wasn't affected. Because, honestly, like I said before, I don't think Lapis has the worst trauma on that beach. Why would it affect Pearl then, who's literally lives all of her life with the most worst torment and anguish that she can't even speak of? And then we have Garnet, who also has issues with that. Steven, you know. All of them have reason to be, like, if it was just
it's like,
being depressed,
I think
other
that's
people should have resisted it then.
why it's her problem is, like, she doesn't have any more or any less trauma than anyone else besides Pearl. They all have hard things they have to work out, but they don't all, besides Steven New Creatures, you're talking purely about the original show, they all have things that they don't run away for, or if they do, they realize with help of their family and friends, they can get over it and it shows their growth.
Through it.
For her, it's just like they take what should be a 1 episode or 2 episode arc, and they're like, yeah, let's do it 19 times.
Actually, you know what it's like?
It's fun and easy.
It's like blaming things on Pink, where you're like, we said it once, why do we need to keep saying it?
Got it, she's evil. Cool. Can we move on to a new villain, please?
So, like, that's why I kind of feel decisive about the fact that Lapis is the only one that can resist Blue Diamond's aura, or, like, thing that paralyzes people with literally overwhelming emotional attack, which is surprisingly effective and dangerous. And I think it's an okay move from, okay, you used to be my overlord and I'm showing I resist you. It's not when people started to interpret it as like, oh, well, she's just more depressed than everyone else, that's why she can resist them. No, I think
that is actually incorrect.
I think it's actually more the fact that she's a blue gem, because we saw before that, like, Blue Pearl, who's the attendant to Blue Diamond, could resist it to a degree anyway, and I think it's just because she made all the blue gems, so I think they all... Be careful.
I almost hit my chair.
Don't die. I think it's more the matter of the fact that, like, Blue Diamond made all the blue gems, so they probably all have a limited, like, invulnerability to her power, because they're blue. So I'm like, she's just one of those things where I'm like, I like her, generally. She's really good with other characters. Especially Peridot. Love her dynamic with Peridot and Pumpkin.
Love Peridot.
Love those three.
The fact that they killed Pumpkin in Steven Universe Future, they were just like, it's dead. Pumpkins rot. I'm like, magical pumpkins that come to life rot. You can't put a magical pumpkin spell on it.
Yeah.
Anyways,
But it's like,
anger.
she's like Blake. I have nothing really against her. In fact, I do like her more than Blake. I definitely like her way more than Blake.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, her thing is kind of like, I liked her to a point, and then she just felt like she wasn't going anywhere. She wasn't changing. She wasn't getting better necessarily. She just was kind of staying where she was, while everyone else is so dynamic and has so many layers to them that I was kind of like expecting. It's kind of like horror. You expect more because everyone else is good. So it's kind of like, I wanted more from her, and then the best we got was her one episode in Future, and I'm like, that's it? That's all? Okay. Woohoo! Cool. So, Classic Sonic.
Oh, I gotta read the memes. The one on the left says, the only one that doesn't seem to be criticized. Yeah, because you can't make fun of fat people. Yeah, Sonic. Spending time and work hard to make a good game that people will like and want to play. Overused classic Sonic.
Yeah.
Word.
So, and also, I want to know here, I see Sonic Forces. There's a reason for this. Sorry, wrong button. So, Classic Sonic I have nothing explicitly against. If he is the past version of Sonic in his own games. So we're talking Sonic 1, 2, and 3, Sonic and Knuckles, Sonic Mania, Sonic Generations. When he's a past version of Sonic that is doing his own 2D thing, perfectly fine. He's in his lane. The place where I got annoyed with him was in Sonic Forces, where they described him as an alternate dimension version of Sonic. Why, I have no idea. Because the thing that made him cool in Generations was that he was the past version of Sonic, so why doesn't he have homing attack or know about other things? Because that hasn't happened yet. He doesn't know he knows Tails, but he doesn't know any of other Sonic's friends because he hasn't met them yet. It was kind of cool to see him where he's like, hey, this is what you get to look forward to. This is what you'll get eventually. You know, this is where the path you're on.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom really fast while you rage. Because
Okay.
I know this is gonna be a long topic, so I can be back to rage.
My water?
Yeah.
So, I was fine with that. And the thing is, we said before, we grew up on the 3D Sonic games, which is like Sonic Adventure, so we never played the classic games. I just never found them that interesting. I like having the ability to explore more in a 3D space. That's just how I am. And I feel more momentum when I'm playing a 3D game generally than when I played in the classics. But I have nothing against them. People can love them. A lot of people grew up on those games. And I can understand why they would love them and maybe feel a little betrayed when we went to 3D. Especially when some of the 3D games can be fairly decisive. But the issue is that I don't want Classic Sonic to come in as a separate Sonic character, because that opens up a whole new can of worms. Now can we have Classic Sonic, and Boom Sonic, and Adventure Sonic, and Modern Sonic? Next thing you know, we're looking like Spider-Verse over here, and not in a good way. It should just be Sonic is Sonic. You can pull him from different parts of time, sure, and maybe those parts can even team up, kind of like Doctor Who, where he worked with different versions of himself in the past. Fine. But I don't want to be oh, you're a Sonic of another dimension, so we can keep pulling you back as much as we want without time shenanigans. Just need a magic glowing jewel of some kind. I'm like, oh gosh, no. Classic Sonic had no business whatsoever being in Sonic Forces, and I think it's a large reason of why the game doesn't work. And I actually don't hate Sonic Forces. I actually enjoy it a good deal. I love the Avatar stages. I love making an Avatar. The Sonic stages in general were really fun. I liked Infinite, even if he didn't exactly work as a character. Still has great music. Just felt too short and like they didn't go far enough. But Classic Sonic, gosh, those stages just drove me crazy. His mechanics do not work in a 3D space. The physics feel so bad. He actually controlled really well in Generations. Kind of sucks in Forces. He just feels so heavy, so slow. And I don't like him in that. And making him an alternate dimension Sonic instead of a time jump Sonic means that they can do that again if they wanted to. And I don't want to go through that again. And I have to admit, a little pettiness here. I'm a little annoyed that he can succeed so much with Sonic Mania, and yet modern Sonic is still getting treated like dirt. He's just, having a rough time over here with Sonic Forces while Sonic Mania is praised. And it deserves that praise. It's a great game from what I've seen. I've not played it myself, but I've heard so many people sing its praises. So I have nothing against the classics. But I did grow up with Adventure. And I don't want to turn into that Sonic Mania become, in others like games, 2D Sonic, classic Sonic, becomes so popular, and the modern Sonic continues to fall on its face, that eventually like, you know what, we're just gonna go back to classic Sonic. Because, hey, we don't have very much character in our extra characters anyway, so why just not get rid of them all? Make them all mute again. I love the Sonic, like, little animations, but, you know, the reason I like the characters, and the reason I've always liked Sonic more than Mario, is he had character. He had attitude. He had friends that you knew his relationships with. He had a world he lived in. That was important and wasn't just made of mushrooms, you know? That's what really drew me into Sonic. Was the personality and the way the characters interacted. And stuff like that. So I'm like, I have to say that I'm nothing against classic Sonic, really. I'm more his potential, his popularity scares me a little bit. Thank you. I worry a little bit that he's going to keep getting popular, and the classic games, I like the fact they split into two things, with classic and modern being two different series. Because then people who love classic style can get their fun out of things like Sonic Mania. But I also worry a little bit that, does that mean they're just going to keep putting crap out for modern Sonic, because they know that Sonic Mania is going to sell, you know? I want both of them to get that sort of Sonic Mania, I'm a fan, and I love this series, and I'm going to put all my love and passion into this game treatment. I don't want it all just to go to classic Sonic. I want to spread the love around, because modern Sonic can be good. But in the way it is now, and I could go into the IDW comics and how I'm literally, the only reason I don't read those is kind of on principle of how much they ruined Shadow's character because of the stupid Sega mandates. That essentially says he has to be a Vegeta clone, and oh my gosh, that... He's the second most popular character a couple of years ago, but they're literally going to get rid of all of Shadow's fans so they continue that trend. No one just likes an edgy, rude dude, you know? Doesn't matter how cool he looks or how much you loved him in the past. Like, they need to go and bring back that sort of flair and not be afraid to tell a good story with Sonic. That's what the modern Sonic is for. Classic Sonic can be just purely for gameplay. You can tell a story with him if you want. Maybe keep it simpler. I'm like, I think they really need to... I have nothing against Sonic, classic Sonic. I feel he's a little overrated. Just because I hear about him all the time, and I honestly don't really care about it that much. I just was never into the classic gameplay. It just kind of bores me. Because I'm about story and appearances. See, I missed a lot of... Yeah, I think that's how most people are with classic versus modern.
Beep, boop, beep, boop.
One is more for the presence, and the other one's more for the game, and I really wish that both of them can play both cards. So I don't dislike classic Sonic. More like, his popularity worries me that eventually Sega's gonna get the wrong idea and be like, okay, we're just gonna do classic Sonic then. Because clearly these modern games aren't working, so let's just do the one that makes us money. So, another little maybe decisive one here is Blaze the Cat, namely in Sonic Rush and the other related games. Not in Sonic 06, that's the only one.
I've never played Sonic Rush, I don't know. Classic Sonic is cartoonishly fun, but I don't get the huge hype.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those... It's honestly, it's kind of like when everyone throws hate at a game, can go the opposite way when everyone throws love at a game. It's just like, it's great, but I'm like, with the only one we've ever really felt about has been Persona 5, where, wow, this deserves every ounce of praise, because dang is this a good game.
There's so much hype, and there's still not enough. This is the best game I've ever played in my life ever.
It's such a good game.
So stylish. Just the style alone overwhelms me. Just how a game could be that assured in its stylistic choices and executed flawlessly in every aspect of the game. One of my knees is more swollen than the other.
Well, that's a problem.
Yes, I'm
but
tired.
That's the thing is that I'm like, so that's the thing. I'm like, I'm gonna buy Sonic Mania eventually just to play it. It's cheaper now. Actually, ironically, that's actually where I first saw Blaze, was when I played Mario Sonic games at my cousin's house.
Oh, that's
the first time I actually ever saw her.
I had to pause for a second to be like, what is that? And then I'm like, the Olympic Games?
So, oh, I forgot to switch this one. Well, we're going to stick on this one because I forgot to write her points up. I know what it is, essentially. I knew I was missing one of them because I kept pacing through them like, which one didn't I do yet? Anyway, so the issue with Blaze for me, and it doesn't have to do with her 06 appearance, but I kind of feel Blaze is like... Let me put it this way. I feel we have too many serious Sonic characters nowadays. And when Blaze came on, she was very, kind of intense, very serious. In a way, she was almost kind of like Makoto, where she just comes on as an enemy because she's so driven in what she's trying to do, and she's sure that you're the bad guy, which is fine. But the thing is, like, she never really lightens up too much, like, in the other media I've seen her in. So in Sonic Rush and the other Sonic games, I never played it, but I know the story of it. I watched someone play it. And the comics, where she's just kind of, like, when she's being more princessly,
Princessly.
because she's supposed to be a princess. And she's more like that in the fact that she has this sort of decorum, she has this sort of reservedness. It makes more sense there. There's other times when she just sounds outright rude to people, and I get she's not very social, but it kind of rubs me the wrong way sometimes, and that's why I feel, while I like her as a character, I feel she's a bit overrated for how much love she has. Some people see her as literally the female Sonic.
No.
And I'm like...
I don't think there is a female Sonic, and I don't think there needs to be.
I mean, he has a sister in some continuities.
No, thanks.
But...
I'm good.
And, like, that's why I kind of like... She does really well with sweet characters, like Cream, she had a whole thing with. And obviously I love her with Silver. Because her kind of serious, no-nonsense attitude, I'm willing to do whatever it takes, really well counteracts his very naivete. I'm unsure about how I go, about this. And I really, like, I would ship them. They're adorable together.
That's the first time I think I knew Blaze. Like, for real. Like, I know I played Sonic and the
a lot of
games.
people consider that non-canon because it's the only one where she's not from the Soul Dimension.
That's stupid.
Yeah, it is.
I only accept the canon where Blaze is in Sonic 06 and that's it. She can also go to Mario and Sonic in the Olympic Games because she seems to be good at that jumping thing. Besides that, I don't care where she's at. I'm only going to consider her from the 06 generation.
And the thing is that whenever she appears in our world, she's from another dimension. And she's chasing after the Soul Emeralds, which are like her world's Chaos Emeralds that literally keep the world in balance. And they, for some reason, keep getting lost in other zones. So usually when she's coming to our world, it's because she's looking for the Soul Emeralds. So, and that's the thing. It's like, it kind of falls into the area with Knuckles and the Master Emerald, where it's kind of like, now we gotta work in the Soul Emerald somehow to give a reason for why Blaze is here. So that's why I guess I like her best in Sonic 06, because she's not tied down to the princess aspect or the Soul Emeralds.
I didn't know she was a princess, honestly.
Yeah, again, all this other duty stuff.
You said duty.
She's just busy being... she still has all her personality intact. In fact, they actually intended originally for that to be like a sort of origin story for her and how she ends up later in like Sonic Rush. But obviously 06 had issues. So, and that's, like, that was fine because she didn't feel like she had all this baggage. And that's the thing where I have to say where she is, and now she doesn't really appear in any games because, again, she has all this baggage. She can't just randomly show up in games. And that's why I have an issue with her. Is just, I'm like, she's fine. She's pretty. Love her relationship with Silver.
I like that she's purple.
Yeah, I love her relationship with Silver. Her fire powers are really cool. But I just don't think she's quite as cracked up to be as she should be. For as much as everyone loves her and claims her as their favorite character or favorite Sonic rival, I wouldn't really see her as a Sonic rival because she doesn't really feel like she competes with Sonic in the same way.
I don't see her really attached to Sonic ever. And again, I only know her from Sonic 06, so... In that game, she doesn't even really interact with him that much. She's really more of like a Silver buddy.
And this is why the other thing is, like, she's one of many too serious characters. Like, Shadow is kind of honestly a shell of what he used to be. Knuckles before he got stupid was kind of...
R.I.P. again.
was same sort, too serious sort of thing. And it's like... I don't know. I felt like she needed more besides I just be princess who protects stones.
Yeah. I don't know much about her because I only know her from 06.
That's why I felt she was able to do better in things like 06.
So, from my perspective, all I know about her is I thought she was supposed to be Silver's sidekick. Like, she was supposed to be his Tails. Yeah. So I thought too originally. I don't see her as any sort of protagonist figure because I never looked into it because I don't care that much. I always thought she was cool because she was different because she wasn't a hedgehog. Did she do the run fast thing? Okay, that's lame.
She uses her fire abilities to go as fast as they can.
But she has a sword, which is pretty cool.
No, she doesn't.
What?
That's only in the Black Knight universe.
Well, in the Black Knight, she had a rapier, which is pretty cool.
That was pretty cool.
Other than that, okay, if she doesn't have a sword, she's not cool anymore. Why do people like her so much?
That's the thing. Like, I think she's fine.
She's purple, and purple's my favorite
her.
color. That's why I liked her.
I just don't get the super hype around her sometimes.
She doesn't even have a sword. If she had a sword in the normal continuity, I'd be down for it.
Essentially, I don't
petition here. Sign my petition to give Blaze a sword in the regular continuity.
Essentially, like, I like her. I just don't see why she's so liked sometimes. I'm like, she must have a really great thing in Sonic Rush. I just didn't notice when I watched it the first time because I'm like,
oh, is it a show?
No, Sonic Rush is a game. I watched it.
Is it the one where they are in skateboards?
No, that's Sonic Riders.
Is it? Do they have cars?
That's Sonic Racers.
So what's Sonic Rush? Is it just them running? Who's this raccoon girl?
That's Marine. She's Australian and very annoying.
Don't care.
They actually made a worse version of her.
Can't care about her. She looks so lame.
Anyway, no, it was essentially like the advanced games where it was like 2D running stuff.
So much effort.
Yep.
The one where Sonic runs. Yes,
so anyway,
that's what I'm asking. I need to know.
So anyway,
He's
like
rushing.
I said,
Sonic late for class is what the game should be called. Sonic rushing to class. Sonic rushing.
So like I said before, I also have Marth on my list. Not surprising.
His first start never fails to crack. Tell me he doesn't look like he'd smell like cheese.
Sure.
Cheese.
I agree with what you say though. He looks like he would be protagonist in a Bible game.
He looks like he's an off-brand Bible game protagonist. His left art.
Yeah.
Tell me I'm wrong. His right art doesn't look bad. I just know that the 3D models make me want to pee myself, and that's saying a lot because I'm playing.
Fates, so.
I'm playing Awakening. Really? Oh, yucky. Well, I knew it was one of the more modern ones because of the art style.
You can see in the background they got the sakura trees. Anyway.
I just assumed his game might look like it. I don't know.
So this is comparing the Smash version in Shadow Dragon.
Straight up. Teamwork is awesome! Snap.
Like people, and here's the issue again with Marth versus Roy, well Marth and Roy, is that they were introduced first in Smash, so people kind of put their own character on them, which is why I think that they're favorites now, is because people have this perception.
The one on the left reminds me of Byakuya.
Yes. But then...
Where he's like royal and untouchable.
And then when they actually saw them in their games, they're like, oh... Huh. So anyway.
Yucky.
So, biggest issues with Marth, which is like what you said.
Her last point is literally the same one. My first point on this was Lucina does it better. Her last point literally is Lucina does it better.
Because she does.
Anyways.
And she's a girl.
Back to the left corner prison we are banished to.
But anyway, so they have... The issue with Marth, I think, is that he stands literally on nostalgia and love of Smash.
Dragon Marth, Fire Marth, Bara Marth. What's that?
Barbarian.
Oh, Girl Marth, Magic Marth, Rude, Who Marth. Why does it say Who
That's
Marth?
Prom.
Why? I know, but why does it say Who Marth? Huh?
Because he's the one that no one remembers.
No, I love Grom!
Because he's the one that didn't get into Smash.
Me.
Like I said,
Grom's in Smash.
He is now.
I have no comments on this. I don't like talking about Smash, it makes me angry. Anyways.
But anyway, so the biggest issue, like, he mainly stands on nostalgia and Smash. Like, people love him in that. But it's like, really? There's not much to him.
I didn't know if we had our Marth.
He is very little...
We don't. Keep going.
He's very little character. He's literally the most vanilla of lords. And yet he gets all this love, which I'm like, it's literally nostalgia.
If you can make
goggles.
Dirt a person, that's him.
So I'm like, there's just not... I don't get hype outside the fact that he was the first Fire Emblem lord, so we must honor the first one. Like, they don't do that for all the other game series out there. Let's be real.
Shadow Dragon / Mystery of the Emblem, like the first one, is literally just like the Pokemon Red or whatever the first one is. It's like, some people will just swear by it. That's the best game. Let's remake it 90 times. We love it. And I played through it and I'm like, yeah, okay, I've played 6 steps in. I don't have running shoes. I hate this game. You know, like, I'll play Sword and Shield over that. It's the same thing. I'll play Awakening over that any day. Like, they can love him. I don't understand it. I can't talk too much because I've made myself so angry. I have a headache now. I get so enraged over Charizard a while ago that I just kind of like... So I can't get super mad at Marth.
Conserve your energy. You need to save it for the last slide.
But, like, Marth is just very... It's like I can't hate him because I don't know anything about
There's
him.
not anything to hate.
There's
very
no
blank
character
slate.
to hate.
In fact,
He's
in some
just
way the worst.
as bland as it gets. He works better as a memory.
Yeah.
When other characters
His
like
legacy is
remember
bigger than he
Marth,
is.
because I'm playing heroes now and I get like Chris and stuff, who apparently is the protagonist. Like, and they're like, I have to fight for Marth. I'm like, why?
They were your Robin.
And the worst part is they're bland too. I only like the Chris where he's special edition. He's in the Plegia outfit, so he's like redone. But their original sprites, like from their game, I was like, okay, I know they redid this art for heroes. It's still kind of funky looking. Like, the old art style's not my thing. Like, all the characters, like, it's supposed to be forging bonds. So you're learning the stories of these characters, so you're forging the bonds between them. I got, like, 0% of that event done. Even though I had Chris in 2 different forms.
Mm-hmm.
So I got extra points. I was like, they're just so boring. So bland. The people from his game, there's just... It's not even just him. It's everyone from that game. It's like you're trying to wade through oatmeal and you're like, I don't even like oatmeal and the texture is weird and it doesn't taste like apples and cinnamon like it's supposed to.
And the thing is, like, Shadow Dragon, and we're talking about the remake, not the original one, it's just a dull and kind of
and we're
ugly
talking about
game.
the original one. We'll probably refer to as Mystery and the Emblem.
Well, the first one is called actually
Shadow Dragon, then Mystery of the
It's
Emblem,
actually called Shadow Dragon Sword of Light.
and then Mystery Emblem, the new Mystery of the Emblem, and then Shadow Dragon on the DS.
Actually, New Mystery Emblem is the remake.
I don't know. I Googled it and I only got 3 names, so.
But, Shadow Dragon is just like, I played it kind of ironically. It's fun if you're going to be like, hey, this is the one line this person will ever say. Or the fact that Marth walks up to people and says, hey, join our side. And they're like, okay, you're a prince.
Anything for you, Marth.
Well, that's literally...
Anything for you, Beyonce.
And the thing is, the reason this kind of bothers me now is that we have Echoes that goes and shows that you can remake and remaster an old game and give the characters more character. And it won't break it. And it can look good. Shadow Dragon honestly looks like trash. And it came after the GBA games and Radiant Dawn that was on the Wii. So they could have gone back to sprite art, and they could have done simplified 3D. We know what the DS could do at the time. Why did the art looked muddy, the models were so bad, you couldn't even tell when criticals happened, it was hard to even tell when things hit each other. And then again, the story was just what it always was, but it never was something interesting, and they added prologue to give a little bit more to Marth, but it wasn't a lot. It's like, this guy's been out for as long as Fire Emblem has existed. Why has he not gotten a little bit more character? Like, the most he actually gets is his legacy in Awakening, where he's kind of this myth. This kind of person of mystery. You hear about people talk about him like he's a great person. He does have some character in Warriors, but it's clear he has the least out of everyone else, because he's just your vanilla, I'm a good prince thing that's going to liberate people. He has more, like...
white sliced bread could be a person, that'd be him.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, it's not even, like,
It would be
healthy
him.
for you. It doesn't taste good on sandwiches because it's just kind of too sweet, and the texture's all wrong because it's kind of mushy, because it's overly processed. That's what he is.
Yeah.
White bread.
And as we said before, Lucina does him better. She's a girl, and she does him better.
Next slide.
Astrid from Path of Radiance. So,
Does she canon go with Makalov?
Yeah.
Remember I was looking at stuff, everyone was like, we hate Makalov, that's literally our least favorite character of all time, we all hate him so much. I remember that he existed, but I also remember that we never used him, so I didn't care.
yeah.
In the top right, I don't know if you can see very well because it's grayed out, that's Soth, the little one next to Astrid's on the left, on the top right image, and that's baby Soth, in case you're wondering what
he grew
Soth
up in
looked
3
like.
years with a
He's-
massive growth spurt.
He's wearing the same clothes in Radiant Dawn. That's
It's
why
funny.
he's that crop top, and everyone's like, "Ooh, crop top!" It's because he grew up in the
he
outfit.
has no other shirt.
He's wearing the same clothes.
No other shirt.
He literally was like 9.
So here's the funny thing is that like Astrid's even inconsistent in her storyline. The first one says, "My brothers are the pride of the house. As soldiers, they live glorious lives." And then Radiant Dawn, which is 3 years later, the love you two have for each other is so wonderful. I wish I had a sibling.
Like, girl, what? She comes in and she's not even a good unit. She's a bow knight.
Actually, we're gonna get right into that.
And she's dumb. Let me move our camera.
So, Astrid is a bone knight you get in Path of Radiance. You find her on a ship. She's actually with your one knight guy that left you, so you need to get her in order. Gatry. So you have to go.
Gatry.
So they have to go get her in order to get him back. So, but the thing is, she's a bone knight, and I remember so many people praising her as a really great unit in Path of Radiance, and partially because she has a Paragon skill, which doubles her EXP gain, Actually, when you can remove and put on skills at will in Radiant Dawn, best way to level someone up.
Because that's one of the games where I think some of the added difficulty of it and why it succeeds so well as a Fire Emblem game is because you can't do what you can do in the Fates games and Awakening. You have no extra levels. EXP you gain in level that's it.
You can't of every moment.
You can't grind. You don't get anything outside of story levels only. So you can add EXP you earn every level. You earn like a special amount of extra EXP that you can give in your base camp. And that's it. That's why you have to choose your units from the beginning, because if you don't, you will die. Because there's no way to grind, no way to like fail save. Like right now in Awakening, I'm like leveling up everyone to level 10 because I don't know who I want to use yet. In Path of Radiance, it's very much like if Conquest was like that, because Conquest I don't think you can do extra levels. It's like you choose who you can use to survive. So you're using Titania, you're using Soren, you're using Ike, you're using Mist, you're using.
You have to use Ike.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, like, these aren't characters that you add them in the level and they're just support. No, everyone's got to be offensive and defensive to the maximum extent.
As much as you can, or you're going to die.
Yeah.
So some characters can fall off crazy, and everyone says she's really useful.
Well, once you get a good character, even if the personality's bad, like, everyone's like, I hate Shinon. Yeah, but he can kill really you 4 times in his sleep, so
he's a really good unit.
He's on my team, baby.
I mean, honestly, you talk about Meram doesn't have a whole lot of personality, but he's a really good unit in Path of Radiance.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it doesn't need to be something great, you just need something that's decent. And so the thing is, everyone said she was such a good unit, and I tried to train her, and she just kept dying. I could never find a good use for her. She never really got strong, and she's even worse in Radiant Dawn. She attacks once a turn.
You have so many good
as a
bow wielders.
So slow. Why?
Because you've got Rolf, you've got Shinon, Leonardo, forgot about him. But I was like, just between Rolf and Shinon alone.
I mentioned a lot of classes that can use bows as a sub weapon.
It's like you really only in general games you only get like one ace archer, and then the other ones are like your supplementary archers. Like in Fates, it's Takumi. He's obviously meant to be your main choice as an archer, and then you get Setsuna, who's your secondary archer. Or in this game you get Shinon, and then Rolf is your secondary. So when you have this tertiary one, it's like they gotta really fight to get this role. So for her, it's like, oh, she's got this horse, so she's got added range. She should be
useful,
more defensive or something like that.
She's
it's like
so hard to make good.
She doesn't have a high critical rate, so you lose that, which is imperative for any sort of archer class. Is they have to have high speed and high critical rate, and she doesn't have that because she's on a horse. So it automatically tanks her speed. And she doesn't have a good defense.
It doesn't matter if she levels up quickly. That's not a good unit. Her stats aren't great.
Mm-hmm.
It takes her so long to kill anything and get experience. And the other thing is, like, personality-wise. Let's go past you. Personality-wise, not interesting either. She's a very one-note noble lady who's gone thrust into the war and is trying to figure that out. Which Lincia, who's the princess of the game, does way better. Arguably is one of my favorite princesses, because of how good she does it in Radiant Dawn.
And her color scheme is cool. She doesn't have blue hair.
Yeah, true.
She has green hair.
But it's like the whole idea of being out of your element because you're a noble that has to fight for the first time and figuring out how to deal with the whole wealth versus mercenary thing. Lincia does it better. Now, I don't think that Lincia always does it in a way that's palpable in Path of Radiance. Sometimes it's annoying. But, like...
But she needs that because in Radiant Dawn, she's way better.
Oh, yeah. And then Astrid literally is just there. And it's kind of like, well, why are you in Crimea? You're from Benyon. Okay, you're literally on the other side of the continent from where you were born.
Your horse isn't even cool.
And the worst thing of all is that her thing with Makalov. So there's a little bit of thing.
Because also Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. It's not like the later games where you choose who marries, and they can marry in-game, and then they got the heal end screen. A lot of times, if you don't get them a certain way, they have their set ending. And even a lot of times, if you get them married, like getting them to a top support, they can go post-game and be like, they just remain best friends forever.
And also,
there's no guarantee
has an option with everyone. Some of them only have like one option.
Yeah, there's no guarantee of marriage. There are no child units whatsoever, unless it's strictly story-based. So it's like this is before the marriage mechanic began. So anything that happens, this also, you only know what happens post-game. So you complete the whole game, and whoever they have the highest support with, then they'll get that ending with.
That's actually why I replayed Sacred Stone so many times, was just to see the endings.
To get the better endings. Because I remember Kal-El's, I forget who she's got to get married, Bastion?
No, she's married to Largo.
Largo. It's like, she's married to someone, and if you get it to a certain ending, they adopt a kid, you know? It's like,
yeah, and then the
cool
next game,
like
he's the only unit that's not present, weirdly enough. But anyway, so her whole thing is that she has this thing with this guy, Maklov, who's a sword knight, a mercenary guy. He's the older brother to the spunky Pegasus knight,
you can see him in the...
He's the dude with the purple mop of hair.
Yeah. Well, it's
You
pink.
can also...
It's pink hair.
Well,
Pinkish
yeah.
purple.
But, and you can see his younger sister, Marcia. She's the spunky Pegasus knight. Real Spitfire. And...
Another pink-haired Pegasus knight. Wah, wah, wah.
Well, she's better than some of them.
She is.
She's
better in S, she gets confused for S a lot in Heroes.
Yeah, but she has more personality than that. I do like her. She has a very large way of speaking, and that's the only way I can describe it, is that she like calls Ike handsome whenever she talks to him. Like, in some way she almost reminds me a little bit like of Rouge and Amy put together, or she has a sort of just very large sounding way of talking. That just, like, she isn't shouting, but she sounds like she just has presence. I have nothing wrong.
You can even see the graphics change between the top is Path of Radiance and Bottom's Radiant and Dawn. You can see the graphics
At least
change.
she looks kind of nice in the first one. The second one, I'm just like, I don't even know what the heck she's doing.
She's just like, she looks more like she'd fit into Leaf's game.
Yeah.
More, it's got that hairstyle where they have the very big front, the very old style of like anime drawing.
But so the thing is that, she in the first game meets Maklov, thinking he's a great knight. He's a complete scoundrel. He owes money to many places. Actually got Marcia in a lot of trouble because of the debts he owed, and he always goes running and leaving her the bill to figure out.
Infamous
He's
for
a
being
real scoundrel.
a stinky do it. Like, just known for being a skank, really. Just isn't useful. Not a good unit. Not a good character.
But as the only other
Looks
Benyon
dumb.
knight in the army,
Bad
Astra
hair.
meets him. They talk. She's very earnest and open and honest and very naive, ultimately. So he keeps trying to get money out of her, and she usually gives it to him because she doesn't know any better. To the point where in their last support, she goes and gives him this very rare pendant that's from her grandmother that has, this very big significance to her, but it also is worth a lot. And he takes it and gets ready to sell it until Marcia hits him over the head and tells him to return it. So he didn't choose of his own volition. He literally got threatened at spear point by his sister to give it back. Not because it matters to Astrid, but because he does. And he goes and tells her, yeah, I'm a scoundrel. I've been...
Really just it's already 5 a.m.
Oh. I'm glad you're listening, though. I'm glad we've been entertaining.
I hope this is interesting enough to keep you awake.
But dude, get some...
Appreciate you being here.
Get some rest.
It's always nice to have our friends hanging out.
But we're actually almost done here. But,
So we're almost finished.
So the whole deal with Astrid is just like the fact that she goes and gets tricked out of her money. She's a noblewoman, by the way, so she has a lot of money. She says she gets tricked out of this by Makalov, and he goes and tells her he's a scoundrel, and she admires him all the more because of it. And I'm just like, huh? So in the next game, she clearly has this infatuation with him. She thinks he's a fine and upstanding knight. And every time that Marcia digs into him for being a drunk on the counter when they're supposed to be meeting with the captain of the guard, she's like, don't lay into Makalov. He's a very fine knight. And Marcia's just like, I don't know how hard you hit your head, girl, but no. And then she actually, a lot of her endings will marry him. She will marry this scoundrel, drunk debtor, and thinks that he is a great knight. And there's a difference between having a person that's rough around the edges like Crow and seeing goodness in them because they have their redeeming qualities.
He has literally no redeeming qualities.
Makalov has no redeeming qualities. He's just getting kicked around by his sister. Only once, briefly, does he mention the fact that in her at all. They had a cancel support where it was supposed to be that, she was going to point out the fact that hey, I shouldn't be the one, hauling your butt around all the time. I wish I could depend on you, and he goes and feels bad about it. For some reason, it was left out of the game.
Aww.
But the thing is he doesn't have any redeeming qualities. He has literally a family member, which isn't often in Fire Emblem games. He has a family member. He could get a little bit more character out, but no, he's just kind of a scoundrel.
He bogs her down.
And it's kind of like, why are you? It's like there's a difference between seeing good in someone and just being blind, which is what bothers me.
Yeah, it's like all I saw across the entire internet when I was doing my research for the last one was literally everyone being like, Astrid deserved better. R.I.P. Astrid.
But
Like, we
she
hate
really,
Magalov.
like, if she hasn't figured it out by now, I think she's stuck with him because she's an idiot.
Yeah,
just,
I mean.
Just saying. So she has a cool design. I like her art in Path of Radiance. But disappointing character, disappointing unit, kind of a waste. So now we go into the grand finale.
Micaiah!
Oh,
this is
things
a long rant, so I hope you're in for the ride.
Yeah. So many memes.
We actually, our first Talking Tuesday we ever did
was about Radiant Dawn.
Just us sitting down, and for 4 straight hours, we talked about Micaiah. It's up.
We're not going to do that this time.
If you want to look, it's most likely up on our VOD channel, Medieval VODS, where we have...
It's under one of our things called Rant Tunnel.
Rant Tunnel, where we have every single VOD up there, except for one. But we don't talk about that. But yeah, Micaiah, like, she's just...
where do you begin? So let's just read these, then we'll go from there.
So the left one is from Radiant Dawn, because she only exists in Radiant Dawn, and she says, right, Lord Ike,
she's a lord
hero of the Crimean liberation, leader of the Ground mercenaries, and father of Soth's children.
So essentially before this...
What? Huh?
So
father of Soth's children?
Before this, Soth was pointing out how General Ike is a great man, he served under him, and he is, and he's really impressive. And Micaiah goes on about how she doesn't like Ike and thinks that she thinks that Soth is essentially a fanboy of him, and that she sees him as essentially Dane's arch enemy because he brought in Benyon. And I'm like, yeah, until you go and remember how in Path of Radiance he tried to offer help to the Dane people, they threw it back in his face because he was Crimean. So that's their fault. And the hatred she has for Ike, when Ike is so well loved, puts her in a negative light.
Yeah, because at this point,
it just sounds small-minded.
We all love Ike.
And not to mention, a lot of people in this game, like him or hate him, he did some amazing things, and a lot of people respect him. And she just kind of is like, well, no, they clearly haven't seen the true side of him. I, who have never met him and never stepped outside of my country. Bad. He evil. It just sounds stupid.
I can't go too ham on this because I think I'll have an aneurysm because I hate her so much.
Yeah, we'll get to the next slide.
Because, well, I'll tell you who at least give you a little ID. On the far left, that picture, on the far left of the wings, that's Raphael. He is the oldest of 3 remaining royal herons. There's 4 in total surviving of that race. To his immediate right is Nyla. She's the queen of the wolves. They do canonly get married.
They are an awesome power couple.
Yes, canonly they are married. It's very, very cute. I love that.
She reminds me a lot of Flavia from Awakening.
Yes, she does. I love it a lot. We love our queen. Queen of the deserts. Soth is on the far right in the green. He is wearing the same shirt he wore 3 years ago in Path of Radiance.
Yeah, it's a crop top.
Doesn't change any clothes. Gotta say, it looks great on him. I love the crop top angle. And then Micaiah, who's small and lame. The worst part is she's got great character design. Very interesting, very unique. And then every single aspect of her character is terrible. She has no redeeming qualities, and I hate everything about her.
She's like Haru in that she has a lot of pieces that could have been good if you put them in the right places.
But unlike Haru,
such a misfire.
Yeah, unlike Haru, she has no redeeming qualities.
It just is a lot of pieces that do not work out. So
okay,
this part, team up with Ike or draw 25. So there's a point in the game where Micaiah's on the side of her army, and Ike's on the side of his army, and he doesn't want to hurt her. He doesn't want, because he's aiming for the people behind her. Mm-hmm. And he's just like, please, just let us pass. We'll leave you alone. You people have been through enough. Let us go. And she refuses. Repeatedly. And they just don't know what to do about it besides just kill them because they're in the way and they have to keep going forward. And I'm just like, you couldn't have sent a message or, I don't know, something? Like, the fact that not only are they willing to do that, but they're not willing to say why is the reason that everyone's confused on the other side. Like, well, we can get it if you have, like, an issue, but you're not even telling us anything. And they're just so desperate sounding. It's like, how can we feel that you're in the right, even if we know the real reason why you're fighting? And it's pretty sad. But it's like, you guys aren't even trying.
Mm-hmm.
So, other one, describing Micaiah's character. Like this one?
friendship, harmony, incredible violence, and love.
This is Micaiah's character in a nutshell.
Straight up, she's all like, I'm the apostle, whatever, I'm true
She's the
apostle.
maiden of dawn.
I'm the person super late to class and missed the first 4 hours. What did I miss? Well,
a lot of ranting.
Welcome to the anger train. You came at the right time. Because we've been through, this is our last character. And boy, is it a doozy. Because Micaiah is like, I am the priestess. I am the savior of Dayan. I am here. I'm for the people.
Leader of the street rats. She is the maiden of dawn. She hears the voice of the goddess.
And I will also relentlessly light Pegasi on fire because I can for no real reason.
Because I need to stop the Empress, and the only way is mass murder.
So she literally kills an entire flock of Pegasi.
This isn't just
lights them on fire.
Oh wait, there's a difference. Yeah,
That's what we're saying.
We're getting into. It's like you can normally shoot down Pegasi with arrows. No, she pours oil on them and plans to light them on fire with the riders still on them.
You're the peace option.
You're the light priestess?
Your other option is like Ike, where you're trying to save people where you can.
We
feel bad when we kill people, and
she's
she's like
just to drive through and not take as many lives.
And she's supposed to be like I'm gentle, look at my little bird. If you actually look at the one on the top right on the green one, I actually have that unit in Heroes.
She got her little bird.
And I hate her. But that's supposed to be, that's like the goddess. So she's like the goddess speaker, and she's like, I am the prophet, I'm the good one. And then she's like, but then I'm also going to murder this entire country, and I'm very racist, and I also hate everyone that isn't my fan. And if you oppose me, I'll murder you. But I won't. This guy that I completely, whatever, have wrapped on my finger, I will. It's South, by the way. That you love from the last game.
Well, that's the issue.
Now he's completely devoted to me, and he will kill you.
No one actually is afraid of her. It's more like they don't understand. They're trying to end her madness before she does anything, and she's not actually a threat in any way to Ike. It's more like he, being the bigger person, literally doesn't want to kill her.
Which is why it's annoying. I was like, you're trying to make Ike look bad, but you're not even a good enough character.
Yeah, so
it's like if Soren went evil and went against Ike, that'd make more sense, because at least he'd be cool.
Next slide is my favorite picture of all time.
Fighting himself when people are too scared to fight you.
That's the thing, she's not even scary. She's just kind of very, random in how she attacks. There's no rhyme or reason to anything.
It's like she's not
a good
general.
Tactics, and there's just dumb.
It's like her character is like just... It's literally like this. It's like spread across the map. It's like they couldn't decide what they wanted it to do. They had 3 different distinct character ideas that would be cool, and then they're like, let's put it all in Micaiah.
Well,
or like,
remember,
no.
Remember last week when I talked about Rhea? The lady with the green hair?
From 3 Houses?
Yes. She's one that really gets across the vibe. She's very motherly, and she's the head of the church, but you do not doubt for a second that she could break every bone in your body in 5 seconds flat, so you cross her.
It's like
but
Camilla.
It's a presence. And Micaiah doesn't have that. She's just too simple, sweet. I'm the low of the low, and also here's the other thing. She's all about, I have low self-esteem because I'm of a race that's very well prejudiced against, and I've had such a rough life. It's not like there's another character.
But you're
that
super
does
racist against the Crimeans.
Yeah, it's kind of like...
Which is, it's so
she's
fun.
a
Go to your
hypocrite,
next slide
honestly.
before I get too heated.
Yeah.
Well, let me do this point first.
By the way, spoilers coming up.
This is very spoilers. If you ever want spoilers for Path of Radiance, Radiant Dawn, speak now or forever hold your peace. This will spoil pretty much the whole game. You have 3 seconds. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay, here comes the spoilers, baby. So, her and Soren are the same race. Wow, I'm so good at this. They're both branded.
You actually move it over here so you can read all of it.
Okay, let me read this comic for you guys.
This is the best comic ever. It's one of the first things
I'm
I
going
ever
this way,
favorited
left
on
to right.
DeviantArt.
So it says, go in. Soren is the one on the left, if you don't know.
He's
so
more on
know.
the grumpy side, but he's pretty cool.
He's Ike's, number 2. They probably would get married.
No,
he's
he's a very powerful mage and a wicked smart tactician.
And the mark on his forehead is a branded mark, which means everybody
who sees him knows that he's essentially this
wants
accursed
to kill
race.
him.
Yeah.
The Barrock, which are the humans, the Lagoos, which are the beasts. There's multiple beast races too. All of them want to kill them because he's half and half.
So, and he didn't actually know that for at least the first several years of his life, so he was wondering why everyone was trying to kill him.
So, let me read it first. It says, go away. Hi, you must be Soren. Go away, I'm busy. I'm Micaiah. I don't care.
That's Soren.
But I'm a brilliant tactician, so am I. He is your chief tactician. I help lead a revolution in everything, as in everybody, and I'm a really powerful mage. Got it covered, baby. I also get a third class. Well, I'm also branded. Yep, I'm one of the rare races. I'm a Heron, dragon here. I'm the lost heir of Benyon, Dayan. He is. His mom is literally the queen. His parents are actually
royals.
The queen and king of Dayan. Long story there. And my history is really sad. Girl, please, don't get me started on Soren's history.
It's sad.
Every moment is tragic. He only has his, by the end of Radiant Dawn, he only has his uncle, and that's his only surviving relative.
Not to mention everything that came before
Out of
sucked.
A whole race. I was like, oh, because we accidentally killed them all. But that's just a theory, a game theory. Fine, how about this? I'm the avatar of a goddess, and I can read minds and tell the future, and heal with the touch. I have silver hair, and a magic bird, and a canonical romantic pairing. What you got that can measure up to that? I can double attack. She is notoriously slow.
It's a pain.
Next slide.
But, so essentially, the reason the Makai I find most funny is that she doesn't work is the fact that, like, literally everything that's her big point for her, Soren does better, and he did it in the last game.
He also, in Radiant Dawn, he's a third class, where he, as you saw, he wears all black and, like, dark olive green, like, he's dark because he's also been severely abused as a child, thrown out.
He looks like a dark mage, but he's actually a wind mage.
Yeah, he's a royal, but he doesn't know because he was branded. He was given to like this super severe, blood magic guy. What's it called?
He's just referred to as a sage.
Oh well, yeah. So
essentially, he thinks that Soren's been touched by the spirits and therefore has great magical ability. He does naturally anyway, but essentially he was using him as a conduit for his magic, essentially, which is really painful if you're like 6.
So bad. And Soren also only ages at half the rate of a normal human because he is half. He's branded. So he ages slow because he's half black dragon. Which not is just dragon, black dragon.
Most rare and most powerful race on all of Tellius.
Yeah, only the royals of the like super sheltered dragon nation are the black dragons. You have white, red, one pink dragon who's a combination of the two, and then black dragons are their rulers. Just like you have the herons, which are all brown, and then the white herons are the royals. Only the royals are white. Just like you have, you know, the beast units and stuff. I think only the kings are red, unless they're enemy units.
No, that varies.
It's fine.
The kings vary.
And then and then you have wolves, and then you have ravens and hawks. So my favorite thing about that game is the multitude of beast units. But either way, the black dragons eat everyone else for supper
so essentially
because
you have the
they
red
are
dragons,
so strong.
which are all physical, the white dragons, which are all swift and magical. Then you have the black dragons that literally can fly. They're the most powerful. They don't even know the lifespan because none of them have died yet.
They look so cool. The only ones that have died have been from unnatural causes.
Yeah,
such as
they don't know the length of their lifespan.
And the thing why branded is so bad is when the Laguz bear child with bear
yeah,
I was gonna say bear fruit. I was like, that doesn't sound quite right. Bear fruit. Bear child. When they have a child together, the Laguz lose their property. They can no longer shift.
They literally become something that isn't either race.
The thing unique to this game is the fact that they don't use stones to transform. They have gauges. Yeah. So they have essentially infinite weapon usage because they don't have stones. So they're level up goes to their power. Doesn't matter how strong their weapon is because it's just by their gauges. But when they marry or like procreate with the Barak, they lose that power. So Soren's mom, who was the only remaining female black dragon, so the only one able to produce an heir.
Well, I mean, we got Anna.
Yeah, later on. She marries the King of Dan because she runs away.
Because he's dangerous and she likes danger.
Yeah, because she was sheltered, ran away. Because also Goldoa, which is the dragon's
completely isolated
island. Boop. Island over here. Here's the rest of the world. Island of just dragons. Only dragons live there, and they never interbreed. Like, they never breed with other species. You know what I'm saying?
Well, actually, they only interbreed.
They only interbreed.
they don't
only
do anyone
incest
else.
Here, ladies and gents.
I say there's incest, but they only breed with other dragons.
Yeah, so then his mom is she left, the only female black dragon left ever, went and became no longer could turn into a black dragon. So she's essentially useless. So she marries him,
And then they have Soren branded half and half, so now he's scorned by everyone.
And also, let's add on to top of this that her brother came looking for her.
Her brother
An
came
entire
to save
platoon
her.
of dragons came. They all got turned into monsters.
Yes, because the king she married was, he's called the Mad King Ashnard.
He's crazy.
So he's the Mad King because he's insane. And they've been working on, the whole storyline is they've been working on this thing that turns the Laguz, the beast units, into feral ones, which means
So
they
they're
know,
always shifted.
Yeah, they are always shifted, which is incredibly painful, and they no longer have like free will. They're essentially just zombies. So he takes her brother,
that's the thing.
Soren's uncle, who is one of 2 male like black dragons. There's the dad, then there's 2 sons and a daughter. Daughter goes, Soren's mom. Uncle goes, becomes a feral one, and he's the dragon Ashnard rides. So we're like, oh, cool, a wyvern unit. No, that's Soren's uncle he's riding, who's now an insane dragon
who can just treat it as a mount.
Who can never be turned back. Once you become feral, you can't go back. So he's forever locked in this form, has no cognitive thought. That's his uncle.
And he gave himself up so that Ashnard would let his sister and his nephew go.
Go free.
They ran.
Mm-hmm.
Almedha, however, which is
that's
her
the
name,
mom.
Is she got separated from Soren somewhere along the way. He ended up in Gallia somehow, which is
The
2
beast
countries
unit.
away.
Yeah, the beast.
2 countries away.
Dayan and Crimea are up here. Galdo was like way over here, like over in space, and he was like over here.
So it's like, who knows how he got there, but he ended up in Gallia somehow, and ends up with this random woman who takes care of him, probably an aide of Almedha's at some point. She hates his guts, probably because it screwed Almedha's life up. So she's very abusive towards him, and this is the age when he's about 3 or 4 years old. So
A child. And mind you, he stays, so he's like 3 for double the amount of time. So twice the amount of time to be abused, because twice the amount of time he's still unable to fend for himself because he ages slow because he's half dragon.
So the thing is, he never says it. She just abuses him, always shouts at him. He just takes it. And so eventually, a sage comes upon the village, mistakes him for someone who's spirit charmed, a.k.a. has great magical ability.
Because they have the mark on their forehead, but it's different.
Yeah,
it's
a different
He just
thing.
has a red mark, so they take that,
It's actually,
even though it's clearly a branding.
Yes, the guy just wasn't smart. So he goes and pays the woman. She sells him without thought, is actually pretty happy about it. He's near death. So he essentially has like a year to teach Soren all of his magical ability. He's a great sage. So there's no time to eat, there's no time to rest, there's no time for anything except for constantly learning magic, and if it doesn't work, I'll personally demonstrate by shooting it at you.
And
Whether
we're
you
like,
die or
oh,
not.
word!
And at this point, by the time that all is finished and the sage eventually dies, Soren essentially has the power of a sage, and he's 6.
and like, here you go, street rat. Mind you, he is a prince of 2 different countries.
And immensely
He's
powerful.
The rightful heir to both Dayan and Goldoa.
And yeah, so he goes and leaves because
he comes
runs out of food.
before the current heir is like of Goldoa. It would be him because the other one is the brother of his mom. So he's not next in line. It would be Soren because he's the first heir born. But he's out here being abused in the desert.
So we're only at 6, by the way. So after that, he goes off looking.
There's more.
He goes off. It just keeps getting worse. So he goes off to find a village because he runs out of food. He goes looking for something, just looking for other people. And, just a little kid on the streets. People originally are fine until they notice he's branded, in which case, the humans throw rocks and try and scare him away from the village, thinking he's some sort of curse. The Laguz just don't treat him like he's there at all. Like, they'll be in the same room with him, and they will treat him like he's air.
They'll walk through him.
And that bothered him way more, because it was like, one was scorn. He could take scorn. He had it all his life. But not even being given the time of day is why he's racist, but not really, because, like, he knows them.
Literally half brand. He is half Laguz.
And the thing is, Laguz don't all have a choice in this. Some of them literally have an instinct to avoid the branded. Mm-hmm. That they will actually be cold to them intentionally, but they also might just instinctively know to avoid them. Mm-hmm. So it's like, that also sucks. And the thing is that he also realized was he didn't know how to talk either, because no one ever taught him. So
he literally only knows how to talk to cast spells.
Yeah. he could speak in the ancient language to cast spells, and he could write better than anyone else because he's highly educated. But he had no idea how to speak.
Homie's massively smart.
Yeah.
Take every tactician you've known in any game and put them all together, and that's him.
He only loses like in 2 scenarios, and those were unwinnable situations.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and even then, he got really close to winning.
He's mad smart. Homie's a kid still. And the special thing about Branded is you have to have a mark. And you will physically display traits of whatever race you are. So, like, later on, there's other characters in the game. One's,
a lion, and he's very strong.
Yeah, it's like...
Makai is a heron, so therefore she has her healing abilities.
Makai's is on her hand. Gloves, boom, no one knows. Like, Petrin, she's, Lance, General...
Paladin.
Paladin. Hers is on her boob. That's fine.
She can hide that she wants
another
to.
Spoiler. Ooh, watch out. Zelgius has it... I don't know
his
where.
Back.
Yeah, but he's fully covered in armor. But you can tell because he's got his hair is like a navy blue.
He's Raven.
That's how you know
so
he's Raven
fast.
branded. Because they'll have traits of whatever race they are, and they'll have physical attributes. He's got the blue hair. Micaiah's got the silver hair. Soren's got this like almost black, but it's actually a really really dark green black.
It's
ambiguous.
Calling it black is easier because when people think dark green, they think other colors. But I say black just because simplicity.
Take black and take it one shade to the left in
You're like on the color swatches. That's how it is.
Yeah,
because
because
like the
their
deepest
parents
green you've ever seen.
Yeah, their parents all have like a green
but
ombre
Ashras is
into
blue,
black.
so it moves his more towards the black area.
Yeah, and he's got the extreme magical prowess that comes along with.
And he's really smart, and he also ages just really, really slowly. He'll probably be like look like a 20-year-old when he's 200. You know. So that's the issue is
because they age regularly up until a certain point and then they stop aging. That's how the dragons work.
Yeah,
it's very much like all dragons in Fire Emblem. They all age to a certain physical
point,
point,
just stop.
then they stop until they get to another physical point, and then they become old.
So
and they
he's
die.
gonna live a very long life.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole thing is that he's like from the age of from like 6 to 9 years old is just on his own doing his best to survive, and everyone hates him. It's great. He's doing his best though. Eventually, when he's like. Think he's not going to last any longer, he's like ready just to die at the base of a tree, is when Ike finds him, a young Ike who also lived there. He didn't understand what Soren was, besides the fact that this was a boy who just, looked really hungry.
A child!
Because Ike's a pretty simple guy, but all he knows is he's hungry. Soren's really suspicious, obviously thinking he's going to hurt him, but he offers to give him his lunch. Mm-hmm. Soren's obviously starving, so he doesn't really question it. And
he's a small child. Yeah, when you see him in game, he's a small man. He's very small.
I mean, and the thing is that Ike originally wants to take him home because he looks really hungry, and that's all he's thinking about. Of course, Soren's suspicious because that's all he's known. People never treat him kindly. Mm-hmm. And so why would this random boy do that? So Ike agrees to come back the next day, and Soren stays there. Funny thing, Ike's dad goes crazy that day.
Kills his mom.
Slaughters everyone in the village, including his mom. So Ike doesn't come back the next day because he and his father and his sister run away. The good news is, though, because Grail did that, there's an entire village worth of supplies with no one to take it. So Soren's able to actually get enough together that he can actually continue on.
His dad no longer he goes crazy because of a medallion, so he's not crazy the whole time, just clarifying. His dad is a good character. Measures. He went crazy for like that one time because the medallion, much like a Horcrux in Harry Potter, the spirit is so strong it possesses you until you take it off. Yeah. And only Ike's mom could control it. Yeah, only she could control it. She has a certain song. So when he had it, it instantly possesses them. You kill everyone.
He's so freaking strong. He literally kills everyone until she takes the medallion back from him as he stabs her through the chest.
It's very much like like Avengers again, where he's got the axe in Thanos' shoulder and he's like pushing it in. That's him, and she's like, "Love you."
Yeah. So because of that, though, Soren's able to survive. He has enough money, enough food in order to make it to the next country over Crimea, which is also ironically where Ike happened to go. He finds an order of monks who are impressed again with his ability for magic. He's able to stay there long enough to at least learn how to speak.
Yeah, still can't talk.
And that's the other thing. So that was the other issue with trying to communicate with Ike, is Ike couldn't read and Soren couldn't talk, so they were just trying to make the best of it.
They're both children, mind you, under 10 years old.
And Soren looks even younger than that. But he's older. He's older than Ike, but he looks younger.
Yeah.
And so he eventually manages to kind of get into a more, socially acceptable state. And his only goal after that is to go and find Ike again, because he wants to repay him for the only person that ever showed him any kindness. Mm-hmm. And after that, once he joins Grell's mercy band, and because of reasons, Ike doesn't remember meeting him at all. But Soren doesn't care about that. He just wants to repay this debt. Mm-hmm. And so he comes on as the Grell Mercenary's tactician. And Grell's a little suspicious because Soren at this point is like 13, 14 years old. He's clearly too young to be on a battlefield, but then he impresses Grell essentially again with his magic abilities, and he just has a super knack for strategy. Mm-hmm. Like, any strategy he does in either game never fails if everyone follows strategy he does, if everyone follows his orders, they always win. The only times he doesn't is when people go off script and don't follow orders. Mm-hmm. So he's one of Ike's two. The other aide would be Titania, also great. We could talk about her for a while. She's also awesome.
Yeah, this backstory does end with us bashing Micaiah. Just FYI, take a pause to tell you. This backstory is very important to you understand why she sucks, considering how much Soren's gone through. Continue.
So, essentially, Soren has this whole thing, and he's very obviously kind of paranoid and always looking over his shoulder for when is someone going to realize he's not aging at the speed at which he should be. Mm-hmm. To any of the other things, that they really recognize what the mark on his head means. Anything. He's constantly paranoid of being thrust out, and he wants to tell Ike at some point what he is because he wants to share that with his best friend. But he's afraid of being rejected again, and if that happens, he doesn't know where he's going to go. So he's constantly living in this very high-strung, panicky state, and he lashes out at people a lot. But it's like, unlike other characters, you know where it's coming from. He just doesn't really understand kindness, and he has a hard time showing it.
Yeah, because it's interesting seeing...
In Rain Dawn, he actually is a lot more calm.
Yeah, in Path of Radiance, it's interesting to see because you can tell that the four, Ike, Titania, Mist, and Grell, while he's there, understand Soren's personality because they don't react as harshly as other people.
Like, Titania is the when best he's one. Being rude, which he's very blunt. But
but they're never like, you jerk, or like respond to that. It's like they'll call him out on what he's doing, or they'll say something to counteract what he's doing because they understand because they've been with him long enough.
But I think like Titania's the biggest thing because he's pragmatic while she's has more morality. Mm-hmm. So he's like what would be best in our interest. She's what's in best in other people's interest, and both of you have to consider because one way or the other will always bite you in the butt. You have to have a little bit.
They're generally going head to head in terms of strategies.
You never get the idea that they hate each other. They definitely respect the other person's opinion for their experience. Like, and that's the thing that's actually impressive. Titania's been a knight for years. She's the second oldest person in the company. She's been running essentially the company alongside Grell since its inception, pretty much. But in spite of his age, she respects Soren a lot for his intelligence. Mm-hmm. And so she actually will listen to him and goes for his opinion. In the same way, more on Rain and Dawn than Path of Radiance, but he also respects her opinion as well. They kind of have this butting heads all the time, but that's how they get the best ideas. Mm-hmm. Which is actually what makes kind of the whole mercenary group so strong. But the thing is like, Soren has a rough time about things. It's only after he actually confides in Ike and realizes Ike doesn't care one way or the other. Why would he? This is his friend. That he actually starts to calm down a bit, and you can see in Rain and Dawn, for instance, he has a little bit of a trust with like Mia, who's another person in the mercenary group, when talking to the other Lagoos and stuff like that. He doesn't like them, but he doesn't hate them. It's work. Mm-hmm. He's able to actually fight with them and make strategies for them. It's like, he's a lot more calm. He's not constantly checking over his shoulder. He kind of understands where he is, and he's able to be a lot more, able to grow more as a character.
And he's got a cool coat.
Oh, he has the best
he's got
outfit.
That black, black thing, and then his third class he gets a white coat to go on top of the black. Yo.
Actually, we're gonna escape out of this because I actually got to
she's gonna look it up.
It's so cool. Trust me.
It's so cool.
Actually, can you turn off for a minute while I look for my files?
Beep, beep. But we can say, so now you know a little bit of Soren's backstory.
So he's a very well-built character.
And mind you, he never gets to take the throne. Remember
how he learn it. His mother
look for your picture. He's the rightful heir for these two countries, remember? Let me get the laptop back up. And Micaiah thinks
he's got a great coat.
Look at him.
He's got an awesome outfit.
Wow. Third class. Do you have a picture of him in his regular?
No, I have to look for that one. Give me a minute.
Ooh, sorry. So you can see what it is. So Micaiah in Radiant Dawn ascends to being, the ruler of Dayan. She's so for the Dayan people. Blah, blah, blah. because she does all that, and Soren is technically the rightful heir. So the fact that she's trying to compare herself to him, I'm like, girl, you came from what? You have a branding that you can hide on your hand. His branding's on his forehead. You're not hiding that, dude. And then his mom doesn't even recognize him until she sees him.
Yeah.
She doesn't like.
She can't remember
she
what he
doesn't
looks
know
like.
what he looks like.
She only saw him when he was a child.
Yeah. Take that. Oh, that one with him and his mom is a good one. Okay, we're on Google Images, so you can see, because we're on a Soren tangent. So,
Trying to get bigger picture of this.
just open in a new tab.
Yeah, you can kind of see him. So that's his parents right there.
Yeah, you can see. Can you open it? Just go to the image and hit open in new tab.
No, I'm gonna go for a different one.
Oh, okay. But you can see his mom's got the
This
green
is-
hair.
I'm trying to go in this. This
But
is
you
what
can
he looks
see
like in the opening.
Where he's got. You're gonna have to open a new tab for it to be enough. Yeah. He's got. He wears black.
So he goes to white, and it's actually pretty cool because it shows that he's kind of let go of all the extra darkness he used to have.
This
Very
is his.
poetic.
This is his in-game art from his base game. I don't think he even has a tome in that picture.
No, this is just him in the opening.
Love that.
This is him when he has to come.
That's his actual, like, you can tell by the PNG cutout, his real sprite. What's the third one?
It's just fan art.
Word. So him going to the white jacket's really cool. Go back to your, you can go back to your thing now.
Yeah. But anyway,
Because now back to Micaiah.
so why do we tell you all this?
That's mine.
Bring it all back.
Why did we tell you all this? Because the fact that Soren does all that, and he's not even the main character.
He's technically a side character.
He's a side character. He's Ike's number 2 guy. And then Micaiah, who's supposed to be our main character,
She's supposed to be a lord.
she rolls up. Everybody already loves her. Everyone's like, you're the priestess of
You
dawn.
are God sent.
You're God sent because she can sing. Heron's thing is they can sing. It's like, you know, you have dancers in every game. You don't have dancers in this game. You have Herons who sing. The Royals can sing. Only the Royals, but only the Royals are left surviving except for one because they were all massacred.
Another
Ooh.
story for another day.
Yeah, another day. It's a good game. Long game. But, so she can sing because she can use the Heron song because like we mentioned before,
And she has a healing touch.
she's branded. So she has the Heron powers. Just like the other people have other powers connected to their branding. She's half Heron, so she has the power to do the healing and the song.
Not to mention, she's also the true apostle of the Banyan, the Holy Nation, which means she can hear the... she's a firstborn, so that's why. So she can hear the voice of the goddess. She has so much going for her, yet she wants to go and say, well, people found out, they will reject me. I'm like, no, they think you're a god.
Girl, just wear your glove, you'll be fine. I was like, they rejected
She has no reason for angst whatsoever.
No, that's just like, she's got this whole thing, and then we're like, okay, so you're gonna do that, and you're gonna stand right next to the rightful heir to this country with the branding on their face?
And let me add another thing. With her childhood, yeah, it had some rough patches, but she also was raised by a woman who knew what it was and warned her beforehand, hey, this mark will mean people will hate you. Avoid it. Hide it. And then after the war, she actually got along with the people of Dan because they were all, you know, war refugee people. So she actually got along with the people, came to love the people. Like, literally, her story is the exact opposite of her Soren. So the fact that she's like,
She had a good
woe is
time.
me.
She had a good time.
They will all turn against me. If I'm like, no, they won't.
You meet like 5 total other branded people throughout the 2 games. And I was like, and all of them can hide it, and you're like, but generally they're on the enemy side because they're so hated by everyone. Soren's the only one besides Stefan. Soren's the only one that you get
Stefan's
as a
kinda
main
neutral, too.
character.
He doesn't like people.
Yeah.
He just likes swords.
Stefan is like a special character where you have to go to a certain spot in the desert and do blah blah blah.
He's a hermit.
Ton of steps to get him. He's hard to get. He's a swords master and he's lion branded.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's like he's on. Soren's the only main character you get who's branded. The
You
rest
can
of them
literally go through the whole
are
game
evil.
without knowing this because it's only in his supports.
Yeah, this is only in his support, and I think it's only in, like Ike or something.
Yeah, it's the only.
It's very hard to find. Just like you don't know that he's Almeha's son.
Unless you go through a lot of hoops in Radiant Dawn.
Oh, Radiant!
So
You
many
gotta
hoops.
play it like 3 times.
At least 3 times.
You have to play it minimum twice because you have to find Peleus, who is the fake heir that Micaiah is friends with. He's a real spirit charmer, which means he's not branded, but he still has a red mark on his forehead. So they think he's the one. They think he's the ruler of Dane. Almeha really thinks that's her son.
But she can't remember.
Yeah. But Soren has like the branding. So it's like when she sees him, she remembers. But you don't know it because you have to kill Peleus.
And then not kill him in the next playthrough.
In the next game, you can't play that. You have to recruit him. And then you have to get
Soren support with Almeja, which you can't really get because they don't have supports in that game. It's actually an information.
You have to get Soren's thing. Soren has to meet Micaiah. They have to face each other in battle. Peleus has to survive. He has to meet Soren in battle. And then Peleus has to survive through part 4 and talk to Almeja. He has to be on the same team as her to tell her the truth. And then they all have to survive to the end game.
Which, if you know Soren, anyone who's going to face them in battle is not surviving.
Yeah.
So anyways, it's a long process to get Soren. So, but that's just Soren. He's one of like 40 characters with similar but not as tragic backstories. And Micaiah comes in like, oh no, everybody loves me, and I'm super famous, and the people want me to be their queen, even though I have no qualifications. I've only been here for like 2 years.
She does have no qualifications, and she takes it anyway.
Like, no. She's so frustrating because like your first point says, her personality is not like, you have Soren and you're like, okay, he's this kind of a jerk, but that's his thing. Lots of characters in that game is a war game. It's not a game about romance. You literally can't even get people married. It's only random chances. It's a game about war and the horrors of war and the consequences of war.
Not to mention we have racism, classism, corrupt church.
Yeah, when you look into it, those 2 games are heavy games. Especially out of the Fire Emblem franchise, where they're like, you know, you got Secret Stones, you're like, oh, I got saved by my prince, or like, you know, the other games where people die and stuff, but it's about marriage and it's about the Ike's not
our warrior queen.
Ike's not a royal. The only royal you have on your team technically is Soren, and you don't even really know that, and he's given up the throne and all that stuff. You have Valencia at some point, but only in the second game, and it's
she does rock in the second game though.
So much work. So it's like, this is in a game about hard characters going through hard times, she comes up and she's like, it's like if you were literally on a professional sports team and then some kid who's seen one sports anime rolls up and like, I'm ready to go, and you're like, have you ever been outside in your life? Do you even own basketball shorts?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, I'm really cool too. Like, or like when anime kids go up to talk to like actual Japanese people and they're like, konnichiwa, senpai-san, and you're like, what?
So we're gonna jump
That's
to
how
this
I feel
one
about
here.
Micaiah.
We were talking about the Pegasus more and also the same. So the issue with Micaiah, so she's originally a freedom fighter. Actually, in part 1, she's fine, in my opinion. She's doing the same thing as Ike. She's gathering together her little freedom task force to liberate her country with the help of the Forgotten Heir. You know, that's fine. And they clearly were doing this to parallel Ike. Of course, you know, said Forgotten Heir was kind of an idiot when it comes to political matters, and he actually signs himself into a blood contract that, you know, signs his country to servitude.
And he's not the real heir, anyways.
But, so, and not to mention, he has...
This is Peleus, by the way, just to clarify.
Izuku, who's literally the most shady-looking dark mage ever, and he trusts him with his life. He's clearly racist. He tries to kill some of their Lagu's allies by turning them into feral ones. And he still... He also trusts this dude.
Yeah, he's the one that turned Soren's uncle into just a regular wyvern mount, by the way. Evil man.
Trust this dude. Everyone else in the army says this guy's trouble. Peleus is like, nope, I trust him.
Peleus is like, did you mean father figure? No. No, we did not actually.
Peleus was brought in to be essentially a puppet heir, but man, he didn't have to lean into it that heavily.
Honestly.
But so essentially, Micaiah does her freedom fighting, and they're trying to rebuild Aeon, and then because of said blood contract, they're pulled into the war that they don't want any part in. So Micaiah becomes a general, because sure, you know, street rat, freedom fighter, general, naturally, so much experience.
It's like Ike in the first game had to work his way up these stinky, dirty ranks.
And he resisted it.
To be up there.
And that was like towards the end of the game.
Yeah, and I was like, and she's like, level 1, like, oh, I'm with my freedom fighters on the streak. Oops! I'm the queen now, and I also have an army. Oh no, all the people love me, and I have the country's support and funds, but I'm a street rat. And you're like, no, you're obviously not. Like, stop trying to pretend you're this mercenary gang.
So she becomes
when you're not.
And that's fine, because remember, before, she had this whole thing about she liked living out in nature, she would always give to the poor. She's a very light priestess vibe, which is fine. It's a common trope. The very light priestess vibe. So she comes and becomes a general for Daein. And then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, we gotta be fierce and, you know, protect Daein because I want to save Daein at all costs. And so originally,
We're like, you're not even from here.
she's
You don't
back.
even go here. You lived here for 3 years, and now you think this is your world? These guys were literally just the bad guys.
So she's this whole liberator person, and just as the war goes on, she takes more and more extreme measures as they realize just how much Pelly is screwed up. And when they get down to it, yes, she does, doesn't she? We're also just not happy with her.
No, I hate her so much.
So the issue is that, so she has this light priestess vibe, and then she also has this war general side, which I'm kind of like, those two parts don't connect at all.
It just comes out of nowhere.
She's
too.
all of a sudden ruthless.
Yeah, it's not like rolling up like, oh, she's this light priestess, but she's also stolen because she needed to eat.
But also, or like Rhea, she has an air of strength the moment you meet her. Micaiah never had that. She was always a softer variety.
She's always hiding behind Soth as well, which Soth is on Ike's side in the first game.
Until it's not.
Until all of a sudden she's trying to be strong, but still needs to hide behind Soth. Like,
and
that
Soth
doesn't...
keeps telling her he's the voice of reason. Hey, we shouldn't be in this war. We shouldn't be doing this.
And Soth likes Ike. They're friends.
Like, well, because they fought together in the war. He knows Ike is a good person.
Yeah. And that's why it's like, it's frustrating because you're like, okay, well, we have Soth who we like, and we know he's going to give her good points. And then he does. You're like, oh, yes, Soth, good point. And Micaiah's like, also good point, but I would never do that. It goes against my morals. I'm like, oh, your morals? The ones that you were like, oh, yeah, I heal people and I love them. And then I'm also going to murder them by setting them on fire?
They are so paranoid about this blood pact that they don't want to even talk to the other army. They rather just, we gotta hit them as hard as possible, keep them away from fighting Benyon so we can figure out a way out of this pact. I'm like, so you're essentially gonna murder hundreds of people for potentially saving your people. Potentially.
The interesting part is, another person who joins you is also in a blood pact.
And he's much more aware of
and he's very much into fighting. Definitely fights.
Yeah.
Great character.
He actually finds a way around his
phenomenal
by just
unit.
Of reading between the lines.
What do blood pacts even do?
When the person enacts it, it slowly kills the person's country like a plague.
How do you enact it?
You just like tap the magic rune and a thing happens.
Oh.
In day one person dies. Day two people die. So on and so forth.
So
even if they enact it, they have at least a day to go and try and figure something out.
But like, you literally have to touch it. That's how you enact it. Not like, oh, I punched a tiger in the face that enacted it.
No, it's the person who's holding the pact has to enact it. So essentially, the person who's holding it will have to learn of your said betrayal first. That's why it's so dumb.
You have so much time to work.
Exactly.
I thought it was like,
they were so paranoid and desperate.
Well, I thought it was gonna be like, if they're like, oh, well, if we happen to engage in combat with a Crimean or a Benyamin knight,
they essentially had to keep up appearances, and their best way of doing that was, instead of just fighting the way we've always done, ramp up the violence. More violence. Let's burn those Pegasus Knights alive.
I was like, how? Because Pegasi, you know, those are seen as like the holy creatures, and only women can ride them for up until fate. God bless they broke that, because it's just annoying. You can only have so many female Pegasus Knights, and then you're like, get over it. Anyways, so there are these holy creatures who are seen revered, the Holy Guard, you know, that covers
the guard trying to protect the Empress.
The Empress.
Who are just trying to flee. They don't want to do anything. They just want to get away.
They're all Pegasi because those are like the most revered knights and creatures. And she's like, oh, cool. Let me technically take my cousin, who I don't know is my cousin yet, and set them on fire, baby. And you're like,
so,
there's so many more options than that.
And here's the better part of the story that where it just gets better. So, in order to stop this, the Hawk King, who's on the side with Ike, goes and grabs Soth and holds him over a cliff and essentially says, back off now, or he has a quick drop to the bottom.
Yeah, he
does. And then, so, Soth is the most valued person in Micaiah's life. Yeah?
Yeah.
So, the thing is that they go and they offer her, back off. Retreat for today. Because we will not hurt you. We will not chase you.
Here's also the tea. Tyron, who's the Hawk King doing this, would not actually drop Soth. Soth has a good relationship with the Grail mercenaries, and therefore the Grail mercenaries' allies. Tyron would have never actually dropped Soth.
If he doesn't actually, in the truth.
Because they know Soth, even if they hate Micaiah, Soth is an ally, and they would never actually hurt him. So we all know, as an audience, and as a member of the Grail mercenaries as well, they're not gonna hurt South. There's no way he survives the first game to the second game and gets killed by being dropped off a cliff as ransom.
Essentially,
there's no terror in this situation.
But the thing is that, so essentially Tyrant and Makai's like, no, we can't, absolutely, no way. And he's like, are you sure? You're gonna, it's like, and she's like, sir, you know what's gonna happen if I do? And she's like, no, we absolutely can't. It's like, but you have to let, and Ike shows up and he's like, hey, back off, girl. And he's like, no, make him let South go. I'm like, no, not unless you leave.
No.
That's how this works. And so,
do you not know how ransoms work? Come on.
And so she's like, we absolutely can't. We have to keep fighting. And so it's like,
just
okay, your friend just killed you, and drops him.
Use your words, buddy.
And of course, one of his aides catches South before he hits the bottom. And then,
because he's got like 90 of them.
And then both Ike and Tyron essentially say, like, this was a warning. Withdraw and do not engage again, or there won't be someone to catch you at the bottom. And Makai just panics. I'm like, so let's think about this for a moment. South is the person she loves more in this world than anything else. If they withdrew, that might be a failure, but it's not an instant death card for them. It's a touchy situation. It could be really bad. But that's not sure. South dropping to his death is sure.
Yeah, I was like, that's kind of like... And the thing is, the reason
no country is worth your best friend.
The reason we're frustrated with this is because you've been playing on and off as Ike and Micaiah, you see both sides. However,
both sides have a
at this point, you're supposed to be in favor of Micaiah. You're supposed to be like, oh, they have this reason they have to fight. I feel so bad for her. She's forced into this. You're like,
because she's supposed to be a lord too.
At this point, the first point you're allowed to play with Ike, you immediately lose any agency in Micaiah's level, because the units are units you've played this first game with, because you really can't play the second game without the first game. Let's be honest. It's a direct sequel. It's like you wouldn't play, I played. You can't play Yokai Watch 2 without playing Yokai Watch 1.
You can't really play Portal 2 without playing Portal 1.
Yeah, it's like you're not gonna play these games that are direct. It literally is number 2, like right in the name. So it's like you can't do that. So you coming back to these characters you just struggled through this really hard first game in, that you've grown. You're like, I love these characters because you've had to choose them because there's no extra EXP. Like, that's it. That's them. So you have to like them. So then, as soon as you're giving a hint of that, you're like, I don't want to play with these characters that aren't good units, aren't good characters, aren't memorable.
They're all the best of their class. And then you get switched to Makai, you're like, yeah, you guys suck.
Yeah, because they can third class. You're like, oh, Titania was great in the first game. She was a paladin. And they're like, oh, cool. She can get literally better. She can go paladin +1. Duh, I'm going to use her. You think I want to use Micaiah? No, she's got units I don't remember. I don't believe in her cause, because at no point does it feel like she's on the right side.
You know you're on the wrong side.
Like, at no point
fighting.
Yeah, you're like, they want you to feel like, I feel like they want you to feel this, but they don't feel this 50-50 push. And you're like, no, I already know that even though some of their motivations or sometimes some of their goals might be not in the best favor of everyone, I'm still gonna be on Ike's side, even if they've got allies and stuff that might be sketchy or something like that. Like, but you're fighting Dayan, who was your enemy, just plain and simple. Now you're on their side, like, oh man, the reparations of war, that's rough. Yeah, but they're still being the bad guys. It's like they never turned around and became the good guys for a while, so then you feel bad. It's like they went from being the bad guys to still being the bad guys, but now you have to play as them.
I actually will admit, Micaiah is okay for a brief and shining moment because Pele says go into the war and she questions why. That's the only time when she's okay. She's questioning why, we're still recovering, people will die, and she pushes back against Peleus until they learn about this blood pack, and then everyone just rolls over, shows their belly. And then
you're
like, oh, we can do absolutely nothing.
Blood pact. It's like,
he handles it way better.
It's so frustrating because the king of the Ravens, an entire race, he's like, oh, I'm in this blood pact. However, he's still a valuable ally. You play.
He still doesn't tell anyone.
Phenomenal unit.
But he manages.
Yeah, it's like, and you see how that's why it's frustrating, because you see how well someone else handles the blood pact. It's not like he's got a blood pact and he's crippled by it. He can't enter these things. It's
he
like
has to find sneakier ways to get through
I was like, obviously you can see how he struggles in some areas, but generally he also just isn't the kind of character that struggles. He's very cool and very, off the cuff or whatever. Yeah, so it's like, it's just, you're supposed to be on her side, and that's why any level you play her game.
She's so extreme, you can't really side. It's like almost like, and this is the thing actually I hear about Edelgard, is that she's a more extreme personality. Some people love that, some people hate that, but I'm like, at least you know where she stands. Micaiah, it's so out of, like, she's that way from the beginning. When you first meet her, you can tell she's a very strong personality.
Well, I can tell, like, just from her hero's artwork.
But it's like Micaiah, it just comes out of absolutely nowhere, this sort of madness and desperation, and you're kind of like, you want Ike to win even when you're on Micaiah's side, because she's just kind of a little crazy at this point.
Yeah, I was like, I already know that the other side...
just be okay with her in part 4?
It feels like she's supposed to be doing this for glory, and she's doing this for the people. I was like, when you're on the Grail mercenary side, it's like, they never feel like they're doing this for some regal cause. Are they talking to royals, and are there royals fighting alongside them? Eventually,
these
yes.
Are their friends.
They're
trying to help them.
But they recruit them through their cause. It's never... That's why I feel like this game's so different, because it's not like every other game where you're playing as a royal with a kingdom backing you. You're playing as a nobody with nobody backing you, and you have to earn your support from each country. And eventually, at the end, yes, most of the countries are backing you, but that's not because
they respect you.
Yeah, I was like, that's not because you're a royal. You're a nobody. You've got no... Even as the game progresses, Ike's got no royal lineage. Absolutely none.
Most of the war they had to fight with just them and whoever they picked up along the way. It wasn't until like the very last part where everyone started like, hey, look at that little can-do company over there. Let's go help them out.
Right. This was like the only time you enjoy playing on Micaiah's side is when you get Grail mercenaries on her side. When you get Jill and you get Ileana.
No, is that her?
Har.
Ileana's there briefly, but
yeah, it's like when you get characters that you like that are only on her side because they're either looking for Ike, are lost and need something to do,
or you don't have them change sides because honestly she needs somebody powerful.
That's literally it. You're like, this is painful because I want these characters to be back.
Some of them will switch sides if they talk to their old allies on Ike's team, but you don't want to strip Micaiah of any strength that she could have.
No, because her levels are painful, and that's just like, her levels aren't even fun because you're sitting here like, okay, I have no reason to fight because I don't believe in this cause. I think this is
weaker.
Yeah, she's just dragging me down.
Hard.
She never comes across as charismatic in any extent. Even if it's like, oh, I'm soft and gentle and that's where my charisma comes from. I don't get that. I'm trying to think of a soft, gentle character where it's like you want to... Well, even if you're looking at the princesses in Fate, they're soft characters. Like Sakura is a very soft-spoken, quiet character, and that's her character. She never goes out and is like, I'm blood-ridden. If anything, at the end, she can talk to her brothers normally.
Micaiah feels like they were trying too many things to stuff into one character, and they counteracted each other.
It's like they really wanted another Ike, but he came together from picking the right circumstances. She came together by picking just the wrong ones, and just outside of the right ones.
Here's the thing with Micaiah that I feel in the same way as Haru. She could have succeeded. I think what they were trying to do with her was make her like the anti-Ike in the fact that like she has all the same resources, all the same circumstances, maybe even a bit more than Ike did. Yet by following the same actions, she didn't get the same outcome. That's actually pretty interesting to show that just because you follow the same steps doesn't mean you're going to get the same thing at the end of the day. However,
and she starts on that path, and then she's like, ooh, a tree, and then she just leaves the path and never comes back.
So it's kind of like, I can see things they want to do with her, however, none of these things are quite ever locked into place, so they don't quite work. And also, and the thing I say here is, like, beginning, her hatred of Ike. Ike is the most popular lord in all of Fire Emblem history because of how just naturally earnest he is.
For a good reason. Homie earned that spot.
So the fact that she comes on in the very beginning as not liking Ike for honestly a really shallow reason, it doesn't look good on her. Like, it's like, why did they have to make them against each other?
The funny part is, when you look at it, there's not really a good reason to hate Ike. Because he's not a royal, so you can't be like, well, my royal family has always been clashing with his royal family. She has way more assets than he does, actually. She's got people's favor.
And she thinks
she's got a country's backing. It's like, the interesting thing is, you can't get behind any of her reasons for hating him, because there really aren't any genuinely good reasons. Because if you look, like, if we went to Fate, for example, another Fire Emblem game, the Hoshidans hate the Norians, the two kingdoms, but their hatred is backed. So you understand, oh, this guy hates this guy because they're royals, or this lower class person hates this lower class person because their families interact at one point, the royals interact at one point. When you're looking at him, there's really no reason to hate him because he didn't do anything wrong. Her thoughts of like, oh, well, they defeated Dayan, that makes sense.
They kind of had to. Their country was taken first.
Yeah, it's like we can follow that point.
That's war.
But yeah, it's like as soon as you start expanding and digging into that point, it falls apart instantly because Dan was being this conqueror and killing Crimea, its neighbor. So it's like it makes sense that they would come and attack.
And again, the knowledge that Ike tried to help them and tried to give them aid, but they threw it back in his face, and sadly that was what Soren told him was going to happen. That's the thing. He tried to give them help, but they were too proud to go and take it.
Yeah.
So I can't really feel any pity for them. He tried to cause as least amount of damage as he can, but they had to go and beat the king, and he kept throwing... The king was honestly the worst one. He kept throwing people's lives away in order to try and stop them. So it's like, I don't see what... And again, Soth was in the army. He knew these things firsthand and probably told Micaiah, so why does she have this hatred of Ike when she should have a first-hand account on all he did? Unless she's just, again, a hypocrite and has this hatred that she doesn't want to let go of.
Yeah,
and also, just let's continue here because we don't want to. We don't want to be up too late. But
you're right. I do have to go to preschool in the morning.
Yeah. So we're gonna go to the last one about her as a unit, and this was kind of brought up in the last one. Lords are supposed to be some of your strongest characters because you have to use them in every level that they are in.
And they're required in every level. That's just that's a Lord
So
thing.
It's natural to. Some are fast, some are strong. Ike is a tank. He's not particularly fast, but he's beefy. Obviously,
if you've played him in Smash, you know how he fights.
Yeah,
he's a heavy character.
So, and the thing is, Micaiah is hard to keep alive for two main reasons that baffle me. One, she has the ability to sacrifice, which means that she can give all her HP to an opponent, to an ally, to heal them. Let me remind you, if the Lord dies, it's automatic game over.
Lose the game.
So, why would you ever want to put her down to one health willingly? Only way this can work is if for some reason your healer can't get there in time. But again...
But then she'll die instead.
And the game will be over as opposed to that other person that will just die and you can keep going. The other thing is, she's a mage. Not inherently bad. For instance, we have like Soren, who's a great mage.
But she's a light mage.
So, automatically the weakest of magic is light. She's slow, for some reason. Has a very low HP score, so it'll take her a long time to just get over 18 HP before she even gets to her second class. And her magic is very high.
I didn't notice the music stopped because we
her
were so
luck
deep
is
in our
kinda
rant.
low, and her speed is just low. It's very hard, like in our little joke comment, it's really hard for her to double things. And 2 hits is always better than 1. You have Ileana most of the time can do it twice, and she has heavy tomes.
She's just
like
that's
thunder magic.
Yeah, that's the difference. Sorry for breaking. I just get so excited. That's the difference of this game and other games. I don't know exactly about the oldest game.
More.
Yeah, tomes have weight, so their weight determines how fast their units can be. So since Ileana is a thunder mage, she has to have higher strength in order to carry the tomes, which means it also makes her slower. Soren, wind magic is a lighter magic, so he needs less strength to carry it. So he's faster, yeah. But when you look at later games, they differ based on strength and critical rate. 'Cause right now I'm playing Awakening, so Thunder has a higher critical rate, but a lower attack or something like that. And then it's less accurate. Wind is the weakest, but it's the most accurate and the fastest. You're more likely to strike twice. That's the difference between the Tellius games. It's actually the weight of the physical tome.
They just expanded magic way more in Tellius.
Yeah, I was like, you needed to have strength, not because you use swords, but because if you don't have enough strength, you can't hold the tome.
So let's put this together here. So, also low speed means that the opponent has a chance of hitting you twice if you can't outspeed them.
And luck means you get criticaled.
So, let's put these all things together. Micaiah has an ability that lets her put herself at 1 HP. If she dies, it's game over. And she has low HP, so it means it doesn't take much damage to put her down. And she has pretty low speed, so she probably can get doubled, or she might not be able to take out an opponent in the 1 hit she's allowed. This more or less stays the same all 3 of her classes, as a mage, as a sage, and as a light priestess. And she does have the highest magic growth in the game. She does. But like every mage, her defense is not very high. Her skill is okay. You know, it's... How can people say she's the best magic user in the game when she can't always hit twice, even against mid-range opponents?
And to give you a little bit
And she dies so easily.
Yeah, a little bit of context. Soren in his 3rd class has the potential to strike 6 times in a single turn.
because he has
Mind you.
high speed, which allows him to hit twice, and he also has the adept skill, which allows him 2 additional attacks on top of that.
And you can pull flare, which is different than a critical, because you can also pull a critical. Flare is a special critical only for magic users.
Like, Soren was the one that was like, you can get higher level skills. Sometimes we just gave him a wind tome, and he still could kill everything.
yeah, we're like, hey, can you
because
stop
his
killing
skill was
everything?
so high, he could always pull adept and flare.
Yeah, and then they do this cool backflip stuff.
He looks awesome.
Anyways.
He can also kill. He can also kill everyone with the staff.
Yeah.
But
staff animations.
Bah! I love that.
Anyways.
The only game where you can hit with a staff. But
Yeah.
the thing is, it's kind of like, again, it comes back to Soren is a better Makai in almost every way, shape, and form, and it always makes me wonder, why did you make a character that literally is a lesser version of Soren? He's a very well-known character and a kind of a fan favorite in some cases. So why did the developers go and say, let's make a lord that's literally a lesser version of this other character? Why didn't they go full into the Light Priestess area? Like, essentially, Makai has a lot of parts and bits that, like, if they had gone, and this is why I really hurt Haru, if they had gone one way, it could have been fine. Gone another way, it could have been fine. I don't think she ever would have been truly liked, considering she has to share lordship with Ike, of all people.
Yeah, she's doomed from the start.
But she could have been better, and it just makes me wonder why some of these choices were made, and namely in her stats. Why is she a bad unit? She's a lord!
There's so many choices because there's only one light mage. You only get one light magic user, just
And
like you
her.
only get one dark magic user. So they could have made her stats anything. She's like, alright, wind mages we know are going to be fast and skillful.
At least until you rank up your healers, granted.
Well, whatever. But like you get those, he's like, so that's there, and then thunder mages are going to be strong and slow. And you're like, fire mages are going to be mid-range. So light, they can be anything. They could be strong and tanky. They can be strong and fast. They could be, slow with high luck. They could have had any combo they wanted because she's a unique class. No one else is going to become a light priestess. So like, well, if they give her this high magic stat, bro, crank up her skill so she can critical every turn. If she can only hit once, make it a critical,
She either needed to be able to hit hard and fast, or be able to take a hit.
Which is why I
or
like
dodge.
it.
I don't know, something. But she's just, the thing is like, I remember our biggest issue in the end game was keeping her alive.
Because you have to take her.
Because there's a lot of enemies, because she's a lord.
And you don't have the parrot mechanic yet. That doesn't come until the later games. So every unit stands alone and they cannot attack with others in battle.
And so there are some enemies that can hit everything on the field. Sometimes she would just die even if she's off in the corner because she has pathetic health and not great defenses. At least, we keep going back to Soren, but as Nart says, he was at least around 40 HP. He could take a hard hit and have enough to hold on until the next turn when you could heal him.
And also, all of your magic users can heal.
Yeah,
no matter what the class.
Yeah. And so it's kind of like, why can't she... And the thing is, her skill doesn't heal HP, Flare does, which also helps Archsages stay alive longer.
Heck yeah.
But it's like... And the thing is, she has one attack. So, the other reason Soren's good is, since he could potentially attack maybe 4 times, that's 4 cases where he could pull a critical, or he could pull Flare, which is the same as a critical, plus healing. Makai has 1 hit. She might pull a critical, or she might pull her ultimate skill, but she has 1 attack, most of the time. There's not, generals and stuff that are slow, she can outspeed. But general mid-range units, she's not going to hit twice. So, at best, she can finish off units, and you have to be what use is even being the strongest magic stat in the game if you can't kill anything?
Yeah, because why I liked it in Awakening, because I read stuff that everyone's like, we hate Henry because he's slow. But I was like, but...
That doesn't necessarily mean you're bad.
No, it's but I put him with Rickon right now because they're both slow. Generally, they don't double things.
And Henry can take a hit way better than Marsha can.
They both have 20 plus defense as magic units. And they got some dope stats because Henry he pulls his skill and generally a critical almost every, if not every turn, even as a pair-up unit. So, he's heavy and slow, but he's got a decent magic stat, and he pulls skills because he's got a really high skill stat. So he can take a hit, and he can deliver a hit. Great for pair-up. Same thing with Rickon. He's not fast, not excessively strong, because he does wind more. He started as a wind mage, which is the weakest spell, but can take multiple hits, because I mounted him.
Yeah.
So he's got the added... move because he's on a horse, can take hits, and he's really good for backup support, where he can kill off a lot of people because both of them pull their skills all the time. So it's that's an example of he's slow, not the strongest.
Not every unit has to follow the same.
Yeah, he can only hit once, but generally he's gonna pull his skill and then pull a critical on top of that. So it's he's normally fine because they make up for the fact that he's got low magic and low speed with high defense and high skill.
And that's why Makai is just, again, she's a lord. She should have bumped stats. Ike literally, nothing can kill him by the time he gets to his 3rd class. He's
for
just
most
a
of them, that's generally just how it is for most of them.
Honestly,
once you had a 3rd class,
you're a monster. It's so much fun to use 3rd class.
Shannon's like, I look at you, you're dead. I look at you, you're dead.
I killed like almost the entire dragon race with just Mia, who is a True Blade, and Soren, who's Nurse Sage.
True Blade
they
too
killed
strong.
So many people. It was so much fun.
And
so many skills were
Dragon's a hard class to kill.
And they killed like most of them because they just were that strong.
Even the Beast Kings, when you de-shift them, so they just fly
try
around
to kill them
in
that
their
way,
human
and it doesn't
form.
work.
Yeah, you can force them to not shift because
and they'll just beat people.
Their
up with their
gauge
fists.
only lasts a certain amount of time. Yeah, they'll punch or they'll kick you, and they'll kick you to death. They'll just kick you till you die. Even the Herons, you're like, wow, you're supposed to be weak, and
this
he's
is
like,
also
I
what I
kicked
was
you.
talking about before with Journey of Dreams and Nights. Like, Radiant Dawn is a decisive game. There's some things we absolutely hate about it.
Yeah.
But there's also some things we just absolutely love and cannot do without it.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we should probably wrap it up.
Yes, we should probably wrap it up.
Because it is now 12:15.
And we don't.
I knew we weren't gonna. I didn't think we were gonna go this long, but I knew as soon as we talked about Makai. It's like the path of radiance and Radiant Dawn just flows out of us.
It just comes.
It happens every time.
We've had a good time tonight. I think we got through a lot. I think we had a lot of interesting conversations.
Yeah.
But I'm like, anyway, I would love to do Radiant Dawn stream at some point.
We heard there might be a remake.
I know.
Ooh.
Fingers crossed. If they get a Tellius thing, I will give them my money so fast.
Literally, don't change. Oh, change only Makaya's part. Don't change anything else, and just upgrade the graphics. Girl,
I don't even care if they don't touch the story at all. They just give it a graphical overhaul.
Yeah,
I'll
graphical
still buy
update.
it.
Girl, they can be charging $80. People will be snatching that up real quick.
Because it's one of the most. Because Ike is definitely the most popular.
Path of Radiance is still
series.
going for $300+ for a GameCube game, dog.
Nice to know I'm saving on money that I bought for $15.
Yeah,
used
we
at
got
the
that one.
GameStop.
That's just like it's a big one. So that's exciting to look for in the future. Yeah, we're gonna wrap it up because we both have to work tomorrow. Woo!
And yeah, I'm honestly kind of burnt out after all that.
Yeah, I know. That's how I felt with my power.
It's been a good
Yeah.
time. What are we planning for Friday?
So, on Friday, if you have any, I'd love to stay since I'm loving this schedule. I got to head to work. That's don't worry, we're wrapping up right now because we gotta head up because otherwise we'll never be able to work in the morning. Yeah. If you have any recommendations for our games we can play on Friday, we can either continue with our
switch over.
or Sonic. Let me do this bad boy. If you want to do anything like Sonic games, we've got a ton more of those. If you have any like older games you want to see, like some GameCube games, if you got a
We don't want to
Dreamcast
start
game,
a JRPG yet because we still haven't finished Persona 5 Royal.
that's a big time thing. Or if you want to see a newer game like on the Switch or something or an emulator, hit us up either on Twitter.
I've been thinking about doing a randomizer Nuzlocke. Oh yeah. Okay, we'd be happy to do some Sonic games.
Yeah, just let us know what games. Hit us up on Twitter. Comment on
We're
our
thinking,
YouTube
like,
videos.
Sonic
Comment
06
on
or
here.
Sonic Heroes, or maybe we'll keep working on the adventure games.
Yeah, so that's that. Check out our YouTube channel, Mad Evil VODS. That's where all of our stream recaps are. Feel free to comment if you're like, hey, I like this game, or hey, I like when you talk about this, or hey, I hate this. You look like you smell like old cheese. Hey, I take any criticism. Constructive criticism.
Comment.
Yeah, comments are good. Yeah, let us know what your thoughts are on these games and such for Friday, because right now we don't have anything planned.
We'll probably figure it out before we get
We're just
there.
gonna wing it, and if we don't have any idea, we'll just probably work on an older game that we haven't completed yet. So that's the plan for now. Next Tuesday, we're looking at people we unapologetically simp for. That's our PowerPoint for next Tuesday.
Fun time.
Come ready to look at pictures of a lot of Fire Emblem characters.
Probably.
Yeah, this was fun. I like talking about all our stuff. We had a crazy start to it. Got a little off track with Fire Emblem, but what else is new?
Yep.
And with that, we're gonna go ahead and head out because we're old and it's late.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Good night. Have a good night.